Soviet Ideology Today. Gustav A. Wetter. Preface. Part 1, Dialectical Materialism. 1. The Philosophy of the Revolutionary Proletariat. Il. Marxist philosophy as foundation of the ideology as a whole. Conception of philosophy. Marxism a revolutionary breach in the history of philosophy. Partisanship. The practical significance of Marxist philosophy. Criticism. Matter and its properties. Materialism and idealism. The concept of matter. Properties of matter. Space and time. The material unity of the world. Criticism. The great basic question, the Leninist concept of matter, motion and change, infinitude in space and time, materialistic monism. Matter and consciousness. Consciousness as product, function, and property of matter. The non-materiality of consciousness. Consciousness as reflection. The origin of consciousness. Criticism. The problem of the origin of consciousness, consciousness as product, function, and property of matter, consciousness, reflection, and synthesis. V. Library. St. Mary's Collect. Math A. P. Amory Parltaimron. V1, Contents. 4. The Materialist Dialectic as a Theory of Universal Connection Among Phenomena 61. Meaning and Significance of the Materialist Dialectic 61. Il. The Categories 64. Il. Cause and Effect 65. 4. Law, Necessity, and Contingency 70. V. Freedom 74. 6. Possibility and Actuality 78. Vil. Criticism 79. Nature and Validity of the Causal Principle, Can Contingency Set Limits to Necessity? Freedom and Consciousness of Necessity. 5. The Laws of the Materialist Dialectic G2. 1. The Law of the Transformation of Quantitative Changes into Qualitative G2. WL. The Law of the Unity and Struggle of Opposites 96. Il. The Law of the Negation 106. 4. Criticism. Low, on the Materialist Dialectic in general, remarks on the individual laws. 6. Theory of Knowledge 122. Dialectic as Logic and Theory of Knowledge 122. 2. Formal and Dialectical Logic 124. Il. Knowledge as Reflection 127. 4. Practice as the foundation and goal of knowledge, and as the criterion of truth 130. V. Absolute and Relative Truth 134. 6. Criticism 136. Part 2. Historical Materialism. Introduction 145. 1. General Preliminaries 147. Criticism 155. 2. The Materialist Conception of History 158. The Mode of Production as the Basis of Social Life 158. IW. The Dialectical Interplay between Productive Forces and Relations of Production 163. Il. Basis and Superstructure 168. Contents 7. 4. The 5 Types of Social Formation 174. VV. Criticism 181. Historical Materialism, Historical Determinism, Historical Optimism, Historical Economism, Historical Inadequacies. 3. The Social and Political Life of Mankind 206. The Concept of Class 207. Il. State and Law 209. Il. Class Struggle and Revolution, the Parties 211. 4. The Social Revolution 214. VV. Criticism 216. Social Divisions and Classes, Class Struggle or Social Partnership, Dialectical Development under Socialism and Communism. 4. Social Consciousness 234. Social Consciousness as a Reflection of Social Being 234. Il. The Class Character of Ideology. Ideological Factors Common to Men in General 237. LL. The Role of Ideas in Social Development 239. 4. The Role of the Masses and of Personality in History 241. V. Criticism 244. 5. The Individual Forms of Social Consciousness 249 I Science 249 IL Philosophy 25. ILR 253. For Morality 256. V Religion 259. 6 Criticism 263. Part 3. The Political Economy of Capitalism. Introduction 271 1. Pre-Monopoly Capitalism 274. I. The Origins of the Capitalist Mode of Production 274. 2. The Labor Theory of Value, Commodities and Money 275. WL. The Theory of Surplus Value 279. 4. Wages T 282. Vili Contents. VV. Average Profit 283. 6. Reproduction 285. 7. Economic Crises 287. Vil. The Accumulation of Capital and the Impoverishment of the Proletariat 288. 9. The Historical Tendency of Capitalist Development 2g. X. Criticism 293. 2. Imperialism as the highest and last stage of capitalism 298. I. Imperialism as monopoly capitalism 298. IL. Imperialism as parasitic and decaying capitalism 302. LLL. Imperialism as moribund capitalism 305. 4. Criticism 307. 3. Imperialism at the present day 310. 1. The second stage of the general crisis of capitalism 310. 2. State monopoly capitalism 312. LL. Economic crises under state monopoly capitalism 316. 4. Class antagonisms under state monopoly capitalism 317. VY. The final rung in the historical ladder of capitalism 320. 6. Criticism 321. Conclusion 324. Index 331. Preface. On Stalin's death, a short and readily intelligible account of the philosophical basis of Soviet ideology was to be had in the shape of his brief essay, on dialectical and historical materialism. But de-Stalinization robbed this work of its authority, and it is now but rarely cited in Soviet treatments of the subject. After a 5-year ideological vacuum there eventually appeared, in 1958, a textbook, Fundamentals of Marxist Philosophy, and another in the following year, entitled Fundamentals of Marxism-Leninism. They represent a new version of Soviet doctrine, altogether more detailed than Stalin's small work, and in conformity with the repeal of the cult of personality, they derive their authority, no longer from the name of a single author, but from the joint labors of a collective of leading Soviet ideologues. The second work in particular is also directed to a fairly extensive class of readers, without academic training. The first of these books devotes its 672 closely printed pages to a restatement of the philosophical basis of Soviet ideology, dialectical and historical materialism. It was written by a group of leading Soviet philosophers, under the direction of F.V. Konstantinov, corresponding member of the Soviet Academy of Sciences, and published by the Philosophical Institute of the Academy. It is, however, directed, not merely to professional philosophers and students, but to a wider circle of readers. The second book, Fundamentals of Marxism-Leninism, was the work not only of professional philosophers, but also of party officials and publicists, under the direction of O.V. Kusenin. Its 735 pages provide an exposition of the entire Soviet ideology. The first 2 parts deal with the philosophical basis of this ideology, dialectical and historical materialism, the third comprises the political economy of capitalism, the fourth and fifth the political teachings of communism as a practical application of the foregoing. The present work aims at providing a compact statement and critical discussion of the philosophical doctrines of Soviet ideology. Political teachings are not dealt with. As for the economic theories of Soviet ideology, the first intention was to leave them out altogether. But disappointment at such a limitation of the subject matter was so general among sympathizers acquainted with the plan, that it had to be taken as indicative of the feeling among those for whom this book is intended. The author therefore decided to give brief consideration to this topic, and some account of the economic doctrines has thus found a place, in conjunction with the treatment of dialectical and historical materialism. The relatively small space accorded to this so-called political economy has seemed justified on two counts especially. In the first place, even the aforementioned Soviet textbook, Fundamentals of Marxism-Leninism, deals with this portion of the ideology in very niggardly fashion. Of its 735 pages, only 88 are devoted to the political economy of capitalism. Since, moreover, this part of the ideology effectively comprises Marx's critique of capitalism, and Lenin's theory of imperialism, a relatively summary treatment has seemed equally warranted, in that, apart from the historical materialism, this is precisely the area of Soviet thinking which is also perfectly familiar in the Western world. In the present work, the author addresses himself primarily not to the learned public, but to the widest range of all who feel that the current trial of strength between East and West compels them to adopt a personal point of view, and especially to those who, whether by political or economic dealings, or in the context of cultural or student exchanges, or in any other fashion, have been brought into personal contact with representatives of the communist countries. For all such, it is a matter of essential importance to know the intellectual background and mode of thought of those they deal with, and to have examined both its strengths and its weaknesses, if their interchanges are not to get at cross purposes from the start. A merely fragmentary acquaintance with certain elements of the Soviet outlook is therefore not enough. Confidence in the encounter is attainable only by systematic study of the entire ideology. Only so will the significance of individual utterances become clear. With this end in view, the author has deliberately confined himself to a critical account of present-day Soviet ideology, and that in a form in which it has already been removed from the arena of professional disputation among individual Soviet ideologues, and has become a matter of more or less official doctrine having general validity throughout the Soviet sphere. He has thus abstained almost entirely from depicting the historical emergence of this doctrine, and from everything that is still in the realm of controversy within the Soviet Union. His account has been primarily based on the two textbooks referred to at the outset. 4. In view of the official character of the author's collective and the publishing institution, the exceptionally large editions in which they have appeared. And finally, the fact that they are textbooks, these works may be regarded as having a generally acknowledged authority. Apart from these textbooks, the works of Marx, Engels, and Lenin have also been drawn upon, together with other writings having the character of official sources, such as the Short Philosophical Dictionary. In expounding the theory of ideologies, which receives all too scanty treatment in both fundamentals, the author has made use of supplementary material from the second edition of F. V. Konstantinov's Historical Materialism. He has felt the more entitled to do so since, before the appearance of Fundamentals of Marxist Philosophy, this work was the most widely distributed Soviet textbook of any size on historical materialism, since its second edition appeared after Stalin's death, and since in 1954 it was submitted to a very broadly based discussion among Soviet intellectuals and there received pretty general approval. In virtue of the aims already stated, and the consequent restriction of our account to those elements of Soviet ideology that are available in the above-mentioned sources, it follows that many groups of problems have been dealt with in very summary fashion. This is especially true of the whole field of political and legal philosophy. But these matters are no more adequately dealt with in the textbooks on which our account is based, and the author is satisfied that he has taken account of all the more important ideas contained therein. It must be observed in conclusion, that Soviet philosophy should not be judged exclusively on the material contained in the sources from which our account is derived. It must be granted that, in the years since Stalin's death, the professional literature of philosophy in the Soviet Union has undergone a marked improvement. On many problems, the recent discussions among Soviet philosophers such as those on the problem of dialectical contradictions have been conducted on a notably philosophical level. The same is particularly true of certain philosophically marginal areas, such as the philosophy of mathematics, the foundations of mathematics, symbolic logic, etc. The specific objects of the present work have precluded any entry into such matters, however, and the reader who seeks light on the subject must be referred to the specialist literature relating to Soviet philosophy. 1. Our own main endeavor has been to set forth the Soviet ideology of today in those aspects which at present command general acceptance throughout the Soviet world, and govern its whole social and cultural outlook. For it is these above all that are of interest to the general reader. 1. So far as philosophy is concerned, particular reference may be made to the series entitled Sovietika, and to the recently published journal, Studies of Soviet Thought, both issued by the East European Institute of the University of Freiburg, to the works of the director of this institute, I.M. Bochinsky, and to the present author's Dialectical Materialism, a historical and systematic survey of philosophy in the Soviet Union, New York, 1958. The discussion of Soviet philosophical and scientific opinion is the aim of a series, Wissenschaft und Gegenwart, published by A. Pustet, Munich, Salzburg, and Cologne. Part 1. Dialectical Materialism. The philosophy of the revolutionary proletariat. Marxist philosophy as foundation of the ideology as a whole. The new textbook on the foundations of Marxist-Leninist philosophy claims Marxism to be a comprehensive doctrine consisting of three main parts: philosophy, political economy, and the theory of scientific socialism. In this it faithfully echoes the views of Lenin, for whom the doctrine of Marx was the legitimate successor of the best that was created by humanity in the 19th century in the shape of German philosophy, English political economy, and French socialism. To be sure, individual Soviet accounts of communist ideology deviate somewhat from one another in the way their main divisions are set out. By dividing philosophy into dialectical and historical materialism, we get 4 sections, and by further splitting the theory of scientific socialism into the theory and tactics of the international communist movement and the doctrine of socialism and communism, we obtain 5. And this is actually the arrangement in another new survey of Soviet ideology, namely the textbook Fundamentals of Marxism-Leninism*. Even these deviant modes of division, however, are based ultimately on Lenin's tripartite scheme. More important than this question of arrangement is the fact that philosophy, 7.e, dialectical and historical materialism, is regarded not only as the foundation of the whole doctrine, but as its inmost soul. It is the bond that welds all the subdivisions into a monolithic unity. If the imposing completeness of Marxist doctrine is often acknowledged even by its opponents, the reason, as communism sees it, is that the entire system is permeated by a unitary method and point of view, that of dialectical and historical materialism. 2. Conception of philosophy. Now, what does dialectical materialism understand philosophy to be? We have just said that Marxist philosophy permeates the entire doctrinal edifice of communism as a unitary method and point of view. It claims, therefore, to be, not merely a general methodology, but also a world outlook, seeking to make assertions about reality. But in so doing, does it not come into competition with science? Do we not owe all our assured knowledge about the world to the individual sciences? How does dialectical materialism view its relationship to the latter? Like Aristotle in antiquity, dialectical materialism appeals to 2 factors in particular, in proof of the title of philosophy to exist alongside the special sciences. Every such science is confined to some particular portion of reality, and inquires into the laws that are manifested in this field. Mechanics investigates the laws of mechanical motion, chemistry the structure and change of substances, biology the laws of development of living organisms, and so on. But there is also need of a scientific discipline to inquire into the laws governing reality in general. Moreover, the special sciences all work with a number of basic concepts which they do not otherwise attempt to justify on their own account. The task of philosophy is to establish these basic concepts and philosophy of revolutionary proletariat suppositions. For this reason, dialectical materialism is vehemently opposed to positivism, which regards the special sciences as the only road to knowledge of the real, and seeks to limit the road of philosophy to logic, or at most to the theory o' knowledge. Dialectical materialism thereby proclaims itself a doctrine of the most general laws of motion and development in nature, society, and human thought. On the strength of this attitude towards the special sciences, it also conceives itself as a scientific and progressive world outlook, in contrast to the reactionary, and more especially the religious, point of view. Marxism-Leninism has great merits that distinguish it from all other philosophical systems. It does not recognize the existence of any supernatural forces or creators. It rests squarely on reality, on the real world in which we live. It liberates mankind, once and for all, from superstition and age-old spiritual bondage. It encourages independent, free, and consistent thought. Marxism-Leninism regards the world such as it actually is, without adding an invented hell or paradise. It proceeds from the fact that all nature, including man himself, consists of matter with its different properties. 3. Marxism a revolutionary breach. In the history of philosophy. In Soviet eyes, the appearance of Marxist philosophy represents a revolutionary breach in the development of man's philosophic thought. Before Marx and Engels there had admittedly been strains of materialism in philosophy. Amongst its materialist forebears, dialectical materialism pays a special honor to Leucippus and Democritus in antiquity, and in modern times to the French encyclopedists, and to Feuerbach. Even Spinoza is assigned to the materialist tradition. Nor did Marx and Engels invent the dialectic, they took it over from Hegel, and in so doing, as Engels remarks, they turned it off its head, on which Hegel had stood it, and set it on its feet, transforming it from an idealist dialectic to a materialist one. For all that, however, Marx and Engels' creation of dialectical materialism was not just an evolutionary step in the progress of human thought, but a genuine revolution in the history of philosophy. The prime feature of this revolutionary breach is said to consist in the fact that Marxist philosophy puts practice in a central position within the whole range of philosophic activity. As one of Marx's theses on Feuerbach runs, the philosophers have only interpreted the world, in various ways, the point, however, is to change it. By practice, Marxism means on the one hand the material activity of production, but on the other, and more especially, the revolutionary struggle of liberation on the part of the working class. Marxist philosophy certainly seeks, in the first instance, to give an explanation of the world. It claims to have discovered, for the first time, the objective laws whereby human society develops. But the aim of this explanation of reality is to make possible a revolutionary transformation of the world. Just as the knowledge of natural laws gives mankind the opportunity of dominating nature, so knowledge of the laws of social development makes possible a conscious shaping of social relationships. There is a further point connected with this. Inasmuch as Marxist philosophy arms the militant proletariat, and its avant-garde, the Communist Party, with knowledge of the laws of a revolutionary transformation of reality, it ceases to be the concern of an intellectual elite and becomes to an ever-increasing extent the common property of the working masses as a whole. The rise of Marxist philosophy is therefore of world historical importance, in that it has ensured the triumph of the only scientific movement in philosophy, namely materialism, and has created the highest form of this, namely dialectical materialism. The chief defect of the earlier materialism, overcome by Marx and Engels, consisted in its mechanical character. It knew only one form of motion in matter, namely mechanical motion, and thus attempted to reduce all fields of nature, including the organic and the social, to mechanical processes. Moreover, the metaphysical character of this earlier materialism was also overcome by the founders of Marxism. The earlier materialists saw in nature a multiplicity of eternally given and unalterable forms. They could not explain the unity of the world, the interconnection between its various subdivisions, or the emergence of the higher from the lower. This gave an advantage to idealism and religion, in that this unity of the world, and the emergence of new species, could be explained by appeal to a creator and architect of the universe. By introducing the dialectic, which views the whole world in its motion and development, Marx and Engels were able to overcome this limitation of the earlier metaphysical type of materialism. And finally, a further shortcoming of the earlier materialism lay in the fact that its materialist explanations were applied only to nature, while history continued, as before, to be interpreted idealistically, in that ideas were conceived as the force governing social development. Marx and Engels were the first to extend materialism to history as well. In their materialist conception of history, they showed the driving forces of history to be material factors, namely the methods of production of material goods, and thereby first made history a science in the true sense of the word. If earlier philosophers were as yet incapable of this advance in knowledge, the reason did not lie in their want of competence, but is to be sought, rather, in the historical circumstances under which they lived. Nor, for that matter, is the emergence of Marxism to be attributed solely to the genius of Marx and Engels, it is the product of a historical necessity. The first beginnings of bourgeois society also marked the beginnings of the proletarian struggle against it. In the 30s and 40s of the 8th dialectical materialism last century, this struggle was greatly accentuated. But the workers were still unable to prevail, since they had no clear program and no organization to guide their efforts on the basis of a scientifically developed theory. These flagrant class contradictions, and the distress of the working class, found expression in the rise of utopian socialism. But since the outlook of this movement was based on idealism, it was still unable to lay bare the essentially material roots of social development, and applied instead to the goodwill and understanding of mankind. In England, too, political economy had already been developed by Smith and Ricardo before the advent of Marx and Engels, but, as bourgeois thinkers, these economists were unable to recognize the transitory nature of capitalism, and took a metaphysical view of it, as an eternal and unalterable form of human society. In order to transform socialism from utopia to science, it was therefore necessary for idealism and the metaphysical outlook to be overcome. Marx and Engels set about doing this by the creation of dialectical materialism, as the ideology of a proletariat struggling for its own freedom. And this they could only achieve by themselves adopting the standpoint of the proletariat. But Marxist materialism aims, not only at a materialist interpretation of history, but also at a dialectical explanation of the world of nature in its development, that is, and in the interplay of processes in every sphere and in every phenomenon. For this, too, the time had only then become ripe, owing to the major advances of natural science in the course of the 19th century. 4. Partisanship. The aforementioned revolutionary breach that Marx is said to have effected in the history of philosophy, is responsible for two peculiarities of Marxist philosophy. The one consists in the demand for a constant maintenance of the unity of theory and practice. We shall have more to say of this later. The other, no less important, is to be found in the insistence on partisanship. Though formulated by Lenin, this nonetheless has a close logical connection with Marx's materialist conception of history. In his polemic against certain Russian Marxists, Lenin laid stress on the fact that materialism includes partisanship, so to speak, and enjoins the direct and open adoption of the standpoint of a definite social group in any assessment of events. The communist theoretician believes himself able to grasp the objective situation correctly, only when he adopts the subjective standpoint of proletarian class interests. This paradoxical notion is to be explained in terms of a thesis of the materialist conception of history. For since, according to this Marxian view, the future belongs to the proletariat, the subjective interests of this class coincide with the objective course of history. Hence the theoretician can only see matters rightly by adopting the viewpoint of proletarian class interest. Conversely, bourgeois philosophers are incapable of viewing the world rightly. Bourgeois thought is interested in maintaining the established order of things, and therefore tends constantly towards a metaphysical way of thinking. A philosophy that sees everything in a constant state of becoming and passing away must therefore appear essentially unacceptable. Since history thus works against the interests of the bourgeoisie, a thinker of bourgeois outlook will always be tempted to close his eyes to the real state of affairs. A second source of error in bourgeois thinking lies in the fact of exploitation, which it is concerned to disguise. All the objectivity and lack of partisanship that are proclaimed by the bourgeoisie as a prerequisite for scientific investigation, are no more than hypocrisy, the disguised passive expression of adherence to the party of the well-fed, of the rulers, of the exploiters. Point 2. On the communist view, there can be no such thing as a nonpartisan, or neutral philosophy. Every philosophical, social, or economic theory reflects the interests of one class or another, and is therefore partisan. Thanks to the coincidence of subjective proletarian interests with the objective course of development in reality, proletarian partisanship, however, stands alone in being truly objective as well. Communist philosophy therefore conceives itself as an ideology of the revolutionary proletariat. It certainly aims to pursue a knowledge of objective reality, but the question of truth is of interest, not for its own sake, but only insofar as truth, once obtained, makes effective action possible. And this is precisely what communism claims to have provided in its own philosophy, the idea of social revolution, to which capitalist reality gives rise, has its theoretical basis in the dialectical materialist view of development in nature and society. If all things change, as the dialectic teaches, then even the social order cannot be immutable. Every form of social life that is brought into being in its day by the demands of historical development, later becomes obsolete and has to be displaced by a new and higher form. In the class society, however, where development occurs by way of class warfare, this displacement comes about through social revolution. VV. The practical significance of Marxist philosophy. This orientation of Marxist-Leninist ideology towards action has also found frequent expression in the well-known assertion that, the Marxist-Leninist theory is not a dogma, it is a guide to action. This statement has a twofold meaning. In one sense it is taken to exhibit the undogmatic character of Marxism, 2.e, the fact that this doctrine does not consist in a set of propositions supposedly fixed in perpetuity, but is such that practical experience can constantly supply it with new cognitive material. To be sure, the new experiences can never contradict its basic content, but these basic propositions are nonetheless realized in a new fashion, according to the ever-changing state of affairs in the new period, and hence enrich the theory with a constant supply of new experience. In its other sense, the proposition means that in this theory the militant proletariat possesses a reliable guide, permitting rapid orientation in every situation. More, indeed. For since Marxist theory discloses the basic laws of development in reality, it enables one not only to achieve rapid orientation in the present, but also to predict the broad outlines of development in the future. Thus the doctrine provides the scientific basis for successful political action. Marxism sees the weakness of its political opponents in the fact that their ideas are based on purely subjective wishes and abstract ideals. It is the strength, on the other hand, of communist policy, that it has a scientific basis in knowledge of the objective laws of historical development, and can base its policy on that. The course of recent history is regarded as a fulfillment of Marxist prophecies, and hence as a practical proof that the theory is correct. At the beginning of the century, Lenin and the Russian Marxists foresaw the socialist revolution in Russia as a necessity already due, and succeeded in achieving it. After the revolution, the Russians also foresaw the possibility of socialism in one country, and were completely successful in attaining this likewise. They realized that Germany under Hitler was plotting a new world war, warned the nations, and predicted the German downfall, and again history confirmed them. After the war, the Marxist-Leninists in the present-day people's democracies recognized both the possibility and the historical necessity of throwing off the yoke of capitalism, and established socialism in these countries. The Chinese Marxists equally became aware of the possibility and necessity of breaking the dominance of colonialism and its domestic accomplices, and were thus able to establish popular rule in China. It is thereby supposed that practice has completely vindicated the correctness of Marxism-Leninism. but the theory is claimed to be a foundation and guiding light, not for politics only, but also for scientific inquiry and artistic creation. Its theses hold good, not only for social development, but also for development in nature and human thought. Hence knowledge of such general tendencies in nature becomes a valuable heuristic aid to the scientist, allowing him to find his way through the most intricate maze of individual processes, and to keep on discovering new special laws. The Marxist-Leninist outlook opens up splendid prospects to workers in the arts and literature. It directs their creative efforts towards a deeper and richer reflection of reality through artistic media. Without the beneficial influence of a clear, progressive world outlook, the work of contemporary writers and artists is at the best anemic. 6. Criticism. In view of the foregoing conception of the philosophy of the proletariat, and its meaning for their practical struggle, it becomes, in Soviet eyes, a matter of the greatest importance that all officials should be thoroughly trained in this ideology. This is a point of considerable political significance. The philosophical training does not go far enough, indeed, to enable these functionaries to decide whether the problems thrown up by the theory are either stated or solved correctly, nor is it sufficient for them to discover and see through the logical weaknesses and fallacies which, as we shall have occasion to notice in detail, are often to be found at decisive points therein. The training in question does, however, serve to provide the functionary with a considerable measure of internal stability and self-confidence. And it is of no mean psychological importance that such people, who by class and calling would never otherwise have had any contact with philosophy, should be made aware of its fundamental problems, and endowed with the conviction that they have now received insight into the most ultimate problems of mankind. The psychological effect is reinforced by a feature already pointed out, namely that the system is a closed one. As said, this is taken to be guaranteed by the fact that Marxist-Leninist philosophy is not merely the source of all other branches of the ideology, but permeates them all from within. The often very striking coherence of the system thereby diverts attention from the weakness of its logical structure. It ensures that the truth of the various true elements undeniably contained in the theory is ascribed to the system as a whole, and its theoretical weakness concealed, but the philosophical training of the functionary does not enable him to bring such deficiencies to light. It must be noted on the other side, however, and there are concrete examples from practice to prove it, that the apparent coherence of the structure also has converse dangers for the system itself. For there are not only elements of truth in the theory, but also errors and specific doctrines that flatly contradict either practice or other propositions in the scheme. Hence it frequently happens that some thoughtful person may notice these inner absurdities. And as, in a piece of knitting, a dropped stitch eventually unravels all the rest, so also, if a person brought up on the theory becomes doubtful over some point, the whole fabric of doctrine may eventually disintegrate in his mind. The classic point at which this repeatedly happens, is the aforementioned claim of the dialectic, that everything changes. We have already cited such an assertion from Fundamentals of Marxist Philosophy, which draws therefrom the conclusion that every form of social life that is brought into being in its day by the demands of historical development, later becomes obsolete, and has to be displaced by a new and higher form. Is this also true of communist society? We shall encounter below the somewhat unconvincing auxiliary hypotheses whereby communist ideology endeavors to escape this consequence. But the fact is, that for many this very question has represented the first dropped stitch, which has brought about the disintegration of the whole fabric of theory. We remarked just now that there are also undeniable elements of truth in the doctrines of dialectical and historical materialism. We may concede in this connection, that the relation of philosophy to the special sciences, as an ascent to a higher level of abstraction, is defined in what is basically a perfectly defensible fashion. But it is another question, whether dialectical materialism always adheres consistently to this basic point of view. Things are otherwise, however, when it comes to the principle of partisanship, and the supposed confirmation of the correctness of Marxism-Leninism by its verification in practice. Unless there is at least one part of philosophy immune from class conditioning, there is a petitio principii in the communist demand for partisanship, according to which the only thinker capable of apprehending the real as it is he who consciously adopts the standpoint of the proletariat. The principle hangs, in other words, unsupported in the air. For what is its theoretical justification? The materialist conception of history, which is itself a part of the Marxian worldview. But how can I satisfy myself that this theory is correct? Only by consciously adopting the standpoint of the proletariat. I can only get out of this circle by assuming that a knowledge of truth is also possible without adopting, and before adopting, the proletarian point of view. But this implies that there must also be the possibility of an uncommitted, non-prejudiced approach to truth, if the Marxist scheme of doctrine is not to be left dangling in the void as a mere unwarranted assertion. No less dubious is the claim that the victory of communism behind the Iron Curtain represents a fulfillment of Marxian prophecy, and hence a vindication of the theory behind it. We shall not take issue here on the question of fact, for example, whether the seizure of Czechoslovakia by the Communists, who were a tiny minority in the country, and were able to build up their power in 1945 only under the protection of Soviet bayonets, was based on a scientific prevision of the possibility and necessity of throwing off the yoke of capitalism there. We shall limit ourselves here to the question of principle, whether success in practice is an indication of truth. Where is it laid down that truth must always prevail in the world? And even if we assume that it will prevail sooner or later, must it always do so at once? For have we not often found that, at least for the time being, falsehood has the better of it? Is communism ready to accept that Nazism was true during the period of its success? And who decides how long falsehood can remain in power before its success converts it into truth, and how long truth can wait to come into its own, before its failure reveals it to be false? 2. Matter and its properties. In the days of Stalin it was the custom in slavish imitation of the arrangement of his on dialectical and historical materialism to begin the systematic presentation of dialectical materialism in general with the theory of dialectic, and only then to go on to discussion of philosophical materialism and the theory of matter. The reason for this was doubtless that Stalin had dealt with the theory of dialectic under the title dialectical method. Under this heading, Stalin formulated 4 principal features to which he then appended 3 further principal features of Marxist philosophical materialism. But the description dialectical method is not in fact altogether appropriate. On examining the Stalinist dialectical features more closely we find that they are not primarily methodological assertions, but consist rather of statements about matter and the mode of its development. Only on this account do they also acquire methodological significance. But it is a questionable procedure to deal first with the way matter moves, and only then to raise the question as to its essential nature. Hence, after Stalin's death, there was a return to the order of presentation that had been customary in the Soviet Union before the appearance of his book, whereby the group of problems relating to matter was dealt with first, and the question of dialectic afterwards. Materialism and idealism. In presenting the theory of matter, the new textbooks on Soviet ideology no longer follow the 3 principal features laid down by Stalin, though so far as their content is concerned, the latter still hold their place. Instead, the account is generally begun nowadays with what Engels described as the great basic question of all philosophy. The relevant passage from Engels runs, "The great basic question of all philosophy, especially of more recent philosophy, is that concerning the relation of thinking and being. The question of the relation of thinking to being, the relation of spirit to nature, the paramount question of the whole of philosophy." Which, by the way, played a great part also in the scholasticism of the Middle Ages. The question, which is primary, spirit or nature, that question, in relation to the Church, was sharpened into this: did God create the world, or has the world been in existence eternally? The answers which the philosophers gave to this question split them into 2 great camps. Those who asserted the primacy of spirit to nature and, therefore, in the last instance, assumed world creation in some form or other, comprised the camp of idealism. The others, who regarded nature as primary, belonged to the various schools of materialism. Engels' formulation of this problem leaves much to be desired in the way of exactitude, and has thereby given occasion in Marxist philosophy to an exceedingly fateful misuse of the concepts materialism and idealism. He asks, which is primary in the relation of thinking and being, spirit and nature, but in so doing tacitly equates thinking with spirit, and being with nature. He argues further, that for materialism, being and nature are primary and original, while thinking and spirit are secondary and derivative. For idealism, on the other hand, thinking and spirit are the originals, which give rise to being and nature. Idealism, on this view, has a twofold meaning, the theory that spirit produces nature, and the theory that thinking gives rise to being. By the same token, the term materialism has a similar duality of meaning. On the one hand it signifies the view that spirit is a product of nature, and on the other, that thinking is determined by its object, being, which exists independently of thought. But here, under the headings of materialism and idealism, we find a conflation of two very different things, which ought not to be unconditionally coupled together. It is perfectly possible to admit the being of an external world independent of any knowing consciousness, while at the same time insisting that nature has not given rise to spirit, but is itself the creation of a transcendent spirit. For this reason, in philosophy, the term materialism is normally applied only to the view that spirit ranks as a product of nature, or matter. The other theory, whereby the being of an external world is taken to be independent of thought and consciousness, is customarily referred to as realism. The term idealism is similarly reserved for that type of philosophy in which knowing signifies a positing or producing of the object known. Hence the antithesis of materialism and idealism is inaccurate. One can be a realist without having necessarily to be a materialist. Communist ideology, however, recognizes only two sorts of philosophical system, idealist and materialist. Hence the whole gamut of philosophical standpoints is forcibly compressed into the Procrustean bed of this questionable antithesis. As a point of vantage for further subdivision, Soviet philosophy makes use, in so doing, of the attributes dialectical and metaphysical. A philosophy is dialectical when it sees things in the connection and motion proceeding from contradictions, metaphysical, when it regards them alone, in isolation, and as essentially unchanging. Just as Aristotle, in antiquity, thought it possible to account for the whole multiplicity of material nature in terms of the four basic qualities hot, cold, moist, and dry, so the Soviet ideology reckons to derive the whole diversity of intellectual systems from the four basic viewpoints, materialist, idealist, and dialectical metaphysical. The objection to idealism is that it commonly sides with reaction, whereas materialism aligns itself with the forces of progress. Idealism is also to be found, as a rule, in alliance with religion, which represents idealism in its more reactionary form, whereas materialism is always associated with science. Thanks to the ambiguity of the notion of materialism, it is then an easy task to transform the majority of the great scientists into materialists. Thus Max Planck, for example, was in fact a materialist, since he recognized the existence of a nature independent of the human mind. According to dialectical materialism, the most important movements in present-day bourgeois philosophy are existentialism, positivism, and neo-Thomism, which are all three identified with idealism. So far as existentialism sees the one true reality in existence, 7 cent. In the I exist of the single isolated individual, dialectical materialism assigns it to the category of subjective idealism. The reference here is to Heidegger, for whom the world exists only inasmuch as there is a existence. Positivism also, in Soviet eyes, is far from representing a third force in philosophy, distinct from either materialism or idealism. It too is ranked under the heading of subjective idealism. It dismisses all previous philosophy as metaphysics and claims that science is all-sufficient. It thereby burks the basic issue of all philosophy, namely the question of the relation between thinking and being, and declares it insoluble. but in so doing it encloses itself within the domain of consciousness. 7.e adopts the standpoint of subjective idealism. This is also apparent from its conception of facts. They consist of our sensations, which positivism holds to be all that is immediately given to us, and all that our inquiries can extend to. Neothomism, on the other hand, meaning the whole of contemporary Catholic philosophy, is reckoned in the category of objective idealism. It certainly acknowledges an external world independent of the consciousness of particular individuals, but in regarding the world as created by God, it presumes nature to have been brought into being by a spirit, which, in the terminology of dialectical materialism, is equivalent to idealism. 2. The concept of matter. In the world about us, we encounter a multitude of different objects. Some are living, others lifeless, some hard, others soft, some vanishingly small, others of enormous size. Together they constitute what we call nature. However various these natural objects may be in detail, they all have one thing in common: they exist outside, and independent of, consciousness. Science, according to the Soviet ideologues, has irrefutably shown this to be so. We know, that is, that the earth was once in a state where it was not only impossible for man, with his sensations and consciousness, to exist, but for any sort of life whatever to do so. Which is to say that the earth, the sun, the solar system, and nature in general, exist outside any sort of consciousness, and independently thereof. Human consciousness only arose as a product of nature, at a certain stage in her development. Any other kind of superhuman, absolute consciousness or absolute spirit does not and cannot exist. This sounds categorical enough. But if we venture to ask, why such a supernatural consciousness could not have existed at that time, we are simply referred to Lenin, who showed, in his materialism and empirio-criticism, that an absolute idea of this sort is nothing other than this same consciousness of man, his thoughts and feelings, but divorced from the actual man, and transformed into a fantasied abstraction. This is the ground for maintaining the primacy of matter over consciousness. But now what is this matter? Present-day dialectical materialism takes its cue on this subject from the definition of matter given by Lenin in his Materialism and Empirio-Criticism. In the days of Marx and Engels, the founders of Marxism, the notion of matter appeared to present no problems at all. In the then state of scientific knowledge, matter was thought to consist in the last resort of indivisible, unchanging, and impenetrable atoms, which constituted its essential nature, and represented the ultimate building bricks of nature. But around the turn of the century it was established, on the evidence of radioactivity, that atoms are made up of still smaller particles, of which the electron was the first to be discovered. This fact suggested to many inquirers that perhaps even the electron was not yet the final unit, and that it might possibly be resolved into still further elements, such that perhaps we might never actually arrive at a last element, constituting the ultimate nature of matter. Under the influence of this discovery, people began to talk of a dematerialization of the atom and a disappearance of matter, or again, to suppose that matter had now been dissolved into electricity. This not only brought about a revolution in physics, but also created a crisis for philosophical materialism. If matter has been dematerialist, it cannot provide the ultimate foundation of reality. Many of the Marxists therefore began to cast about for some other philosophic basis for Marxism. Among Russian Marxists, empirio-criticism then enjoyed high favor. To put a stop to such revisionist tendencies, Lenin attempted to give a new account of the notion of matter from the Marxist point of view. He set out from the consideration that the new developments in physics represented a danger only to metaphysical materialism, which was in search of a final and unalterable essential nature of matter. And according to the stage of scientific development at any given time, it was in the habit of claiming to have found this ultimate nature in the molecule, the atom, or the electron. For dialectical materialism, on the other hand, which makes no such search after unchanging entities and views the world as in constant change and motion, it is clear that it insists on the absence of absolute boundaries in nature, on the transformation of moving matter from one state into another, and on the approximate, relative character of every scientific theory of the structure of matter and its properties. Thus Lenin, from the dialectical materialist standpoint, proposes the following definition of matter: matter is a philosophical category denoting the objective reality, which is given to man by his sensations, and which is copied, photographed, and reflected by our sensations, while existing independently of them. Matter is that which, acting upon our sense organs, produces sensation. Matter is the objective reality given to us in sensation. With this account of matter, Lenin fancies himself to have placed philosophical materialism beyond the reach of any possible attack on the part of natural science. Atoms, electrons, the ether, and whatever other entities may yet be discovered, are all merely landmarks in the understanding of nature through the progress of human science. The electron is as inexhaustible as the atom. Nature is infinite. More recently, a disappearance of matter has often been asserted, under certain conditions, in atomic physics, and analogous arguments have thereupon been directed against philosophical materialism. The two phenomena chiefly referred to in this context are those of the so-called mass defect that occurs in nuclear transformations, and the radiative annihilation involved in the transformation of an electron and a positron into a pair of gamma photons, 1.e, into radiation. Now it is objected against dialectical materialism, that in such cases matter is transformed into energy, and this again is thought to represent a dissolution and dematerialization of matter. But to this exponents of the view reply, not unjustly, that in these processes mass is by no means transformed into energy. Granted that in nuclear fission a mass defect makes its appearance, it cannot properly be alleged that the missing mass has been transformed into the kinetic energy of the fission products, as they fly apart with enormous rapidity. It would be more correct to say that this missing mass has been transformed from rest mass into mass of motion. The latter is taken to include that increase of mass which, according to relativity theory, accompanies every acceleration. Thus, in virtue of their high velocity of ejection, the fission products, in addition to their rest mass, must possess an additional mass of motion, corresponding to the mass defect. By the same token, in radiative annihilation, there is really no transformation of mass into energy. What happens, rather, is that particles having rest mass are converted into particles which merely have mass of motion without rest mass, a process in which the quantities of both mass and energy are conserved. The Leninist concept of matter therefore takes it to be the objective reality existing independently of the knowing subject and given to the knower in sensation. But it thereby defines matter solely in terms of its part in the act of cognition, 2.e, from an epistemological angle. This definition tells us nothing of what matter is in itself, as seen from the ontological point of view. But we do also find within dialectical materialism the makings of a real definition of the concept of matter in itself. Thus Engels took the concept to be an abstraction from, or abbreviation for, the totality of all sensuously perceptible materials. In pursuance of this notion, the concept of matter is commonly regarded in Soviet philosophy as the most general of concepts, incapable of definition as falling under any higher genus. Properties of matter. Among the most important properties of matter is motion. The whole of nature is perpetually in motion. The atoms in every body are continuously in motion, and in the outer layers within the atom the electrons are also moving. Bodies are situated on the earth, which revolves about the sun, which in turn is revolving, with the whole solar system, around the center of the Milky Way. Motion is not an accidental property of matter, but its essential attribute. There can be no matter without motion, just as there can be no motion, on the other hand, without matter. Motion is the eternal mode of existence of matter. It is of great importance to notice here that by motion dialectical materialism means, not merely change of position, but, like Aristotle, change of any sort whatever. There is firstly the mechanical form of motion, the spatial translation of bodies, relative to one another. Secondly, the group of forms of motion investigated in physics, such as thermal and electromagnetic processes, including the phenomena of light, gravitational interactions, subatomic and nuclear processes and the transformations of particles; thirdly, the chemical form of motion; fourthly, the biological form; and fifthly, the social form. The lower forms of motion are also appropriate to objects having a higher form. Thus, in a living organism, biological, chemical, physical, and mechanical processes form an indissoluble unity. In relation to the lower forms, however, the higher have a certain autonomy and cannot in any way be derived from them. Hence also, the branches of knowledge dealing with these higher forms represent independent sciences. This view of motion as an essential feature of matter does not, however, preclude the existence of rest. But the latter is merely relative, holding either between individual objects, or particular forms of motion present in an object. It is in any case a temporary, transient condition. For dialectical materialism, matter and motion form an indissoluble unity. A further very important property of matter on this view is its infinity. The latter is understood in a threefold sense: infinity in time, in space, and again in depth. The first point concerns infinity in time. Matter has never begun to exist, nor will it ever come to an end, and is in this sense eternal. To avoid misunderstanding, it must be briefly observed at this point that the concept of eternity is employed in a different sense from that used by the Christian in speaking of the eternity of God. For by the latter we mean a supertemporal mode of being, having nothing at all to do with temporal duration, the succession of moments, or coming to be and passing away. The eternity of matter in dialectical materialism, on the other hand, implies a succession of individual material phenomena in time, having neither beginning nor end. Since matter and motion form an indissoluble unity, the motion of matter is likewise taken to be eternal. To be sure, the individual processes of matter in CO and Series 2 are not eternal, they have a beginning and come to an end. But seen as a whole, the motion of matter is no less eternal than matter itself. Scientific expression, and at the same time confirmation, of the doctrine of the eternity of matter and motion, is to be found, according to dialectical materialism, in the two conservation laws, the law of conservation of mass, and the law of conservation of energy. They are supposed to state that matter and its motion are indestructible, and hence uncreatable as well. In this connaissection, dialectical materialism is forever delving into a difficulty often brought as an objection to the system from the point of view of physics, namely the theory of the heat death. It follows from the second law of thermodynamics that higher forms of energy, once transformed into heat, cannot be wholly reconverted into their original state. Hence our universe would seem to be progressing towards a state in which all energy has been converted into heat, and the latter distributed uniformly throughout the whole, whereupon all macrophysical processes would come to a standstill. Had the universe, therefore, existed from all eternity, this state of affairs must long since have come to pass, which has not in fact occurred, hence the universe cannot be eternal. To remove this difficulty, the new textbook, Fundamentals of Marxist Philosophy, draws attention to the fact that, according to Engels, the law of conservation of energy has both a quantitative and a qualitative significance. Energy is here understood as mass motion. If, in all the various transformations of types of motion, the total amount of energy remains constant, this represents the quantitative aspect of the law. But it also has another aspect, reflecting the qualitative indestructibility of matter. The latter, according to Engels, represents the never-failing capacity of motion in matter to transform itself ever anew from one form to another. In the Dialectics of Nature, Engels attempts to prove that denial of the conservation law in its qualitative aspect necessarily leads to denial of its quantitative side as well. For if all forms of motion are converted into heat, and these are uniformly distributed throughout the universe, the world would fall into equilibrium and all natural processes would have to cease. The energy expended in winding the world clock would be exhausted, and could only be restored by an impulse from outside it. But this would entail that the quantity of energy in the world is not always the same. This seems, both to Engels, and also to the authors of the above-mentioned textbook, to reduce the objection based on the heat death ad absurdum. There is also another line of argument, often invoked against the theory of a heat death. The claim here is that, unlike the first law of thermodynamics, the second, which implies the heat death, does not represent an absolute law of nature. It holds neither for very small volumes, nor for the universe as a whole, since the latter, in virtue of the infinity that dialectical materialism claims for it, does not constitute a closed system. Dialectical materialism also asserts that the universe is infinitely extended in space. There too, matter finds no limit. Our whole galaxy, together with all the extragalactic systems so far known to us, represents but a small segment of the material universe. However numerous, and however distant the nebulae that may yet be discovered, there will always remain an infinity of others beyond the reach of our instruments of observation. There are two difficulties, derived from modern astronomy and cosmology, that would seem to tell against this view. In the first place, the general theory of relativity has raised the possibility, owing to the curvature of space, of regarding the whole cosmos as unbounded, certainly, but closed in upon itself, and hence as comprising only a finite volume of space, much as the surface of a sphere is unbounded, but of finite size only transposed into 3 dimensions. A further difficulty for the theory of an infinite universe has seemed also to result from the so-called redshift. For if we resolve the light rays reaching us from the extragalactic nebulae into their spectra, it appears that the spectral lines are shifted towards the red. This is commonly attributed to a Doppler effect, 7 cent. It is assumed that the light sources in question are receding from the Earth. If this interpretation of the redshift is correct, the nebulae are retreating from us with a velocity which increases in proportion to their distance from us. But this implies that there was once a time at which the whole material of the known universe was compressed into a minimum volume of space, and that the entire process of development took its origin from some primal explosion of this primordial atom. Attempts are sometimes made to connect this primal explosion in some manner with the creation of the universe. Now the Soviet philosophers and cosmologists are concerned to interpret these modern theories of cosmogony and cosmology in such a fashion as to obviate further conflict with the dialectical materialist doctrine of the spatial infinity of the universe. In the case of general relativity theory, this is not difficult, since the theory itself does not necessarily lead to the conclusion that the universe returns in upon itself, and is therefore finite. It merely suggests the possibility of this. In regard to the redshift, the following counter-arguments are brought into play. Even if all the extragalactic systems known to us should be found to be receding, it does not follow that they are representative of the whole universe. There might indeed be undiscovered systems that are perhaps moving towards us. In any case, it is not certain that the redshift could not be interpreted as something other than a Doppler effect. The third aspect of the infinitude of matter, its inexhaustibility in depth, is also considered, in the new textbook, Fundamentals of Marxist Philosophy, to be among the most essential features of the dialectical materialist theory of matter. 1. We have already seen above that Lenin took the electron to be no less inexhaustible than the atom. In saying this, he may well have had in mind that perhaps one day it might be established that the electron also consists of smaller particles, like the atom, and that in thus descending into the depths of matter we might nowhere encounter a limit, an absolutely simple substance representing the final unalterable nature of matter. Nowadays this inexhaustibility of matter is understood to mean, rather, that new elementary particles will continue to be discovered, that new properties will continue to be ascribed to them, that every such particle can be transformed into any other we please, that every new discovery in this field confronts science with a whole series of new problems, and that unlimited horizons are thus opened up for new knowledge of nature. 4. Space and time. We have just been discussing the spatio-temporal infinitude of matter. But this also raises the question as to the dialectical materialist conception of space and time in general. Space and time, on this view, are objectively real modes of existence of matter. This is directed, on the one hand, against Newton, who thought of space as something real in itself, and, on the other, especially, against Kant, who took space and time to be purely subjective entities, namely subjective forms of intuition. Dialectical materialism attempts to refute Kant by arguing that the spatio-temporal world was also in being at a time when men and their consciousness did not yet exist. If a traveler journeys from Paris to Moscow, he knows that he has to cover some 1,500 objectively real and not imaginary miles, requiring a specific time whose length depends, not on an imagined, but on an objectively real distance, and on the existing degree of technical development. It takes 2 days by rail, but for a modern jet plane, 3 or 4 hours plus. The objective character of space and time does not mean, however, that they exist independently as such. They are real merely as determinations of objectively existing matter. The concept of space gives expression to the fact that bodies are extended and mutually at a distance from one another, of time, that material processes exhibit succession, duration, and development. Space and time have not only their objectivity in common, but also their unlimited character, which merely expresses the infinitude of matter itself. In many other respects, however, they differ. Thus time has only one dimension, whereas space has 3. Spaces of more than 3 dimensions are mere abstractions. To postulate one of them as real would amount to mysticism. The 4th dimension here is not spatial, but is the dimension of time. The true meaning of relativity consists in having disclosed the interconnection between space and time. It has shown that they are not 2 separate and independent modes of material existence, but that they merge into a single such mode, namely space-time. Among further differences between space and time, spatial motion is reversible, whereas temporal motion is not. Space also has the property of symmetry, which time lacks. Space and time, however, are regarded by dialectical materialism not merely as modes in which matter exists, but appropriately enough for materialism as modes of existence of all being. The basic forms of all being are space and time, and existence out of time is just as gross an absurdity as existence out of space. Finally, dialectical materialism advances the very interesting and debatable theory, that according to the various stages attained by matter in the development of its forms of motion, space and time are themselves actualized in different forms. As matter evolves, so space and time also evolve. No less interesting is the view that the infinitude of space and time implies, not an endless succession or juxtaposition of homogeneous, identical units, but an infinite qualitative manifold of spatial and temporal elements. VV. The material unity of the world. Everything we have so far gathered about the dialectical materialist conception of matter has been based on the claim that the material world exists independently, not only of our own individual consciousness, but of any consciousness whatsoever. But it does not rest content with this, for it also attempts to rule out the idea that beyond this material world of ours there might be another, immaterial, spiritual or heavenly world, the dwelling place of spirits and a higher reason or a higher will. To this it opposes its own thesis, of the material unity of the world is one, our material world is the only one that exists. This is supposed to be the lesson of all scientific development. The unity of the world does not consist in its being. The real unity of the world consists in its materiality, and this is proved not by a few juggling phrases, but by a long and protracted development of philosophy and natural science. The new textbook, Fundamentals of Marxist Philosophy, sets forth this scientific proof as follows: the belief in an other world is refuted by the entire development of modern science since the time of Copernicus. Prior to Copernicus, the universe was thought to be divided into 2 spheres, the earthly and the heavenly. The earth was taken to lie at the center. Here, everything was transitory and perishable. Around it there stretched the heavenly sphere, with its ideal bodies, the sun, planets, moon, and stars. The ideal and perfect character of these bodies was seen in the fact that their surfaces were absolutely unmarked and their shapes perfectly spherical. Then came Copernicus with his arguments to show that it was not the sun that went round the earth, but the earth that went round the sun. He thereby cut the ground from under the whole notion of the two worlds. The further dissolution of this world picture continued. Step by step, Galileo turned his telescope on the sun and moon and showed that the moon's surface is irregular, and that there are spots on the face of the sun. Newton proved that the same mechanical laws apply to heavenly as to earthly bodies. Spectral analysis has shown that the same chemical elements are present in the stars as upon Earth. The theologians had erected a further major distinction between the worlds of earth and heaven on the ground that everything there is unchanging and eternal. But modern astronomy has now demonstrated that solar systems, star clusters, and galaxies all have an evolutionary history, and hence are no less subject to the law of development than is the Earth. Moreover, the laws of conservation of mass and energy absolutely rule out any influences that might emanate from some immaterial world and thereby prove its existence. We therefore affirm that never at any time or anywhere in the world has anything existed, or ever will exist, that is not itself matter in motion, or a product thereof. And this is just what constitutes the unity of the universe. VA. Criticism. The foregoing theses of Marxist philosophical materialism are aimed at demonstrating that the material world is the only thing real, and owes its origin to no other principle. All 5 groups of questions dealt with in this chapter are supposed to establish this view in one way or another. Before entering upon detailed points of criticism, an important remark is called for concerning the dialectical materialist theory that our world is the only real one, requiring for its existence no other, immaterial principle. The crucial point here is that the existence of God and an other world is not merely left open by the theory, being regarded as undecidable and thus of no interest to it. If this were so, it could throw the burden of proof on anyone maintaining that God does actually exist. But it is not content with such an agnostic point of view. It positively asserts that there is no such immaterial, otherworldly principle, and cheerfully reinforces the point by adding that there cannot be. This, however, returns the burden of proof upon the theory itself, and it is now obliged to supply positive arguments in support of its claim. What arguments, then, does it have to offer? The main ones we shall now encounter in discussing the details of Marxist philosophical materialism. The great basic question first, so far as concerns the great basic question of all philosophy, regarding the relation of thinking to being, of spirit to nature, we may deplore the fact that both Engels and dialectical materialism forthwith identify both thinking with spirit and being with nature, and then contrast thinking and spirit to being and nature as opposites. For thinking and spirit are by no means necessarily identical. So far as we admit the existence of spirit at all, thinking is merely one of its activities, along with others, of which the most important is the will. Still less can thinking and spirit be set in opposition to being, for they are instances of it. And when, finally, being and nature are identified, it is here tacitly assumed that nature is the only kind of being there is. The basic materialist hypothesis is thus merely postulated, without proof, as a starting point for all the assertions that follow. A second fundamental error committed by Engels and dialectical materialism in dealing with this great basic question, has already been pointed out in the course of our exposition, namely, the equation of the concept of epistemological realism with that of materialism. But these two are by no means identical. Thus I can take up, for example, an epistemologically realist position, holding that the object of knowledge exists independently of the knowing subject, and yet still have no use for materialism, in the sense that matter is either the only, or at least the most basic, reality, and has given rise to the spiritual. But this equation of epistemological realism and materialism is not, however, a purely academic matter. For it enables Soviet philosophy to cite as crown witnesses for materialism scientists and thinkers who were certainly not materialists, but merely take the view that the object of knowledge exists independently of the process of knowing. Moreover, the equation of these two concepts makes it possible to bring forward considerations telling in favor of epistemological realism, as if they were arguments for materialism. Since, however, the philosophically uninitiated normally start out as epistemological realists, and are ready without further ado to admit that the table they see before them exists independently of their knowing it, it can easily happen that they are led into error by the equation of realism and materialism, and take materialism to be the true philosophy. It would already require some capacity for critical philosophical thought to perceive that, in acknowledging the existence of an external world independent of human consciousness, it certainly does not follow that matter represents an original order of being, vis-a-vis spirit, and that the material world owes its inception to no transcendent principle. If we now inquire as to the significance to be attached to the formulation of the great basic question in establishing Marxist philosophical materialism, we see that it rests upon a fraud. Through the tacit identification of being and nature, the question whether nature or spirit is primary is already decided in advance in favor of nature, and by equation of the concepts realism and materialism, a cheap confidence trick can readily be played, whereby men's naturally realist predispositions are exploited to lure them onto the ground of materialism. The Leninist concept of matter. So far as the Leninist concept of matter is concerned, the first notable point about it seems to be its endeavor to detach the philosophical notion of matter from that of natural science. But it should be observed that this conception tells us nothing about the nature of matter, since it defines the latter only in terms of its relation to something else, namely consciousness. And it must further be insisted that, from the dialectical materialist standpoint, this definition becomes tautological. It violates one of the basic rules of any valid definition, viz., that the definiens should not be contained in the definiendum. For if we ask what consciousness is, on the dialectical materialist view, we are told that it is a product, function, and property of matter. The Leninist definition amounts, therefore, to saying, matter is that which exists independently of a product or property of matter. The Leninist concept only makes sense if we regard consciousness as something genuinely immaterial, existing independently of matter. But we then lose hold of the distinction whereby Lenin and the Soviet philosophers seek, in face of the contrast between matter and consciousness, to cling to materialistic monism, the distinction, that is, between the epistemological and the ontological order. The contrast between matter and consciousness only makes sense in the context of epistemology, but no longer holds outside it. The distinction is fallacious anyway, since if the Leninist concept of matter seeks to constitute a definition, it ought to explain what the nature of matter is. The question here is not whether consciousness is an adequate reflection of being, which is a matter for epistemology, it is, rather, the ontological question, what matter sevens, which leads on to the further question, what consciousness sevens in itself. If we now ask, how far the Leninist concept is of assistance to Soviet philosophy in establishing its own brand of materialism, viz., that the material world is the only fundamental reality, we have to come back to the argument already submitted in expounding the Soviet conception of matter. From the fact that the material world exists independently of human consciousness, Fundamentals of Marxist Philosophy draws the further conclusion, that it exists independently of any consciousness whatever. But this argument contains a palpable fallacy. In this connection, we must refer also to a widespread misconception of the Leninist concept of matter. The following view is often to be met with, since, by matter, Lenin simply means objective reality, he has formulated a conception of matter essentially different from that of the sciences, and so broad that it even leaves room for the spiritual, for even a spirit would have to be regarded as objectively real. But in that case, it is alleged, Lenin's materialism ceases to be anything of the sort. This, however, is a misunderstanding, though a passage from Lenin's materialism and empirio-criticism seems to tell in its favor. He there writes, the sole property of matter with whose recognition philosophical materialism is bound up is the property of being an objective reality, of existing outside our mind. But that this conception of objective reality is not to be taken so broadly as to leave room for spiritual being, is evident from various other passages, in which Lenin confines the notion to that which is given us in sensation. A spiritual being cannot, however, be thus given to us in sensation. Nor indeed, as we have seen, can Lenin admit a reality which does not exist in space and time. But this, too, holds only for a material, and not for a spiritual reality. Lenin's realism does not, therefore, cease to be a materialistic realism. Motion and change. We now turn to the properties of matter. The most important of these, dialectical materialism considers to be motion, understood not merely in the mechanical sense, but as change in general. It distinguishes motion, accordingly, into 5 main types, beginning from mechanical motion at the bottom, and ascending through physical, chemical, and biological motion to the highest form of material motion, the social. It may be said to the credit of dialectical materialism that, unlike mechanism, it does not attempt to reduce all higher phenomena in the world to the mechanical, but tries to grasp the specific nature of these higher forms, and thus to find room within materialism for the specifically human as well. It is, however, another question, whether each of these 5 forms really represents a higher stage than its predecessor, if by higher we mean irreducible to the lower something whose properties and behavior are inexplicable in terms of the laws operating on the lower level. For in this sense the first 3 forms, mechanical, physical, and chemical, must certainly be ranked on the same level, since the properties and behavior of a chemical combination, for example, can be derived without remainder from the physical quantum laws exhibited in the electronic shell surrounding the atomic nucleus. Whether life is similarly to be put on a higher level, is a question we cannot go into here. But human consciousness must certainly be so regarded, as will appear from what is to be said later on the problem of matter and consciousness. The acknowledgement of higher phenomena, as such, forces dialectical materialism, in any case, into inextricable difficulties over the problem of how these higher forms of motion have emerged from the lower. But this, too, we cannot deal with here, for the problem of the dialectic must be gone into first. Matter and motion, for Soviet philosophy, are inseparably bound together. There can be no matter without motion, and hence the motion of matter is ultimately self-movement, which is not imparted externally, but springs from within. To ascribe self-movement to matter, in some sense or other, does not, in fact, create any special difficulty. But it is questionable whether all motion in the world can ultimately be regarded as self-movement. When a magnet attracts a piece of iron, for example, can this be called self-movement? The answer will ultimately depend on what kind of unity the world possesses. If it is merely a unity of system, whereby a multitude of independent things stand somehow in relation and coordination to one another, the magnetic attraction of a piece of iron cannot be called self-movement. But if this unity be such that there is no longer an independent multiplicity, but merely a single thing, then it would be possible, in this case, to speak of self-movement. But this question can only be proposed here. To enter into it, would carry us too far afield. The thesis that all motion is self-movement would lead to a serious difficulty, if it were sought to extend it also to the emergence of the higher regions from the lower. Though it may be granted that genuine self-movement is to be met with in the inorganic field, it would not follow from this that all motion or change in the world could be interpreted as self-movement, including that which is involved in the transition to a higher order of being. But further discussion of this problem must equally be postponed, since the question of the dialectic also demands prior consideration here. Infinitude in space and time. A further property of matter has been encountered in the spatio-temporal infinitude that dialectical materialism ascribes to it. Of this it must be said that it represents a mere postulate of the theory, which it lays down in advance of scientific investigation, and which, as noted in our exposition, it will not allow any scientific theory to call in question. Here is one of the points in the system where its a priori character becomes most clearly apparent. Dialectical materialism is constantly proclaiming itself a scientific worldview, and maintaining its doctrines to be nothing other than the latest products of scientific inquiry. But here its true position comes to light. For if a situation arises in the history of science where one of its theories appears to contradict a thesis of dialectical materialism, the exponents of the latter impose on that science the task of seeing how some other solution may be found. This can be seen, for example, in the controversy over the second law of thermodynamics, already mentioned above. Since this law conflicts with the dialectical materialist thesis that the world had no beginning in time, Engels draws the conclusion, that in some way, which it will later be the task of scientific research to demonstrate, it must be possible for the heat radiated into space, to be transformed into another form of motion, in which it can once more be stored up and become active. It can certainly happen, that situations arise in the development of science where a new scientific result appears to contradict some well-established philosophical view. What is then needed, is for both sides to endeavor to eliminate this contradiction, for truth cannot be in conflict with itself. If the philosopher has weighty arguments on his side, it is also in order for him to urge the scientist to make sure that the new theory is really confirmed, that no philosophical misconstruction has occurred, and so on. But the prerequisite for this is that the philosopher should really have a cogent reason for his view. This, however, is precisely what the dialectical materialist does not have, in regard to the eternity and infinity of the universe. The so-called arguments he produces are not physical but philosophical in character, and in this field it is the physicist who has the last word. In such a situation the dialectical materialist should have no alternative but to leave the question open, and to await whatever the further development of physics may have in store. Yet this he does not do. He is convinced on various other grounds that the world can only be eternal. And here his a priorism is manifest. The true basis for his prejudice is plainly nothing more again than his atheistic zeal. For if the world were to have had a beginning in time, it would have been created, there would then have been a creator, and his basic premise, namely that matter is the fundamental constituent of the universe, would have become untenable. We must now go briefly into those arguments whereby dialectical materialism seeks to prove the eternity, and thus the uncreatedness, of the universe. The main topics of concern here are, the conservation laws of mass and energy, refutation of the theory of the heat death, and the possibility of interpreting the redshift in such a way as to avoid the assumption of an expanding universe. There is a basic misconception which first requires exposure. The reason why dialectical materialists go to such trouble in proving that the world is eternal, is to avoid admitting a creation, and thus a creator of the universe. But it is an error to suppose that a proof that the world had no beginning in time would also be proof that it was uncreated. Were it to be shown that the world did have a temporal beginning, that would also show that it was created. But the converse does not hold. If it were shown that the world had no beginning in time, that would not be sufficient to prove it uncreated. Thus Thomas Aquinas, the father of that neo-Thomism which so bothers the dialectical materialist of today, was of the opinion that even if it had no beginning, the world would still owe its existence to a necessary being on the ground of its contingency. 7e. The fact that it does not exist in virtue of its own inner necessity, it would in that event be the eternal creation of an eternal creator. It is possible to dissent from this view. But, either way, it becomes necessary to produce arguments that go further than attempting to prove that the world has existed from all eternity. There are similar misconceptions to be found in the detailed arguments whereby dialectical materialism attempts to prove its thesis as to the eternity of matter. When Engels treats the law of the conservation and transformation of energy as proof that the world is uncreatable and indestructible, he is open to the objection, on epistemological grounds, that these laws refer to changes within the universe. What they say is, that in natural processes where one material structure is changed into another, the sum of the mass and energy before and after the transaction remains the same. As to the origins of the system as a whole, these laws have nothing whatever to say. Temporal beginning or no temporal beginning, the sum of mass and energy in transactions within the system could equally remain constant. Still worse is the logic of Engels' arguments against the theory of the heat death. For a start, he equates the act of creation with a mere winding up of an world clock, which is not what is intended by those who postulate a creation. The analogy of a clock is also defective in another respect. When a clock has run down, its energy is lost. The potential energy of the pulled-up weights, or the compressed spring, has been turned into kinetic energy, and is no longer available, once it has stopped. But when all higher forms of energy in the world have degenerated into the lowest, namely heat, and been distributed uniformly throughout the cosmos, so that all macrophysical processes have come to a standstill, there will have been no quantitative loss of energy, the total amount will be the same as before. The winding up of the world clock would involve no addition of new energy, but a raising of the existing energy to its old value. The more recent Soviet attempts to avoid the heat death, by denying that the second law of thermodynamics applies to the universe as a whole, are subject to the objection that this spatial infinitude of the universe is nothing more than a postulate of the dialectical materialist scheme. Thus, from its postulated spatial infinity, the universe is inferred to have had no beginning in time. In other words, 7f the universe is spatially infinite, then it may, for all the law of entropy can say, have had no temporal beginning. But whether it actually is infinite, and whether it actually had no beginning, are questions still awaiting an answer. As to this whole controversy about the heat death, the fundamental point is that the law of entropy really offers no basis for any conclusive proof of the existence of God. Unlike the first law of thermodynamics, the second is merely statistical in character, and does not wholly exclude its opposite, namely the occurrence of a state of diminished entropy. It merely makes this exceedingly improbable. Given a universe existing from all eternity, and abandoned to the chance gyrations of its atoms, it would go on for an enormously, unimaginably long time, before eventually happening to attain to such a state, for the mathematical probability of this is not absolutely nil. If the law of entropy can thus provide no evidence in favor of an act of creation, still less can it be cited against such a possibility. The question of God's existence cannot be settled, one way or the other, by arguments drawn from physics. The decision rests on philosophical grounds. Point 1. The arguments, for or against the world's temporal beginning, which depend on the red shift, are in similar case. It may be granted to dialectical materialism, that no definite proof of such a beginning can be drawn from this source. In the first place, it is not completely certain whether the redshift has to be interpreted as a Doppler effect. And besides, extreme care is needed in venturing assertions about the whole universe, on the strength of phenomena and laws prevailing in the local environment. But if the redshift can provide no positive proof for the world's beginning in time, the removal of this objection to its eternity is equally incapable of confirming that it is indeed eternal. For though it be admitted that the redshift does not have to be interpreted as a Doppler effect, there remains the possibility that it can be so interpreted, which again would furnish us with the possibility, though not the certainty, that the world should have had a beginning in time. Materialistic monism. As for the dialectical materialist thesis, to the effect that our material world is the only reality and owes its existence to nothing else, the most interesting argument put forward on its behalf is doubtless that which is peddled under the title material unity of the world. The striking thing about it is the supposition made in all earnestness, that religion is demolished by refutation of the cosmological notions of an old thinker like Aristotle. Aristotle had divided the world into two halves, the world beneath the moon on which we live, and the so-called celestial sphere, the region of the fixed stars. Now it really requires a great deal of ignorance or a great deal of conscious distortion, to equate the heaven spoken of in Christianity, for example, with Aristotle's celestial sphere. 3. Matter and consciousness. In the chapter on dialectic, we shall see that dialectical materialism is very definitely bent on dissociating itself from mechanistic materialism. The latter it dismisses under the contemptuous title of vulgar materialism. Its basic error is taken to be, that it makes no attempt to see anything in the world beyond matter in subjection to purely physical and chemical laws, and that it seeks to reduce the higher spheres of life and human consciousness to purely chemical processes. By contrast, dialectical materialism would wish to present these higher spheres for what they are. Life and mind should not be reduced to chemistry. As we shall shortly see in detail, it even goes so far in this direction as to admit that consciousness is immaterial. Consciousness, here, is taken to be a many-level process, incorporating a variety of mental activities: sensation, perception, representation, conceptual thought, feeling, and will. But here there arises a serious problem. How can the relation of mind and matter be so interpreted as to avoid abandonment of the thesis already dealt with, concerning the material unity of the world? If consciousness is immaterial, how can the unity of the world lie, as Engels held, in its materiality? The mind-matter relationship is defined by contemporary Soviet philosophy under two heads: consciousness is nothing other than a product, function, and property of matter, namely the peculiarly organized matter of the human brain. Once so understood, it is immaterial. I. Consciousness as product, function, and property of matter. The conception of consciousness as a product, function, and property of matter is supposed to confirm the internal dependence of mind on matter, and thus to support materialistic monism, the theory that matter is fundamental, and consciousness a derivative affair. In proof of this dependence, Soviet philosophy argues that mental phenomena only occur in formally functioning organisms equipped with a nervous system. The higher the organization of the latter, the more refined and complex are the mental activities due to it. A further argument, to the same effect, is that damage to the cerebral hemispheres in man results in the total or partial cessation of mental activity. The conception of mind as a byproduct of matter is directed primarily against the various forms of idealism. One such form is the supposition that man has a spiritual soul. Idealists of this type agree with dialectical materialism in regarding consciousness as immaterial, but they take the view that an immaterial activity also presupposes an immaterial substance, namely the soul, to carry it on. The reproach of idealism is directed against R. Avenarius in a somewhat different fashion. The latter had already come under attack in Lenin's materialism and empirioneticism, for holding that sensations are not a product of the brain, but are always present in an unconscious form, and only become conscious on the occasion of the effect of the object upon the sensory organism. In Fundamentals of Marxist Philosophy, this view is also equated with that of those modern idealists who, without denying that the brain has a part to play in mental activity, consider it as a mere instrument for the emergence of consciousness, the latter itself being thought of as independent of the brain. The affinity with Avenarius appears in that here too the assumption is that the sensations, perceptions etc., of which the mind is composed, would exist on their own, independently of the brain activity engendered by the environment, and would only make their appearance by way of this activity of the brain. In face of all such opinions, dialectical materialism contends that consciousness is a product and function of the matter of the brain. In thus defining consciousness, dialectical materialism also sets its face, however, against various forms of materialism. To avoid the difficult problem of the origin of consciousness, some materialists had assumed it to be an eternal attribute of matter, just as motion is, on the dialectical materialist view. Others again, the vulgar materialists, saw in consciousness nothing more than a peculiar degenerate state of matter, secreted by the brain as bile is secreted by the liver. The first view is presumably countered by the definition of consciousness as a product of matter, whereas the separation from vulgar materialism is accomplished by supplementing the notion of a product with that of a property of matter. Thus the term product should not be taken to mean that the consciousness produced by matter exists independently, as something external to it, like an apple produced from an apple tree. The physiological processes in the thinking brain, and thought or consciousness, are not two parallel processes, but a single unitary process, whose internal state is, in fact, consciousness. This term internal state of matter derives from Plekhanov, and was taken over by Lenin. According to him, consciousness is an internal state of matter. It is interesting to note that even localization theories, which endeavor to coordinate particular mental processes with specific regions of the brain, are nowadays dismissed as merely pseudo-materialistic. Such theories postulate the existence of specific centers for the recognition of letters, figures, and sentences, for the reproduction of objects, for the self, it. Dialectical materialism objects to this view that it ascribes a single, absolutely isolated, mental function to each distinct point in the brain, and thereby forfeits the chance of explaining how the brain can manifest a unitary, synthetic activity. It thereby necessarily arrives at a sort of psychophysical parallelism, in that it treats mental functions as completely independent processes, having only a spatio-temporal coincidence with the activity of the cerebral cortex. Dialectical materialism also inveighs, on the other hand, against those who regard the brain as a structureless, undifferentiated mass, and see mental phenomena as the outcome of a cerebral activity diffused, as it were, over the whole brain. In contrast to these two unacceptable standpoints, dialectical materialism defines its own position by reference to a view stemming from the Russian physiologist I.P. Pavlov, namely that mental phenomena are the product of an organic interplay between the whole and the separate parts of the cerebral cortex. That individual sensations are not exclusively limited to particular centers, was shown by Pavlov in the following manner: though a dog, with the visual center removed, could no longer distinguish one object from another, it was still capable of perceiving different degrees of brightness, and forms of a simpler kind. 2. The non-materiality of consciousness. Dialectical materialism's second thesis as to the nature of consciousness now tells us that, in spite of its interdependence on matter, it is not to be regarded as matter or as something material, after the fashion of vulgar materialism. The organ of consciousness, the brain, is material. The physiological brain processes associated with mental activity in man are also material in character, but the results of these processes, in the shape of sensation, perception, thought, ideas, etc., in a word, consciousness, are no longer material. A sensation, a perception, an image, or thought, can be neither seen, heard, smelt, nor touched. One can see the organ of thought, the brain, with the aid of a microscope. One can observe the brain cells. By use of suitable apparatus it is possible to investigate the electric currents that flow in the nervous system and the cerebral tissues, but even in the most perfect microscope there are no thoughts to be seen, nor is it possible under any circumstances to weigh one, or measure it with a ruler. Consciousness, thought, possesses no physical properties of any kind, as material bodies do. Consciousness is thus supposed to be something immaterial, but for all that a property of highly organized cerebral matter. The idea of such an immaterial property of matter is so obviously untenable, that since 1958 the fact has been apparent, even within Marxist-Leninist philosophy. Thus George Claus, for example, in his Jesuits, God and Matter, came out strongly for the view in opposition to certain Soviet philosophers that consciousness is material. 1. This was expressly repudiated, however, on the Soviet side. And with the appearance of the new textbook, Fundamentals of Marxism-Leninism, in 1958, the issue was definitely settled in favor of the view that consciousness is non-material. The idealist opponents of Marxism persist in ascribing to it the view that consciousness is of a material nature. They do so in order to make it easier to refute Marxist philosophical materialism. It is a time-honored device first to ascribe some absurdity to your opponent and then to subject it to annihilating criticism. It is not our concern at this point to subject the self-contradictory notion of an immaterial property of matter to critical scrutiny. We shall merely inquire briefly as to the reasons why Soviet authors cling to this doctrine with such tenacity. The first ground seems to be loyalty to the letter of Leninist theory, since Lenin certainly refused to describe thought as material. 4. However, it is a matter, not only of the letter of Lenin's teaching, but also of a most essential feature thereof, which would be cast in question if consciousness were described as material, namely, the Leninist concept of matter, already expounded above. By matter, as we saw, Lenin understands the objective reality existing independently of our sensations, and reproduced in sensation. Matter is essentially defined, therefore, as a counterpart to consciousness. Lenin is thus unwilling to describe thought as material, because otherwise the epistemological contrast between mind and matter, idealism and materialism, loses all meaning registered in speaking thus of an epistemological contrast. Lenin is seeking to forestall a difficulty which might again arise at this point, if the nature of matter is taken to lie in its contrast with consciousness, 7 cent. In its not being consciousness, and if the latter is therefore described as immaterial, haven't we again abandoned the material unity of the world? And don't we then have two principles in the universe, matter and immaterial consciousness? To obviate this difficulty, Lenin has recourse to a subtle distinction. Epistemologically speaking, matter and consciousness stand contrasted, but outside epistemology the contrast no longer holds. In regarding consciousness as a cognitive process, we are moving in the epistemological sphere. In the context of such inquiries, the contrast between consciousness and matter is certainly necessary, in Lenin's view, and matter is then precisely that which exists independently of sensation and is reflected therein. To operate beyond these limits with the distinction between matter and mind, physical and mental, as though they were absolute opposites, would be a great mistake. This has been the position of Soviet philosophy up to the present day. 3. Consciousness as reflection. The immateriality of consciousness having once been made out, the chasm thus opened up between mind and matter has again to be bridged over, somehow, and consciousness assimilated once more, as closely as possible, to material processes. To achieve this end, it is subsumed as a special case under the more general concept of reflection. The latter is allegedly met with, in one form or another, in all types of matter. The basis of this doctrine is attributable to Lenin. He thought it illogical, indeed, to want to say that all matter is conscious, but not to assert that all matter possesses a property which is essentially akin to sensation, the property of reflection. The simplest form of reflection is the physical, 1.e, the reflection of bodies in a mirror. But the alteration of the properties of iron under the influence of a magnetic field can equally be regarded as a sort of reflection, since this change is a reaction of the iron to an external influence. The reflection is determined as much by the nature of the influence as by the specific character of the body that reflects it. With the emergence of albumin, a new and characteristic form of reflection appears, namely sensitivity. For the molecules of this substance react very strongly to outside influences. This sensitivity of albumin is a rudimentary form of irritability, which already represents a biological type of reflection, and appears with the emergence of organisms in the true sense of the word. It is characteristic even of the most primitive of these, the unicellular forms of life. Irritability signifies the capacity of such organisms to respond and adapt to the influences of the environment. In higher organisms, special groups of cells are formed, whose task it is to receive these stimuli, and to transform their energy into some sort of process of excitation. This form of reflection is therefore called excitability. These groups of cells eventually develop into the nervous system and cerebrum. In the more highly developed mammals, a special significance attaches to the cerebral cortex. The function of the nervous system is to provide for the integration of the organism with its environment, and for combining the activities of its various organs together. A stimulus emanating from the environment produces an excitation of the peripheral nerve endings. The excitation is conveyed along the nerve into the appropriate brain center, whence an impulse is then transmitted by another nerve to some organ, and triggers its activity. These constitute the so-called unconditioned reflexes, which occur, for instance, when a dog tears at a piece of meat, and then begins to secrete saliva. In higher animals, and in man, the unconditioned reflexes are succeeded by the so-called conditioned reflexes. I.P. Pavlov, who studied these conditioned reflexes, has shown in fact that salivation can be induced, not only through immediate contact of the food on the tongue, but also by the mere sight or smell of food, and even by factors that no longer have anything to do with its ingestion, such as the sound of a bell, provided that the sight, smell, or sound, have been frequently associated with feeding. Physiologically speaking, these conditioned reflexes consist in the formation of a temporary connection between two centers of the brain. Biologically, their significance in the life of the organism is as signals, indicating favorable or unfavorable circumstances in the environment, that call either for pursuit or flight. Pavlov therefore refers to the totality of conditioned reflexes as the first signaling system. While the unconditioned reflexes are inherited, the conditioned are acquired, and are extremely mobile and changeable. Some can appear, others be eliminated, depending on whether the initiating conditions in the environment persist or otherwise. For the higher types of organism, they thus make possible a very complete adaptation to the environment. The totality of reflexes, conditioned and unconditioned, represents a still higher form of reflection. The unconditioned reflect the standing conditions of the environment, the conditioned, by contrast, the multiplicity of constantly varying factors, and the ties between organism and environment. The conditioned reflex is of especial importance here, since it represents not just a purely physiological reaction, but already constitutes an elementary mental process. In man, this first system of signals is supplemented by the so-called second signaling system, consisting of heard or seen words. This again represents a new and higher type of reflection, radically, qualitatively distinct from that found in animals. The words are stimuli, no less than the signals of the first system. Their peculiarity lies in the fact that they function as stimuli, not in their visual or acoustical capacity, but by virtue of their content, the meaning inherent in them, whereby they become signs or signals for such objects or phenomena as go to make up the first signal system. Pavlov therefore speaks of the word as a signal of signals. Since the word is thus inherently tied into the first signal system, it will be evident that in man the two systems do not function independently, but in intimate mutual connection and interaction, one with another. The second system is a product of the first, and preserves the features and properties of the latter in itself. For Pavlov, therefore, the laws governing the activity of the first system must also govern that of the second, because it, too, is activity of the same nervous tissue. Conversely, the presence of the second system confers on the first the character of a conscious, sensory reflection. That which is reflected in the first signaling system and then marked by a new signal, the word, becomes conscious. This conscious character of reflection in man is its essential peculiarity, distinguishing it from the reflection characteristic of animals. To emphasize this peculiarity, it is also spoken of as consciousness. Plus for Pavlov, the appearance of the second system confronts us with another new property, a further new principle of nervous activity, abstraction, and with it, the generalization of the countless signals of the preceding system. This principle permits an unlimited orientation in the world and is the basis of man's highest act of adaptation, namely science. Thanks to its peculiarity as a signal of signals, the word does duty, not for a particular signal only, but for a multitude of such, having their basic features in common, though differing in detail. Thus the word constitutes a reflection, not of a single concrete object, but of a large number of similar objects or phenomena, and of relationships between them. It is this property of words that facilitates the type of mental activity peculiar to man, namely the formation of concepts, and abstract thought. It is owing to language that our consciousness one's able, not only to operate on what is currently given to sensation, but also on what has previously been, or may yet be given in the future. Hence came the possibility of a mental separation of the property from the object it belongs to, of distinguishing the specific properties of bodies, and the like. This has produced a major enlargement of the sphere of knowledge. Moreover, the capacity for abstraction does not rank as an exclusive prerogative of the second signal system, having no sort of pre-existing pattern in the first. Fundamentals of Marxist philosophy takes the view that abstraction of a kind can already be discerned, even at the level of purely sensuous reflection. For here, too, there may be copying of an object that is not currently affecting the sense organs, but is replaced by another object or phenomenon, namely the signal. The possibility of such abstraction is governed here by the fact that a signal perceived by the sense organs is utterly different from what it represents, so that under different conditions the same phenomenon can be designated by signals of different kinds. Owing to its conscious character, there is yet another important feature attaching to reflection at the human level: it becomes an extraordinarily potent factor in altering the nature of reality. Whereas the animal type of reflection merely allows them to adapt to the world, the human type, namely consciousness, makes it possible to adapt this reality to the needs of man himself. This same conscious character of human reflection also makes it possible for man to subject his behavior completely to the control of the intellect. Man is no automaton, no plaything in the grip of unconscious, irrational forces or blind instincts. Understanding and will play the decisive part in his conduct, and this is precisely what raises him above all the rest of nature, of which, nonetheless, he remains always a part. 4. The origin of consciousness. The foregoing discussions have all been concerned with the question as to how dialectical materialism understands the nature of consciousness and its relation to matter. We must now look briefly into the further question, as to how the Soviet ideology pictures the first origination of consciousness. Two main factors are held responsible: the social process of labor, and language. According to Engels, man owes his origin to labor, it created man himself. The process of transition from animal to man began when, in the dawn of prehistory, a simian ancestor of mankind was compelled by climatic changes to descend from the trees to ground level. The contradiction between the defective natural endowment and armament of this creature, and the brute necessity, under the new conditions of existence, of obtaining food and defending itself against enemies, compelled Australopithecus, along the road towards gradual development into man. With the adoption of an upright posture, the forelimbs became free. In this way this ancestor of man began to employ ready-made natural objects, such as long bones or sticks, as tools for obtaining food, and as weapons of defense. But when he subsequently went on, not merely to take over such objects from nature in a finished state, but to put them into shape himself, this marked the decisive transition from animal to man. The proto-human being thus engendered was already behaving towards nature in a fashion radically different from the animal. The animal adapts itself to nature, and employs what nature offers, as it stands, but man works actively upon nature, and bends her to his needs. However, this new attitude towards nature was also responsible for a new attitude of men to one another. The hard struggle, whereby they were obliged to wrest from nature the necessities of life, compelled them to associate more closely together. This brought them to the point where they had something to say to one another, and so called for a more perfect understanding than could be furnished by the inarticulate noises equally characteristic of the animal level. The need led to the creation of its organ. The undeveloped larynx of the ape was slowly but surely transformed, and the organs of the mouth gradually learned to pronounce one articulate sound after another. The perfection of speech led to further development of the human brain already initiated by the uprightness of posture and made possible the development of human thought. Without words, concepts of things, and their relation to one another could not have arisen, human thought would have been impossible. Word and thought condition one another, neither is possible without the other. Words are necessary, not only to convey thought, but for thinking itself. In reviewing the two groups of problems, matter and its properties, and matter and consciousness, we have become acquainted with the most important of the philosophical issues dealt with in Marxist philosophical materialism. It remains to ask, however, why communism attaches such crucial significance to its philosophical materialism. Here, 2. The reason is to be found in the political importance ascribed to materialism. For if spirit is the fundamental principle, it would appear to follow, in Soviet eyes, that the source of social ills would have to be sought, not in the material conditions of human life, not in the economic structure of society, but in the circumstances of mental and moral life. Such an outlook would afford no possibility of discovering genuine methods for changing the social order. Idealism, moreover, would give countenance to religion. But in the class society, religion plays the social role of a means towards the spiritual enslavement of the masses, and, by holding out hopes of a better life hereafter, distracts them from the struggle against their oppressors. Plus VV. Criticism. In the preceding chapter, on matter and its properties, our discussions all revolved around the central problem, whether the material world owes its existence to a transcendent spirit, or whether it is sufficient unto itself. The question under consideration in the present chapter has had no further concern with transcendent spirits. The issue has been, whether, and in what sense, there is anything of a spiritual nature to be acknowledged within this world of ours, and if so, how this can be reconciled with materialistic monism. As we have seen, dialectical materialism concedes the existence of an immaterial element within the world, in the shape of human consciousness, but regards it as a subordinate affair, the product, functicre, and property of the highly developed matter of the human brain. The primacy of matter in regard to consciousness is supposedly guaranteed by the fact that, in point of time, mind arises after matter, that it proceeds from matter, and that, once arisen, its existence continues to be dependent on matter. The problem of the origin of consciousness. Let us take first the problem of the origin of human consciousness. Here there are two factors especially, to which dialectical materialism directs attention: the social process of labor, and language. The treatment of language as a cause of the origins of thought evidently involves a confusion between cause and effect. The creation of language is supposed to have taken place as follows: the concurrence of numerous individuals in the labor process made it necessary for them to develop a speedier and closer type of communication. It brought them to the point where, as Engels puts it, they had something to say to one another. From this need it followed, that the originally inarticulate noises of the ape became increasingly differentiated and distinct, that the larynx altered, and that speech came into being. As can be seen, the whole process takes place on the assumption that these forefathers of mankind had something to say one to another. Content and concept are presupposed, and it is these that achieve expression in words. So far from man first differentiating his means of expression, then filling it with new content, and thereby differentiating his thought, the process is the other way round. It is a new thought that first oppresses him, then seeks expression, and so differentiates the mode of utterance. Hence it is not language which evokes thought, but the thought already present which creates for itself the possibility of its expression. The social labor process is thereupon left as the sole factor conditioning the rise of man's mental activity. But even this solution does not withstand criticism. The essential thing about human labor that distinguishes it from animal activity certainly lies, for Marxism, in an active, conscious, goal-seeking exertion upon nature, with the aid of tools specially fashioned for the purpose. It was Marx himself who drew this distinction, as clearly as could be wished, in a celebrated passage from Capital, where he compares the activity of the bee with that of a human architect. What distinguishes the most incompetent architect from the best of bees, is that the architect has built a cell in his head before he constructs it in wax. But here arises the momentous question: what led those creatures from whom man first developed to such a decisive change in their attitude to nature, that they one day began, no longer to borrow their necessities ready-made from her, but to produce them with tools devised for the purpose? This question remains unanswered. The creation of tools certainly implies an adaptation of means to the attainment of ends. The as yet unrealized end is already present in the head, 7 cent. In the thinking, of he who fashions the means, and it governs what he does. But this is to credit the toolmaker with the ability to anticipate something in thought when it does not yet exist, and thus presupposes in him the very consciousness whose origin was to be explained. The origin of consciousness is thus ascribed to consciousness, 7 cent. To labor as a conscious, goal-seeking exertion upon nature. Consciousness as product, function, and property of matter. We now come to the question of the nature of consciousness, as understood by dialectical materialism. It is subject to a threefold characterization, as product, function, and property of specially organized matter. But this is so protean and ambiguous a description, that we had better consider its various possible meanings separately. But first a clarification. The term consciousness might be taken, in isolation, to mean either the subject of conscious activity, or the activity itself, or whatever results from it in the way of sensation, thought, etc. The notion of consciousness as that in which sensations, thoughts, etc., inhere, can be eliminated at once, since the repository of these is very definitely identified by dialectical materialism as the human brain. There remain the two further possibilities, of defining consciousness as mental activity, or as the result thereof. Whenever dialectical materialism proceeds, as it mostly does, to subsume under consciousness the sensation, perception, representation, or thought, the term stands for the outcome of mental activity. But it often takes thinking itself to be a part of consciousness, insofar as consciousness and thinking are employed as synonyms. In that event, anyway, the thought process described as immaterial consciousness, and the physiological process occurring in the brain, are not supposed to be two separate and parallel processes, but a single process, of which consciousness represents the inner state. Consciousness therefore means both the activity, and also its result. And, so understood, it is said to be at once the product, function, and property of matter. And here we are already at the onset of disaster, in that these three concepts are ranked as synonyms without any sort of conceptual bond being established between them. But a product is obviously different from a function, and both again are different from a property. We must therefore go about to determine whether consciousness can be set in any of these three relationships to matter. Can consciousness be a property of matter? This would imply that matter has immaterial properties, which would be an absurdity, a contradiction in terms, in which the predicate denies what is asserted by the subject term. Can consciousness be regarded as a function of matter? What is a function? We speak of functions in mathematics, of the function of an organ, and also of the function of an official. Disregarding the mathematical sense, which is obviously not intended here, the meaning of the word can perhaps best be defined as specific activity. It therefore describes, not any activity that this organ or that man may engage in, but the activity for which an organ is formed, or an official appointed. But the specific activity of an organ always corresponds to its structure and special nature. If I am able only to see, and not smell, with my eyes, the reason is that this type of activity is the only one appropriate to the peculiar nature of the eye. But in seeking to treat immaterial consciousness as a function of the matter of the brain, we commit an even greater absurdity than in wishing to see with the ear. For the same reasons, it is equally impossible to regard an immaterial consciousness as a product of activity in the matter of the brain. For just as there must always be a correspondence between the nature of an organ and its specific activity, so there must equally be one between the activity and its result. In order to obtain some definite result, for instance, a new piece of research in nuclear physics, it is not enough for me to set any kind of activity in motion, such as commissioning a typesetter, as best he can, to set up characters at random. On the contrary, must procure a competent scientist to carry out the necessary researches, and then to write them up. Consciousness, reflection, and synthesis. We have noted above how Soviet philosophy attempts to overcome the difficulties that the immateriality of consciousness creates for materialism, by regarding it as a form of reflection, the latter being something that occurs, in one form or another, at all stages in the development of matter. Some further remarks must now be made about this conception of consciousness as a form of reflection. It is commonly made an objection to this view that it misses the point, in that reflection is a passive process, whereas consciousness plays an active part in the process of cognition. To this it would be replied by dialectical materialism, that even in the simplest form of reflection, namely the physical, the mirror is actively engaged in the formation of the mirror image. The properties of the mirror have a definite effect on the type of image that results. The image in a concave mirror is different from that in a convex one. Now the higher we ascend among the orders of reflection, the greater does the active role of the reflecting thing become. It is not the active role, therefore, which distinguishes human consciousness above other forms of reflection. As its name implies, the decisively new thing about human cognition, as compared with the lower forms, is its subjective, conscious, and self-conscious character. It not only possesses the mirror image, but also knows that it does so. An analysis of this aspect of the mind's workings thereupon shows us that it cannot be correlated with matter, as its proprietor or substrate, and hence that it cannot be a product, a function, or even a property, of matter. Dialectical materialism admittedly claims, in addition, that, thanks to the human gift of language, the reflections of the first signaling system take on a conscious character. But it is possible to acquiesce in this claim without drawing the required conclusions from it. In all purely material reflection, even when the activity of the reflector is taken into account, we are concerned with a perfectly objective process. The light ray passes from the object reflected to the mirror, and is there reflected in a manner governed by the peculiarities of the mirror itself. An exciting agent of some kind affects the albumin molecule, and the albumin reacts to it by a sudden change in its physical or chemical properties, etc. When a man sees a tempting morsel in front of him, it may equally come about that his mouth waters. But in man, this occurrence is not the end of the matter. The objective process is accompanied by a subjective one. It is not merely that something is happening in and to him, he also knows that it is happening. He can reflect about it, and about himself as participant, and take up an attitude towards the whole affair. He can say to himself, my mouth is watering, because I see this food, and can also think about himself, and say, perhaps, it would be shameful to let this happening be noticed in any way by others. It will be apparent from this, that human consciousness provides incomparably more than a purely material, albeit active, reflection. It not only sees and does, but knows of its doing, and of itself. In this occurrence it encounters itself, as an ego. This capacity for reflection upon its acts, and upon itself, ensures that its being is, in a sense, duplicated, whereas anything that lacks this capacity expends itself in purely objective processes, and is, by comparison, deprived, as it were, of a whole dimension of being. This consciousness and self-consciousness have one very important property, namely their unity. It is always one and the same self that simultaneously sees the food before it, perceives its agreeable smell, and engages in the reflections outlined above, but this self also knows itself to be identical with the self that felt toothache, say, on the previous day. It is this unity of man's consciousness, and its capacity, just described, for reflecting upon itself, which alone make possible such specifically human mental activities as the formation of concepts, judgments, or inferences. When dialectical materialism derives the conscious character of human reflection from the use of language, it completely reverses the true facts of the situation. Man did not first acquire consciousness by attaching the same word to a multiplicity of essentially similar objects. On the contrary, it is because he has consciousness, that he is able to form the general concept to which the word gives expression. We have seen how, by appealing to Pavlov's physiology, dialectical materialism is able to argue that, in virtue of the first signaling system, even animals are capable of a certain degree of abstraction. Thanks to the conditioned reflexes, it is possible for an object to be depicted in consciousness, when it may well be having no effect at the time on the animal's sense organs, being replaced by some other phenomenon, which serves as a signal. It is possible to arrange matters, indeed, so that one and the same signal replaces a variety of phenomena. Thus the bell might function on one occasion as a signal for food, and on another again as an indication of danger. The feature already apparent here in principle is manifested, according to dialectical materialism, in what is essentially a more perfect fashion, in the signal of signals, 2.e, in language. The word no longer stands merely for a single concrete object, but for a large number of similar things which coincide in essentials, though differing in detail one from another. There is, however, a very important difference between these two types of abstraction. When an animal begins to salivate on hearing a bell, so that the latter serves as a signal for food, this depends on purely physiological processes of association, brought about by the frequent conjoint action of bell and food upon the animal's consciousness. Such associative automatisms can also be produced in man. If a man is told sufficiently often that 2 + 2 = 15, the notion of 15 will eventually enter his head when someone says 2 + 2 to him. But for all that, he will reject the statement, 2 + 2 = 15, as false, inasmuch as his insight into the nature of the respective concepts reveals their incompatibility. Thus the signal of signals, the word, and the concept it expresses, come into being in a fashion essentially distinct from the production of conditioned reflexes, in animals, or even in man. The key to the formation of abstract general concepts, and thereby of judgments, is that it is possible only on the basis of a synthetic activity of the human understanding. What does the term synthesis mean here? If I see a circle, and then an ellipse whose foci lie close together, and yet, despite their outward resemblance, I describe the one as a circle, but not the other, the reason is that I recognize that the second figure does not conform to the concept of a circle, as the geometrical locus of all points equidistant from a given point. In this concept, a multiplicity of different elements are assembled into a unity, and this is not a matter of mere external adjacency, they are seen as a whole, their internal coherence is directly perceived or apprehended. The same is true of judgments, for instance, that the sum of the three angles of a triangle is equal to 2 right angles. Here too, a diversity of concepts is taken together, and as internally related to one another. As with the unification of diverse features in a concept, what matters here is not merely that this multiplicity of elements should be present simultaneously in consciousness. The important thing is the consciousness of their unity and coherence, that the various often discordant factors should be unified in consciousness, should be synthesized, that their coherence should be discerned. But this insight into coherence can be achieved only if, in thus grasping them in thought, it is one and the same consciousness that enters into all these various elements as one and the same in all, and is thus identical with itself in all of them. But consciousness can only do this if, in itself, it is not something spread out or composed of parts, but rather something simple, having, we might almost say, the character of a point. A multiple consciousness, exhibiting different parts or regions, would render such a comprehensive view of multiplicity in unity impossible. Consciousness of the multiplicity of objective moments could not possibly be completed as a consciousness of the unity running through and around such a manifold, if, in spite of its optical dispersal, it did not come to a strictly unitary synoptic focus. The above-mentioned capacity for reflection on the part of consciousness appears, therefore, as a precondition for the synthesis that first makes possible the three specifically human acts of thought, viz., conception, judgment, and inference. But can a material organ, such as the brain, do any such thing? For matter essentially involves always a spatial configuration and a temporal succession. A mutual interpenetration, the simultaneous presence of the one in the many and the many in the one, is out of the question here, and the unity of consciousness would thereby become impossible. To return to our previous examples, we are conscious of the fact that it is always identically one and the same self which sees the tempting morsel now before it, perceives its smell, feels the mouth watering, and then engages in the considerations already referred to, in which it forms concepts and conjoins them in judgments. We know, however, that all these activities are attributable, on occasion, to various different centers in the brain, the centers of vision and smell, the areas involved in the making of judgments, etc. Hence, if all these activities had no other subject apart from the brain, the unity of consciousness, and its synthesizing activity, would be impossible to explain. Dialectical materialism is aware of this point, and hence, as we noted in our exposition, it rejects the theory of localization. But the solution it proposes, namely, that the various functions are exercised, not only in the individual centers, but also in other parts of the cerebrum, or in the brain as a whole, is nonetheless unsatisfactory. The unity of consciousness, and the occurrence of synthesis, whereby sundry sensations are condensed into one perception, and sundry concepts into one judgment, would have to be construed as involving the simultaneous activation, both of the specific center, and of other parts of the brain, whereby the many is condensed into unity. But the other parts of the brain are incapable of achieving this. For however small we imagine them to be, as material structures they are extended and located at a place. But we could not thereby obtain either the phenomenon of synthesis, or even that of reflection. For synthesis, as we said, requires a mutual interpenetration, a simultaneous presence of the one in the many and the many in the one. The various activations of the different brain centers would have to meet, like radii drawn from a number of points on the circumference of a circle, at a common point in the middle. But however small we fancy it, no brain center could function as a midpoint of this kind. For a point is unextended, whereas a brain center, even if it consists only of a single cell, or part thereof, always has extension. Even true reflection, moreover, would no longer be possible, were the center of unity of consciousness to be thought of as an extended portion of the brain, however small. For reflection signifies a kind of dialectic, in which one and the same consciousness stands, in a fashion, over against its object, and then rediscovers itself therein. Yet this is a process wholly unattainable by any material entity. Whether consciousness be regarded as consisting in the excitation of one brain cell or many, it can never stand as identical over against itself, or rediscover itself again in the multiplicity of its own mental contents. In that case, however, all processes of reflecting must remain simply objective occurrences, there being no possibility of the ontological duplication earlier referred to, into objective happening and subjective awareness from within. For consciousness to be possible, therefore, we have to take as its subject, not an extended, material structure, but an absolutely simple, unextended, and hence immaterial focus. This will be no less simple and extensionless than the midpoint of a circle just mentioned, in which the radii meet, but not so empty and destitute of reality as a geometrical point, which is obtained by a threefold negation of extension in length, breadth, and depth. What we need is a focus having content in a fashion impossible to matter at any stage of its development, which not only exists and acts, but is also aware of itself and its doings, and thereby comes into possession of all that it does, and also of itself. And from antiquity onwards, entities of this sort have been called spirits. 4. The materialist dialectic as a theory of universal connection among phenomena. Meaning and significance of the materialist dialectic. In the foregoing chapter we have seen that, according to dialectical materialist theory, matter is essentially endowed with the attribute of motion, and further, that this is to be understood, not merely as mechanical change of position, but as covering all change whatsoever. Lastly, we have noted how the motion of matter is conceived as an ascending process, leading from phenomena of lower order to those of higher, and how matter is supposed to be capable of achieving this ascent from its own resources, without the aid of any extra or supernatural agency. We are acquainted, also, with the three levels over which this ascent of matter is carried out: the order of inanimate matter, characterized by motions of the mechanical, chemical, and physical type, the realm of the organic, in which the biological form of motion holds sway, and thirdly the social realm, whose form of motion is the social, and which includes consciousness, the most exalted product of highly organized matter. The transition from one order to the next is always marked by the emergence at the higher level of something intrinsically new, whose laws cannot be traced back to those prevailing at the level below. Thus an organism, for example, is something that cannot be accounted for solely in terms of physical and chemical laws. We are thus confronted with the following situation: the higher is not formally derivable from the lower, or explicable in terms of its laws. And yet by historical origin it is alleged to have come forth from the lower. Now how can this be? Do not formal irreducibility and genetic derivation rule one another out? Dialectical materialism finds an exit from this dilemma in the dialectic. The development of the world is dialectical, and this is supposed to explain why it proceeds to higher things. The Greek word dialogome, from which the term dialectic is derived, means to carry on a conversation. Now in a profitable conversation it may happen that, by statement and counterstatement, and the emergence of opposed views, both parties come to realize that neither is in the right, the truth lying in some other quarter. Thanks to the contradiction arising between them, both will in this case be led to new knowledge, which neither of them previously possessed. Contradiction appears here as a sort of uplifting force. The same principle was laid down by Marx in the sphere of social development. The class struggle between the bourgeoisie and the proletariat will inevitably lead to the overthrow of capitalism, and so serve the cause of social progress. Engels thereupon undertook to show that this postulated Marxian law was operative, not in the social sphere merely, but also throughout nature. 7.e, that it was a basic law of reality in general. This really marks the moment of birth for what we nowadays call dialectical materialism. It is in virtue of this dialectic that dialectical materialism claims to dissociate itself from what it disdainfully refers to as vulgar materialism. According to the latter, also described as mechanism, there is no difference between the higher and lower orders of phenomena in the world. If life and consciousness impress us as essentially superior to inanimate matter, the reason for this, so the vulgar materialist asserts, is that here the physico-chemical processes are intertwined in so extraordinarily tortuous a fashion, that we are no longer able to pursue all their ramifications in detail. But it is possible, in principle, to reduce consciousness to physiological processes, and these in turn, like all organic processes, to chemical reactions. This explanation, however, is decisively rejected by dialectical materialism. The dialectic is that feature of Marxist philosophy which it has in common with Hegel. But in Hegel, as Engels put it, it was standing on its head, since it was conceived merely as a movement of thought. The founders of Marxism endeavored to set it on its feet again, by identifying the underlying reality, no longer as the absolute idea, but as matter. The dialectic is then no longer the self-unfolding of the idea, but the theory of the general laws of the development of being, where being, as we know already, is primarily regarded as matter. Within this being, Soviet philosophy certainly admits the existence of an immaterial consciousness, but it is merely a secondary product and reflection of material being. From Engels' time onwards, dialectical materialism therefore distinguishes a subjective and an objective dialectic. Thus, the dialectics of development of our notions was found to be a reflection in scientific thought of the dialectics of development of being itself. The dialectic incorporates the most general laws obtaining throughout reality. But they operate differently in the various areas of the real. Hence a knowledge of the laws of the dialectic is not sufficient, it must be supplemented by concrete analysis. Yet it would be an error to suppose that the dialectical laws do not explain anything. Since they represent the most general laws of reality as a whole, they provide, in a sense, the final explanation for phenomena. Hence the precise function of the dialectic is to supply the key to explanation of the multiplicity and complexity of development in the objective world, registered more specifically, Engels enunciated three laws of the materialist dialectic: the law of the transition from quantity to quality, and vice versa, the law of the mutual interpenetration of opposites, and the law of the negation of the negation. In the Soviet Union, until the appearance of Stalin's on dialectical and historical materialism, it was customary, at all events, to adhere to this mode of presentation. In the pamphlet in question, Stalin replaced Engels's three laws by his four so-called principal features of the Marxist dialectical method: general connection between phenomena, movement and development in nature and society, development as a transition from quantitative changes into qualitative, development as a struggle of opposites. The third of Engels's laws no longer appears in Stalin's version. Instead, two new principal features are inserted before the two laws taken over from Engels. This does not mean, however, that the doctrines laid down in Stalin's first two features are not to be found in Engels. On the contrary, Engels also considered general connection and development to be the essence of the dialectic. He just did not trouble to express the fact by way of specific laws. After the appearance of Stalin's essay, his method of exposition was slavishly adhered to, until the de-Stalinization policy came in. Once he was dead, there was a return to the three laws of Engels, though the treatment of them is commonly prefaced by a chapter on the general connection of phenomena, since this connection is certainly the basis for the whole of the dialectic. Our own exposition will follow the order of presentation just explained. Plus the categories. Dialectic is thus an inquiry into the nature of motion in matter. On contemplating the motion, 7.e, change, in the world, the first thing to strike us is that a universal, and thus intrinsically law-like order prevails among individual phenomena. Day follows night, the caterpillar becomes a butterfly, etc. One set of phenomena somehow conditions the other. But superstition and religion would have had men believe that gods or other supernatural beings are capable of intervening in this order. However, science and materialist philosophy insisted that miracles and supernatural occurrences did not and could not exist, and that only the natural connection of things and phenomena existed in the world. The progress of scientific and philosophical knowledge has led to the discovery of numerous forms of interconnection, and created the concepts wherewith to express them. At this point, therefore, the two textbooks, Fundamentals of Marxism-Leninism and Fundamentals of Marxist Philosophy, enter upon the theory of categories, and deal under this head with those which give expression to the connection of things. In other Soviet expositions, the theory of categories is often made independent, and treated in its own right as a major component of dialectical materialism, along with philosophical materialism and the materialist dialectic. Categories are commonly taken in philosophy to be concepts of the highest order of generality, from which other concepts are derived, and which cannot themselves be analyzed into subordinate concepts of any kind. Soviet philosophy construes them in similar fashion as the basic logical concepts, reflecting the most general and essential properties, aspects, and relations of things and phenomena in reality. 1 But whereas philosophy, since the time of Aristotle, has sought the construction of a complete table of categories, the Soviet catalogues of such fundamental notions create an impression of great arbitrariness. According to the Short Philosophical Dictionary, the basic categories of dialectical materialism are matter, motion, time, space, quality, quantity, reciprocal connection, contradiction, causality, necessity, form and content, essence and appearance, possibility and actuality, etc. 2 A complete system of categories is not only not given, but explicitly disclaimed. The two new textbooks deal only with the most important of these categories, and at this point only with those having an immediate bearing on understanding of the universal and necessary connection of things and phenomena, cause and effect, law, necessity and contingency, possibility and actuality, and the problem of determinism. At a later stage, in dealing with the law of the unity and struggle of opposites, the dual categories of form and content are also brought into consideration. Cause and effect. One of the most important and universal forms of reciprocal connection among phenomena is that of causal connection. The relation of cause and effect. By a cause, dialectical materialism understands a phenomenon which gives rise to another. An effect, on the other hand, is the result of the operation of a cause. The cause precedes its effect. But not every case of prior occurrence indicates a causal connection. Thus night precedes day, for example, but is not the cause of this, it being in fact the rotation of the earth on its axis which accounts for both. Cause must be distinguished from condition and also from occasion. A condition is a phenomenon which is certainly necessary for the occurrence of a given process, but does not bring it about. A runway is assuredly a condition, but not a cause, for the take-off of an aircraft. An occasion is a phenomenon which admittedly sets off another, without properly being said to give rise to it. Thus the assassination of the Archduke Franz Ferdinand at Sarajevo was undoubtedly the occasion, but not the cause, for the outbreak of the First World War. The discovery of causal connections is the primary task of scientists. Explanation consists in the eliciting of causes. To explain a phenomenon, one must find its cause. In this, science proceeds from the surface of events to the underlying causes, and from these to causes more remote and general, though they are also at the same time more important. Dialectical materialism is a most zealous defender of the universal validity of the category of causality, and thereby of the corresponding validity of the causal principle. Causal connection is universal in character and applies to all the phenomena of nature and society. Causeless phenomena do not and cannot exist. Every phenomenon necessarily has a cause, for the causal principle tells us that all phenomena in the world are causally conditioned, registered. Its objective and universal validity is defended energetically against Hume, Kant, and the modern theory of functional dependence, and also extended more especially into the realm of microphysics. From the fact that it is impossible to establish with certainty both the momentum of a particle and also its position, as determined by a coordinate system, it follows only, according to dialectical materialism, that the concepts of coordinate and momentum, based on macrophysical phenomena, are inapplicable to the microphysical field. What does not follow, in any sense, is that microphenomena are no longer causally determined. Fundamentals of Marxist philosophy seeks to demonstrate that the causal principle retains its validity in the field of microphenomena, as follows. Modern physics provides a wealth of factual material to confirm the universality of the causal law and the variety of forms in which it is manifested. If, for example, one knows the angle of impact of an electron and a positron and is also acquainted with their velocities of motion, the vectors of both the newly formed photons can be determined. Engel's attempts to derive the validity of the causal principle from practice. We not only see in reality how one motion follows another, we also learn from our own consciousness, how we can bring about a specific movement by setting up the conditions for its occurrence. In this way, by the activity of human beings, the idea of causality becomes established, the idea that one motion is the cause of another. We shall not enter into the question, whether this experiment really proves what is here demanded of it. The answer is certainly that it does not. For, as described, it demonstrates no more than the conservation of momentum. But in such conservation, it is initially a matter only of a functional connection. As to whether the connection in reality is merely functional or indeed causal, the experiment in question gives us no ground for saying anything whatever. If it should appear to many physicists that the category of causality no longer holds good in the sphere of microphysics, the root of this error, according to dialectical materialism, is that they take the mechanical form of causality to be the only one. But this is not so. There are other forms as well, such as the causality in biology, for example, and in physiological, mental, and social processes. In the mechanical type of causality, the cause is always something external in relation to the effect registered. It is characteristic of it, that there can be nothing in the effect that was not already present in the cause. Point 1. But matters are different with the other forms of causality, biological phenomena, physiological and mental processes, and the social activities of people, could not be explained merely by mechanical determinism. Here, in place of simple mechanical motion, science is concerned with a more complex type of development. Cause and effect are no longer alike, there being something new apparent in the effect, which was not present in the cause. Yet another point made here by dialectical materialism, in regard to the meaning of the causal principle, is of very great importance. The causal law insists on a natural explanation for all phenomena, and rules out the possibility of explaining natural and social phenomena in terms of supernatural or transcendent forces. A thorough and consistent materialistic determinism leaves no room for a God, or for miracles and the likes. Cause and effect should not, however, be separated metaphysically one from another. Nature represents a great whole, whose parts are all interconnected in a variety of ways. In this great reciprocal interconnection, every phenomenon which is itself the effect of some cause, is again, in some other connection, the cause of another phenomenon. It may happen, indeed, that within one and the same process, cause and effect exert a reciprocal influence on one another, and thereby change places. This situation is referred to by dialectical materialism under the title of interaction. However important causality may be, it is no more than a special case of the overall interconnection in the universe. The human conception of cause and effect always somewhat simplifies the objective connection of the phenomena of nature, reflecting it only approximately, artificially isolating one or another aspect of a single world process. For in connection with the category of causality, dialectical materialism commonly deals also with the problem of teleology, or finality. 7.e, the question whether things in the world are governed only by efficient causes, or whether ends also exert a genuine influence on what happens, and must therefore also be reckoned as true causes. If we assume that a governance of ends is also operative in the natural world, example in the setting up of the structure of an organ for the functions it is to exercise, in the regeneration of organisms, etc., it is evident that nature cannot have erected these goals by herself, but that they must have been set up by some supernatural, rational, final cause. Dialectical materialism admits teleology only in the human sphere. Thanks to his consciousness, man alone is capable of setting goals for himself, and pursuing them in goal-seeking activity. In the dialectical materialist view, nature exhibits no determination by ends, and hence no teleology. Everything in this sphere is exclusively determined by efficient causality. In so saying, dialectical materialism does not seek to deny the fact of purposiveness in nature, but thinks it possible to explain this in purely causal fashion, exclusively through the blind interplay of efficient causes. Thus if many animals, for example, change their color in accordance with changes in the environment, if the hair is white in winter and gray in summer, this certainly represents an example of purposiveness. In conformity, however, with Darwin's theory of natural selection, dialectical materialism explains this purposive adaptation of the organism to the environment as ultimately due to the interaction between them. Changes occurring in the environment also produce certain changes in the organism. If these prove useful to the organism, if they equip it to adapt itself better and more easily to the environment, they are given fixity by natural selection. Those individuals who have developed such beneficial bodily changes will have been able to prevail in the struggle for existence, while others who have lacked these new characteristics will have been eliminated. The better equipped individuals will have passed on the new characters to their posterity, thereby giving rise to a sort of goal-seeking development of nature in the direction of forming types that are better and more purposively equipped. From the problem of causality, dialectical materialism goes on to deal with the category of law and other related concepts. A law is taken to be a specific necessary relation between things, phenomena, or processes, which proceeds from their inner nature, from their essence. It is not all relations among things that constitute laws, but only the essential ones. This raises a question as to the meaning of the term essential. Dialectical materialism offers the following definition: by essence we understand the permanent internal connections. The essence stands contrasted, as the inner side of things, to the outer and mutable aspects of reality. Here inner and outer are naturally to be understood, not in a spatial sense, but in terms of their significance for the characterization of an object. Furthermore, a law represents a necessary relation among phenomena. We shall have to return later to the concept of necessity. Here it is sufficient to bear in mind that a process is described as necessary when, given the conditions, it cannot fail to take place. Conformity to law is a result of the causal connection among phenomena. If the latter were not causally conditioned, there could be no such thing. As mentioned above, however, the dialectical materialist view is that causal connection represents only a portion of the general coherence of the world. Hence the concept of conformity to law cannot be confined to the notion of causal connection alone, it is wider than that. A law does not always give expression to a connection of cause and effect registered, particularly since the appearance of Stalin's last work, Economic Problems of Socialism in the USSR, great emphasis has been laid on the character of natural and social laws as objective and independent of the human will. Objective laws are supposed, however, to be independent, not only of the human will, but of any consciousness whatever. This is the occasion for further polemic against religion. By a perversion of the notion of a divine first cause, theology stands accused of indeterminism. 7.e, a denial of causal interconnection in nature. The theologians conceive of phenomena in the world as arising, not through the operation of natural causes, but at the behest of God, and of order as being introduced into the world by its creator. Plus the misrepresentation here is that the conception of a divine first cause by no means does away with the operation of causes within the world itself. God, as a first cause, not only confers on things their being, but also their causal efficacy, and thereby conditions causality within the world as well. We have seen from the foregoing, that dialectical materialism asserts a thoroughgoing causal determination of phenomena, and that this leads to the assumption of a strict rule of law and necessity in nature and society. It is thereby committed to the principle of determinism. By this it means the theory of a lawful and necessary connection of all events and phenomena, and of their causal determination. Point 2. Indeterminism, on the other hand, Bedokans, in Soviet usage, the theory which maintains that the natural course of things in the world is not based on law or causality, that men have freedom of will, that their actions are dependent on nothing. Is this to say that everything in the world, down to the smallest details, takes place on the basis of an ineluctable necessity? The problem of freedom in human action may be set aside for future treatment. But even apart from the human sphere, is there, in nature at least, so inevitable a necessity supposedly in force, that it could not possibly have happened otherwise, for example, that this tree should have sprung out of the earth at precisely this point, and not an inch further to the left? Dialectical materialism has no wish, indeed, for its determinism to be interpreted in such a fashion. Engels himself made fun of those who thought that the gaseous sphere, from which the solar system was derived, was already so constituted that it followed as a necessary consequence that a particular dog's tail is 5 inches long and not a whit longer or shorter, or that last night I was bitten by a flea at 4 o'clock in the morning, and not at 3 or 5 o'clock, and on the right shoulder and not on the left calf. For determinism of this type is rejected by dialectical materialism as mechanistic. Its primary error lies in the fact that it tries to reduce everything to a single form of causality, namely the mechanical, and thereby fails to do justice to the peculiarities of higher realms of being, to biological, physiological, and psychological processes, and to the social activity of men. A further mistake of this mechanistic determinism, and the one that interests us in the present connection, is that it acknowledges no phenomena due to chance. Dialectical materialism, however, thinks it possible, by the admission of contingency, to set limits to the absolute reign of necessity, and yet to take its stand upon a true, though no longer mechanistic determinism. The first thing called for is an explanation of the concepts of contingency and necessity. About the latter we have already said something in passing above. The necessary is that which proceeds from the nature, from the inner connection of things, and must inevitably take place. The contingent is that which is not invariant, which has no necessary internal connection with the nature of a process. A contingent phenomenon may either be or not be, it may happen in one way or another. To this there is adjoined a further difference between the two concepts: necessity has its cause in itself, contingency in something other. The victory of socialism, for example, is a necessary occurrence, proceeding from the nature of social development. But that the seed of some plant, for example, should be carried hither or thither by the wind, onto fruitful or barren soil, is a contingent happening, and not a necessary outcome of the inner nature of the seed's process of development. It is important to note that, for dialectical materialism, the contingent should not be regarded as something causeless, without any cause at all. The error of the old metaphysical or mechanistic materialism is seen in the fact that it equated the notion of contingency with that of the causeless, and thereby came to deny the existence of contingency in the world, on the ground that everything that happens must have a cause. The proponents of this theory therefore held the notion of contingency to be a mask for the concealment of men's own lack of understanding, namely their ignorance of the causes of a happening, or the laws of nature. This led in turn to a genuine fatalism. If there are no contingencies, but only the iron rule of necessity, the smallest and most trivial happenings may often have the weightiest of consequences. The beauty of a woman, or the cold in a commander's head, which causes him to lose a battle, can have a decisive influence on the course of the world's history. Dialectical materialism, however, regards this view as nonsense, and thinks to avoid it by its own conception of the contingent, as that which is causally conditioned, indeed, yet in a certain sense not necessary. Causally conditioned, yet not necessary. How can this be? For we have already been told that the cause-effect relation is the basis of law, and that law signifies a necessary relationship among things. Causally conditioned and necessary would seem, therefore, to be inseparable, at least in the realm of nature, where there are no free causes at work. Yet dialectical materialism clings to its view that although chance phenomena are causally conditioned, they do not thereby become necessary. And it adduces examples to this effect. The hail which ruins the farmer's crop is, in relation to his labor and the growth of plants, a non-necessary, accidental affair. Again, a train jumps the rails. The derailment certainly has a cause. It may lie in the fact that the lineman failed to notice that the rails were no longer firmly fixed to the sleepers. But for all that, the derailment is an accident, not a necessity, since it does not follow necessarily from the laws governing railway traffic, and is technically quite capable of prevention without further ado. It will be evident from this example that the specific concept of contingency envisaged by dialectical materialism is this: the contingent is the result of a concurrence of two causal chains, which are not foreordained to concurrence at this particular point, either by their own nature, or by the action of some extraneous cause. In our example above, one causal chain governs the growth of plants, another the formation of a hailstorm. The destruction of the crops is not necessary, if the process of growth is alone brought into consideration. But it is certainly necessary, once granted that the two processes intersect at this particular point. Dialectical materialism sometimes expressly formulates the concept of contingency in this fashion: contingency occurs at the point of intersection of different causally conditioned phenomena. The two categories of necessity and contingency should not, however, in dialectical materialist thinking, be two absolutely opposed, or metaphysically separated from one another. Each interpenetrates and passes over into the other. Necessity is bodied forth from contingency, it beats out a path through a mass of contingencies. Thus the economic ruin of some small tradesmen under capitalism, for example, is the outcome of all sorts of contingencies, such as the fact that a large store has been opened in his immediate neighborhood, where the same goods are on sale at a greatly reduced price. Some other trader in another part of the town may perhaps be able to keep his shop in business until the end of his life. For all that, the elimination of small entrepreneurs in general is a universal and necessary law of capitalist society, despite its emergence from amid a mass of contingencies. There is yet another fashion in which contingency passes over into necessity. We have referred already to the Darwinian theory of natural selection. Here too it can be seen how certain new properties of an organism, acquired by chance, are found useful to it, are fixated by inheritance, and so in time become necessary characteristics of a new species. v. Freedom. The problem of law and necessity is also associated with the problem of freedom. For if indeed, as dialectical materialism teaches, a necessary conformity to law obtains, not only in nature, but also in the development of human society, does this not entail that free action among men is impossible? As with the categories just dealt with, so here too, in the question now concerning us, dialectical materialism rejects any absolute separation and opposition of the two categories of freedom and necessity, an opposition that it again imputes as a reproach to metaphysics. The metaphysicians, whether determinists or indeterminists, take the notions of freedom and necessity to be a pair of mutually exclusive concepts. The indeterminists believe the human will to be absolutely free, and consider its choices to be determined by nothing. The metaphysical determinists maintain, on the other hand, that there is no such thing as a free will, and nothing in the world beyond absolute necessity. The first view denies the existence, in nature or society, of conformity to law, and leads to voluntarism, petty bourgeois individualism, and even anarchism. The second, for its part, leads to fatalism and passivity. The dialectical materialist position is as follows: it admits the causal conditioning of all phenomena in nature and society, but rejects, as we have seen, the metaphysical or mechanistic type of determinism which would exclude all contingency. It is the error of the latter to identify conditioning by causes with necessity, whereas the dialectical materialist asserts that there is something causally conditioned, indeed, but not doomed to necessity on that account, namely the contingent. And he would claim thereby to have staked out an area for the exercise of freedom. Marxism-Leninism certainly recognizes necessity in nature and society, but by no means dismisses, on that score, the concept of contingency. Still less does it dispute the freedom of the human will, but makes it plain that this freedom consists, not in a fancied independence from natural laws, but in knowledge of these, and in the possibility, derived from this knowledge, of deliberately enlisting such laws in the pursuit of specific goals. The theses thus taken over from Engels are thereupon reinforced by appeal to a passage from Lenin, in which the latter actually maintains the very opposite. The idea of determinism, which postulates that human acts are necessitated and rejects the absurd tale about free will, in no way destroys man's reason or conscience, or appraisal of his actions. Quite the contrary, only the determinist view makes a strict and correct appraisal possible instead of attributing everything you please to free will. We have just noted that dialectical materialism gets its conception of freedom from Engels. Since the relevant passage from Anti-Die is undoubtedly a locus class siccus for the communist theory of freedom, and since there is hardly anything in Soviet philosophical literature that has anything to add to it, we shall quote this passage verbatim. Hegel was the first to state correctly the relation between freedom and necessity. To him, freedom is the appreciation of necessity. Necessity is blind only in so far as it is not understood. Freedom does not consist in the dream of independence of natural laws, but in the knowledge of these laws, and in the possibility this gives of systematically making them work towards definite ends. Freedom of the will therefore means nothing but the capacity to make decisions with real knowledge of the subject. Freedom therefore consists in the control over ourselves and over external nature which is founded on knowledge of natural necessity. It is therefore necessarily a product of historical development. The historical development of freedom here referred to is viewed by Marxism-Leninism in the following light: at the dawn of human history, man was the slave of nature. But insofar as he became acquainted with nature's laws, he was able to free himself from this slavery, and consciously to apply these laws to his own purposes. Soon, however, he fell into a new enslavement, this time in the social sphere. The development of private property gave rise to the class society, and men became slaves to their own social relationships. This reached its highest pitch under capitalism, in the domination of the workers by the owners of the means of production. It was Marx who found the way out of this situation. In his materialist conception of history, he discovered the basic law of social development. On this view, the mode of production is the factor which finally determines the whole of social life. Just as, in its day, the knowledge of natural laws had made possible the dominance over nature and the deliberate employment of its laws, so Marx's discovery now presented man with the means for conscious control and shaping of his own social development. The socialist revolution leads to the elimination of private property from among the means of production. It thereby enables man to exercise deliberate control over the productive process, and thus to gain command over the whole of social development in all other fields. Hence it brings about the final liberation of mankind, a liberation not merely in the sense of freedom from exploitation, but in that of a conscious mastery and utilization of the developmental laws of nature and society. This notion also finds classic expression in the writings of Engels. The seizure of the means of production by society puts an end to commodity production, and therewith to the domination of the product over the producer. The objective, external forces which have hitherto dominated history, will then pass under the control of men themselves. It is only from this point that men, with full consciousness, will fashion their own history. It is only from this point that the social causes set in motion by man will have, predominantly and in constantly increasing measure, the effects willed by men. It is humanity's leap from the realm of necessity into the realm of freedom. As to the practical aspects of this conscious shaping of history, the example of the Soviet people shows how it is done. The whole Soviet struggle for communism, under the leadership of the party, is a paradigm of conscious human activity. The Communist Party, in its leading role as vanguard of the workers, gives clearest expression to the free activity of the masses of the people, based as it is on knowledge of the laws of social development. The party guides the whole movement of Soviet society, in accordance with emergent historical tasks and requirements. It mobilizes and organizes the working masses for fulfillment of these tasks. It is the mind and brain of the whole revolutionary work of transformation among the Soviet people. Marxism-Leninism gives a scientific account of the objective laws of development of nature and society, and thereby enables the masses to act deliberately, and no longer in a blind, unconscious manner. Hence, under socialism, the elevation of popular consciousness inspired by the Communist Party, becomes a most important factor in development. It is this force which accelerates the historically necessary progress of the Soviet people towards communism. Dialectical materialism thereby resolves the antinomy between necessity and freedom. They are not mutually exclusive. On the contrary, necessity is a precondition of freedom, inasmuch as the latter is possible only through knowledge of necessity. Freedom is the consciousness of necessity. 6. Possibility and actuality. Reminiscent as they are of the Aristotelian theory of act and potency, these two categories also serve to throw light on the universal interconnection among phenomena. Possibility is a result of the objective laws in the world. It brings a specific tendency of development to light, and is transformed under appropriate circumstances into actuality. Actuality, on the other hand, is a realization of possibility. Dialectical materialism attaches special importance to the distinction between abstract and real possibility. In contrast to real possibilities, abstract or formal ones lack, in the given concrete situation, the conditions necessary for their actualization. Thus it would be possible, even, in a purely abstract sense, that the moon should fall to earth, or that an Indian Raja should become pope. In nature, according to dialectical materialism, the transformation of possibility into actuality goes on spontaneously, without human intervention. But in the social field, however, the practical activities of man are needed to convert the possible into the actual. In the Soviet Union, for example, there is the possibility, within a short time, of overhauling the most advanced capitalist countries. But to render this possibility actual requires the collective exertions of the people, the party organizations and the state. Again, the current international situation certainly presents a real possibility of preserving peace. But to transform this possibility into actuality there is need for the forces interested in peace to band together and carry on an active struggle for peace against the warmongers. The theory of categories comprises a whole series of philosophical problems of the first order. Thus the problem of causality, as we shall see further in due course, is itself of crucial importance for the theoretical evaluation of dialectical materialism. Hence, even within the restricted framework prescribed by the nature of our present inquiry, we cannot omit a more detailed investigation of the dialectical materialist attempts at their solution. Moreover, many of the theoretical questions raised in this context are also of high importance from a practical point of view. We have only to mention such problems as those of determinism, necessity, and freedom. Dialectical materialism itself not only credits these problems with great practical significance in a general way, it also treats them more specifically as of major importance from a political point of view. The idealist rejection of causality, for example, is regarded as typical of reactionary bourgeois philosophy of the epoch of imperialism. Scientific knowledge is possible only by way of an acceptance of causality. The repudiation of this category on the part of bourgeois philosophers is intended to befuddle the consciousness of the masses with the object of installing faith and religion in the place of science. For the bourgeois philosophers' denial of the materialistic causality principle is to be explained on these grounds, that the principle makes it possible to determine scientifically those tendencies of development in capitalist society which point to the collapse of capitalism and the establishment of communism. The dialectical materialist theory of freedom serves, on the one hand, to set forth communism as a necessary outcome of the historical process, but is not supposed, on the other, to attribute so iron a rigidity to this historical necessity as to render superfluous an active revolutionary struggle on the part of the proletariat. Nature and validity of the causal principle in characterizing the notion of causality espoused by dialectical materialism. It may be acknowledged that, whether or not the objective validity of the concept is acknowledged, it gives a tolerably good account of what is generally understood by the term. By the same token, the definition of this concept in relation to the adjoining notions of condition and occasion is very clearly done. Many, again, who do not themselves accept the dialectical materialist position, will give it credit for its energetic defense of the objective and universal validity of the causal principle. The philosophic basis for the principle, which it seeks to derive from practice, is not, indeed, convincing, yet it is true enough that it is from our own activities, especially our acts of will, but also from our commerce with men and things, that we learn directly what it is to be a cause. From our inner and outer experience of causality alone, however, we get no certain knowledge that causality also holds good for all future, and indeed all possible experience whatsoever, and that it will never be set at naught by any future experience. We only arrive at this certainty on supplementing our experience by consideration of the nature of things, and especially of the nature of things in process of becoming. If I have grown up in a village where all the houses are painted red, and have never in my life been out of this village, I shall doubtless expect, on starting a journey, that all the houses I meet will also be painted red. But this expectation will be found erroneous, and corrected by my subsequent experience. I shall also expect, however, that all the houses I encounter will be built of solid materials, and not of some substance that melts at ordinary surrounding temperatures. But experience will not teach me to replace this expectation by any other. Nor is this all, for even on the strength of the most cursory reflection I can arrive at the certainty that there could not be houses built of viscous materials, and hence that all the houses I encounter will always be made of something solid. How does this difference come about? It is due to the fact that the property of being red-painted has no necessary connection with anything described as a house, that it is essentially a matter of indifference to a house, whether it is painted in this or that color, or none at all. Whereas it follows from the nature of a house, that it cannot be composed of anything viscous. Now the causal principle has a similar status. For our purposes we can formulate this in a preliminary way as follows: everything that comes into being has a cause. The necessary validity of this proposition cannot be derived from experience alone. It arises only when experience is supplemented by consideration of the essential interconnections of what exists. We can then see that it belongs to the essential nature of an existent, that it should be caused. How does this come about? The matter can be explained as follows: all being, everything that exists, has its being occasioned either by itself, or not by itself. If the former, this can only be due to the fact that its being is occasioned by its own nature, to that its essential nature is to be. Such an entity cannot fail to have being, for being is part of its nature, just as it is part of the nature of a house to be built of solid rather than viscous materials. But anything that comes into being cannot do so in virtue of any inner necessity of its own nature. If being were part of its nature, it could not have failed to be already. It is thus inconceivable that it should have conferred being on itself. For this would imply a being that had not yet come to be, but to confer being, 7 cent. To be able to produce such an effect, it would have to be in the first place, 72. What did not have being would at the same time have to be, which would amount to a formal contradiction. Anything that comes into being cannot, therefore, have the occasion of its being in itself. It does not owe its existence to any inner necessity of its own nature. It may have being, and might also not have done so. From its own standpoint, its being is a matter of indifference. Anything of this kind is said to be contingent. But if the being of such a thing is not self-determined, and it exists nonetheless, there are only two possibilities open: its coming into being was either determined by nothing, or by the being of something else. Can a thing be brought into being by nothing, 2 cent. Just simply be there de facto, without determination by itself or by anything else? This too would lead to a contradiction. For as contingent being, its existence would be a matter of indifference, whereas in virtue of its actually existing, this would no longer be the case. We are thus reduced to the final possibility, namely, that anything of this kind is brought into being by something else. But whatever brings another thing into being is the cause of that thing. These arguments serve to establish the conclusion, that it is in the nature of anything that comes into being to have a cause. Having found this to be so in any single case, we can thus immediately infer likewise of all cases to be experienced in the future. Here, however, we come upon another point of very great importance, namely, that the distinctive characteristic of anything caused is, not that it has begun to be, but that its existence does not depend on any inner necessity. Our preliminary formulation of the causal principle was that everything that comes into being has a cause. It now appears that we should have stated it more exactly as follows: everything which does not exist in virtue of an inner necessity, has a cause. In so saying, we have now established also a point of vantage from which to appraise the dialectical materialist doctrine of causality and the causal principle. A first conclusion to be drawn from the foregoing in regard to the dialectical materialist position is as follows: in asking whether the world as a whole had a cause or not, nothing turns on whether it had, or did not have, a beginning in time, whether it began, or did not begin, to exist. The question that really matters is whether the world exists from an inner necessity of its own nature, such that, as a whole, it could not have failed to be, or whether, in itself, it is indifferent as to its being, or in other words is contingent. When dialectical materialism goes about to prove that the world had no beginning in time, and takes this as a demonstration of the fact that it was not created, and thus not caused, the issue here has not been correctly put. For if it be established that the world is contingent, and thus intrinsically indifferent as to its being or non-being, then it must have been caused, even if it be supposed to exist without any beginning in time. The contingency of the world can, as a matter of fact, be demonstrated from its susceptibility to change. But this is a question not directly at issue here, and would take us off the point. It is enough to have set forth the misconception underlying the arguments put forward on this matter. There is also a second conclusion to be drawn from our analysis of the principle of causality. As we have already noted, for dialectical materialism the principle implies that all phenomena in nature and society have a natural, mundane cause, and hence that there is no room left for God, or miracles, and the like. This is a completely arbitrary restriction. For how can the theory establish such a claim? The causal principle requires only that a newly emergent state of affairs, or one whose existence does not arise from any inner necessity, should have some cause or other. Nor is this all, for if it be maintained that phenomena within a system can only be determined by causes intrinsic to the system itself, this would imply, for example, that vital processes in an organism can only be occasioned by causes internal to that organism. An effect due to radioactivity, say, would then be ruled out as impossible. Our analysis yields furthermore a third consequence in regard to the theory of dialectical materialism. As seen already, the theory holds that it is only in mechanics that the effect can never surpass the degree of perfection of the cause. In higher regions, this is no longer alleged to be so. Here it is said to be possible for a new element to appear in the effect, which was not yet present in the cause. This is a misconceived view. It can be understood in a correct sense, and also in a wrong one. It is true, for example, that the seed, as cause of the plant, gives rise to something new, which was not present in the same fashion in the cause, whereas in the collision, for example, between a moving particle and a stationary one, the cause brings about a similar effect. Dialectical materialism seems, however, to interpret its own principle in a different sense, namely as a case of ontological surplus value. What it thereby wishes to assert, no doubt, is that phenomena of a lower order of being can bring forth those of a higher order, that inanimate matter, for example, has brought forth life, whereas it is only organic matter that has produced man and his consciousness. But this again would involve a completely arbitrary restriction of the causal principle. Even the plain man can see at once that not any cause will do to produce a given effect, but that it has to be one which really constitutes a sufficient ground therefor. Thus the energy of a torch battery is inadequate to power a jet aircraft, nor can a piece of scientific research be produced by setting a monkey to pound at random on a typewriter. Another reflection of a more philosophical kind confirms the untenability of the dialectical materialist view. For if the effect were to surpass the cause in perfection and potency of being, the surplus in the effect would have no sufficient reason for its existence. It would be undetermined. But as the foregoing analysis has shown, this cannot be the case. To our examples, just given, of the torch battery and the monkey on the typewriter, it might perhaps be objected that the impossibility in these instances arises from setting too great a difference of level between the cause and the effect. In practice it is not a matter of such wide leaps, but of tiny changes brought about by mutation. But to this it may be replied that the situation is not thereby altered in principle, but only in degree. If the energy of a torch battery is unequal to the task of getting a jet aircraft off the ground, it is no less unequal to driving a tramcar, or even to lighting an ordinary desk lamp, etc. An apparent preponderance of the effect over the cause may often, perhaps, be due to the fact that various other causes, or even a vast multitude of what may frequently be hidden causes, have contributed to its occurrence. But even in this case it is evident that there cannot be more in the effect than in all the causes taken together. Nor does it make any essential difference, if recourse be had to reciprocity. It is possible, indeed, for an effect to become later, in its turn, the cause of some other phenomenon, and it may even exert some sort of influence on its own cause, thereby becoming a cause in relation to what caused it. But it can never be simultaneously both effect and cause in the same respect. So even by separating off the case of reciprocity, we cannot arrive at any spontaneous upward development. For in true reciprocity, the reciprocal causes condition one another in different respects, and thereby between them produce a new effect, based on both causes taken together. Dialectical materialism also claims that, in virtue of the universal interconnection in the world, the latter becomes in some sense causa sua, or cause of itself, the world therefore needs no other worldly force, to propel its development. But this, too, is a misunderstanding. Universal reciprocity can occur in the world, insofar as the latter in general zs. But this being or existence of the world as a whole cannot therefore be a consequence of such reciprocity. On the contrary, as our previous analysis has shown, its being as a whole itself requires further justification, which reciprocity fails to provide. For the latter takes place through mutual determination among the totality of individual phenomena, and thus presupposes the being of the totality in question. But the very point at issue here is the being of the world as a whole. There is yet a further possible misunderstanding to be guarded against in connection with our analysis of the causal principle. We were speaking of things and states of affairs which are not grounded in themselves, and must therefore find their cause in something other. But this must not be taken to mean that there could be no inner causes within a closed system, such as an organism. This was precisely our reason for speaking, not merely of things, but more generally of states of affairs. For some part of a closed system, such as an organ within an organism, would naturally be capable of operating causally on some other part. It is then just a matter of genuine causes and effects within a closed system. Thus our notion of cause does not rule out the possibility of self-movement, and does equally little to exclude the possibility of the state of affairs which dialectical materialism describes as the struggle of opposites, and of which we shall have more to say in the next section. Yet in all these cases we are nonetheless concerned with real causes, where the causal principle, and all that follows therefrom, retains its validity. And from this we see, in particular, that however much be allowed to self-movement and the struggle of opposites, they can furnish no sole or sufficient basis for explaining how the world spontaneously evolves to higher levels of potential being. After this full examination of the Soviet theory of causality, it would be desirable to say something on the subject of teleology. But it is quite impossible, in the space at our disposal, to determine whether a true teleology does, or does not, manifest itself in nature. We must therefore confine ourselves to two brief remarks about the Soviet view of the matter. As already noted, dialectical materialism rejects teleology, though not the presence of purposiveness in nature. It seeks to explain the occurrence of the latter in purely causal fashion, by efficient causes, without any true determination by goals. The possibility of this is derived from the Darwinian theory of natural selection. But the answer to this is that here the explicandum is already presupposed. For natural selection, as the dialectical materialist would admit, implies a purposive adaptation of the organism to its environment. It also presupposes the possibility of inheriting such new and improved characteristics as may arise. But inheritance itself is one of the most striking examples of purposiveness in nature. In other words, it is only by tacitly assuming purposiveness in one aspect, that dialectical materialism professes to explain it in another. We must also take note of the fact that here, as so often, dialectical materialism presents a very distorted version of the opposing view. The allegation that supporters of teleology wish to replace efficient by final causes is just simply false. There is no question of replacing efficient causes, they are merely to be utilized and incorporated into a higher scheme. Can contingency set limits to necessity? The theory of necessity, contingency, and freedom, of determinism and indeterminism, also gives rise to a very important complex of problems. But whereas, in their treatment of causality, we could concede to the Soviet philosophers that the relevant concepts of cause, effect, and so on, were well and clearly defined, this can no longer be said, unfortunately, in the present case. What does it mean, for example, to say of necessity that the necessary has its cause in itself? Apart from the incorrect use of the concept of cause, this would identify such a phenomenon with an absolute, infinite being, namely God. For if the necessary phenomenon derives its being from itself, this, as already seen, can only come about if it exists on the basis of an inner necessity of its own nature. In other words, the nature of this phenomenon would be being itself, and it would thus be a necessarily existing being. But if its nature resides in being itself, it incorporates everything that can possibly exist, and would be the infinite necessary being, God. It is obvious, however, that it is not in the sense that dialectical materialism wishes to speak of a necessity having its cause in itself. What it doubtless has in mind is a process such as the growth of a plant, which by chance happens to be destroyed by a storm. For dialectical materialism, the growth of this plant is a necessary process, since in some sense it carries the cause of its growth within itself. But it must be noted that this inner cause only functions as a necessary occasion for the growth of the plant in the presence of appropriate external conditions. In any case, strictly speaking, we ought not to speak of the plant having its cause in itself. What we should say is that it has the cause of its growth in itself. Similar inaccuracies attach to the other major concepts employed in this connection. When contingency is defined as that which has its cause in something else, that is certainly true enough of the contingent, but as a definition it is inadequate, since even necessary phenomena may have their cause in something other than themselves. If an electric bulb lights up as soon as the current is switched on, that is certainly a necessary phenomenon, but its cause does not lie in the bulb itself. It would be much better to define the contingent as that which results from the concurrence of two or more unrelated chains of causality. The concept of indeterminism is also utterly distorted. This term is normally taken to imply a particular solution to the problem of free will. It says nothing at all as to whether or not there are laws underlying the natural course of things in the universe. And if, in addition to the denial of such natural lawfulness, the indeterminist is further accused by dialectical materialism of believing the human will to be absolutely free, that is a form of indeterminism which has few remaining adherents today. The majority of indeterminists certainly admit some influence on the part of motives, and some dependence of willing upon the general disposition of the agent, but maintain nonetheless that the will has the capacity to choose or not to choose, to will this or that. This being understood, we now come to the main problem dealt with by dialectical materialism in this connection. Is the necessity operative in nature and society of so rigid a kind that it determines the course of the world's evolution univocally, down to the last detail, so that this dog's tail, for example, must be just 5 inches long and not a whit more or less? We have seen how dialectical materialism rejects such a necessity as metaphysical or mechanistic. Why? Because it leaves no room for contingencies. Necessity is supposed to be present in the world only in inseparable connection with contingency. But what is contingency? We have seen how dialectical materialism quite rightly wishes to see it regarded, not as something causeless, but as resulting from the concurrence of two causes unrelated to each other. But if the contingent is likewise regarded as causally conditioned, it becomes just another case of necessity. To go back to our earlier example of the hailstorm, the destruction of the plant is certainly not necessary. If one takes only one of the two intersecting causal sequences into account, it is not necessary either as seen from the point of view of the plant's growth, or from that of the process of the hailstorm's formation. Yet if one looks at the matter from a viewpoint which makes no abstraction of any particular aspect, but takes in all sides of the object and all the factors contributing to the event, it has to be admitted that the destruction of this plant really did become necessary, as soon as the causal chains leading to it were set in operation. When dialectical materialism characterizes such a contingent phenomenon by the formula causally conditioned, but not necessary, this simply will not do. It would be better to say, this phenomenon is contingent, with respect to individual causal chains, but necessary in relation to the whole. It will be evident, therefore, that contingency alone cannot help us to escape from the domain of strict necessity. To break this dominion, another factor is required, namely freedom. Only if one of the various causes which coincide in a contingent happening is, in fact, a freely operating cause, does this contingent happening cease to be ultimately necessary? This is evidently the situation in two of the instances of contingent occurrences referred to above, namely the case of the flea bite at 4 in the morning, and the case of the derailed train. In both these instances the contingency depends, in part at least, on freely operating causes. In the first, the occurrence of the flea bite at precisely 4 in the morning is undoubtedly affected by the fact that I went to bed at 10 o'clock and not 12, and that on the previous day I boarded an overcrowded tramcar, in which I picked up the flea. That all this happened, however, was due to my own free decisions. Similarly, the occurrence of the railway accident is attributable to the negligence of the lineman. We see, therefore, that there is after all some truth in the dialectical materialist formula, causally conditioned, but not necessary. There are phenomena which are indeed causally conditioned without being necessary. And these are events which derive from free causes. Not every sort of contingency is included therein, but only such as occur at least with the cooperation of a freely acting cause. Freedom and consciousness of necessity. This brings us to the dialectical materialist theory of freedom. The following argument is often put forward against Marxism. It maintains that history is governed by objective laws, and therefore leaves no room for human free will. We do not find this a cogent objection. For in a large number of irregular instances it may be possible to find a certain orderliness, despite the prevailing irregularity and unpredictability of the individual case. Statistical laws depend upon this very fact. In microphysics, for example, it may happen that one cannot predict with certainty whereabouts within a local measurement an electron will be found. But, given a large number of such measurements, it can be predicted that the electron will be found in approximately such and such a percentage of cases here, and in such and such a percentage there. Thus, in spite of irregularity in detail, there is a certain regularity apparent in the behavior of the group. And this can also be applied to human behavior. Even if it be assumed that every individual has the power of free decision, it is perfectly possible for laws to be established governing the average behavior of the multitude, as, for instance, that countries with a high standard of living often also exhibit an exceptionally high suicide rate. We thus have no wish to dispute that the Marxist theory of historical necessity leaves room for human free will. And we are glad to note that, in the Short Philosophical Dictionary, it is expressly stated that Marxism does not deny the freedom of the will. In what follows, therefore, there are two questions in particular need of investigation: whether the concept of freedom, as formulated after Engels, is correct, and whether the freedom of the will thus explicitly acknowledged is not rendered impossible by other doctrines of dialectical materialism. Engels, as we know, gives a twofold definition of the concept of freedom, firstly as the consciousness of necessity, and then again as the capacity of being able to decide out of knowledge of the matter in hand. Consciousness of necessity means, in this connection, knowledge of natural laws, and the possibility thereby created of allowing them to work deliberately towards specific ends. Of this definition of the concept of freedom we may observe that what it gives expression to is, not the nature of freedom as such, but merely one of the preconditions for man's ability, in acting upon the external world, to set and realize goals for himself. In a natural environment consisting, not of an ordered cosmos, but of a disordered chaos, man would be unable either to propose goals for himself or to realize them in free activity. But all this amounts to no more than a condition for the exercise of human freedom. It is, however, very plainly evident, in this portion of the dialectical materialist theory of freedom, how human freedom is necessarily connected with human knowledge. The first of Engels' proposed definitions of freedom therefore represents a mere precondition for free action in specific situations. It can be said of the second that it expresses the nature of man's freedom very well. It remains to inquire whether the realization of this notion of freedom in man, as understood in Marxist philosophical materialism, is not rendered impossible by other doctrines of dialectical materialism. And this is in fact the case. For freedom essentially presupposes human knowledge, a recognizing and weighing of pros and cons, a consideration of whether to yield to this motive or that, a judgment, and then, following that, a decision. But now, as we have seen in the section on matter and consciousness, dialectical materialism, with the philosophical means at its disposal, is incapable of explaining human mental activity, still less, therefore, is it in a position to account for free voluntary decisions based upon such activity. We have just noted that the element of knowledge certainly constitutes a necessary precondition for freedom, but yet that freedom does not formally consist in this, but rather in the capacity for coming to decisions. This also has a concrete bearing upon that leap into the realm of freedom of which mention was made above. Soviet propaganda makes use of Engels' theory of freedom as the consciousness of necessity in order to proclaim that this realm of freedom has been realized in the Soviet Union. And this because the masses, led by the Communist Party, and relying on knowledge of the objective laws of social development, are provided with the possibility of consciously constructing their own social life. But here the essence of freedom is again taken to be the consciousness of necessity, the mere knowledge of necessary laws. We have pointed out, however, that though in specific cases this knowledge represents a precondition for the possibility of pursuing freely selected goals, the true nature of freedom consists in the possibility of coming to decisions. To be able, therefore, to speak of a realization of the realm of freedom, it would be necessary that the masses themselves should also have the chance of deciding what is to happen. But the leading role of the party consists precisely in the fact that all the essential decisions are made by it alone. The laws of the materialist dialectic. The law of the transformation of quantitative changes into qualitative. At the beginning of the last chapter we noted that dialectical, in contrast to mechanistic, materialism recognizes a true evolution of matter from lower and simpler forms to higher and more perfect ones. It is the task of this first dialectical law to explain how such an emergence of new and higher forms can take place. The dialectical materialist account of the matter runs as follows: the development of individual phenomena is at first of a purely quantitative kind, it consists in a steady, imperceptible increase or diminution of some property or feature in the developing object. But this can only go on up to a certain critical point, determined by the current constitution of the object. Once this is reached and surpassed, there follows a sudden qualitative change, the thing is transformed into something else, the old gives way to something new. By quality, dialectical materialism understands the determination inseparably associated with the object itself, the totality of all essential features which endow the object with a relative stability and distinguish it from other objects. Thus quality denotes the totality of those essential marks which go to make an object what it is. Quantity, on the other hand, denotes a more external determination, characterizing the object in respect of the level of development of its properties, such as size, extension, number, speed of movement, intensity of coloring, etc. Within certain limits the quantity of a determination may vary, without altering its quality, but this applies only within a given range. The limits wherein quantitative changes have no effect on the quality of an object are called by dialectical materialism its measure. It represents in a sense the unity and interconnection of quality and quantity. This all becomes somewhat clearer by reference to the examples which dialectical materialism appeals to in confirmation of the law. From Engels' time onwards there is reference at this point to the changes in overall constitution that result from heating or cooling. Thus water remains water, whether its temperature be 20 degrees, 40 degrees, or go degree centigrade. But once the limit of 100 degrees is exceeded, the water changes its quality and becomes steam. In similar fashion, the quantitative alteration of an object by dividing it into ever smaller particles eventually reaches a limit, where further division implies, no longer a quantitative, but a qualitative change, an essential transformation of the object, this limit being found at the molecular level. If the molecule is broken up into its constituents, we obtain atoms, whose properties differ essentially from those of molecules. But this law celebrates its most important triumphs, so Engels tells us, in the field of chemistry. The various quantitative combinations of the same elements yield substances of very diverse quality. The law also makes its appearance in Mendeleev's periodic table of the elements. Quantitative changes in the number of charged particles in the nucleus again yield elements of a qualitatively different type. The relation between quantity and quality is not, however, one-sided. For qualitative changes in turn determine quantitative ones. Thus cooperation, for example, is a qualitatively new form of production as compared with that of the individual entrepreneur. Quantity here gives rise to a new quality. But the reverse is also true. Cooperation gives rise to a higher productivity of labor. On the strength of all this, the law is formulated as follows. The law of the transformation of quantitative changes into qualitative states that small, initially imperceptible quantitative changes, by gradual accumulation up to a specific level, destroy the measure of the object and produce fundamental qualitative changes, whereby the objects are altered, the old quality disappears, and a new one comes into being. One consequence of this law is that individual processes of development in the world exhibit two separate forms or phases, the first purely evolutionary, but the second revolutionary. The evolutionary consists of quantitative modifications, while the revolutionary form involves a qualitative change. Dialectical materialism champions this doctrine against two rival views which it holds to be fallacious. Popular evolutionism, on the one hand, is willing to acknowledge only gradual and purely quantitative types of change, while at the opposite pole there stands another, equally erroneous conception, which admits only leaps and revolutions, without any gradual transitions at all. An example of the latter is presented by Cuvier's cataclysmic theory, which sought to attribute the emergence of new organic forms to catastrophes occurring from time to time in nature. Dialectical materialism, on the contrary, holds both forms to be essential to the world's development, on the one hand, the gradualness of quantitative change, and on the other the more or less sudden emergence of qualitative change, representing a leap in development. This notion of a leap is of great importance here. It has a twofold meaning: first, that at this stage of development a fundamental, intrinsic change takes place; second, that there is a breach of continuity, the old vanishes into nothingness, and something new makes its appearance. To this one might add that it generally occurs much more rapidly than the quantitative changes do. Though this does not imply that it must always happen in a single moment of time. The most momentous leaps of this kind in the world's development are the emergence of life from inorganic matter, and then, at a later stage of evolution, the emergence of human consciousness. But again there are various qualitative leaps within these fields as well, thus the appearance of new types of organism, for example, may represent a qualitative leap in the course of organic evolution. The theory of the transition of quantitative changes into qualitative is also accorded enormous political significance. The dialectical theory of the transformation of quantitative changes into qualitative derives its great social importance from the fact that it justifies the lawfulness, the necessity, of social revolutions when passing from an obsolete order of society to a new and more progressive one, as in the transition, for example, from feudalism to capitalism, and from capitalism to socialism. In the field of social development, the leap of transition to a new quality is represented by the revolutionary transformation of the form of society. This, in the Soviet view, is why bourgeois philosophy accounts for social development by clinging to popular evolutionist theories, and invokes them in defense of the capitalist system. It conceives of the process in purely evolutionary terms, without revolutionary upheavals, and regards revolution as something contrary to nature. But now it has long been argued against Marxism, that this law ought properly to apply also to a socialist society, assuming what is claimed for the law of the materialist dialectic, that it represents a universal law of being governing all reality whatsoever. Even in a socialist society, then, according to this law, an early and evolutionary phase of development ought to be succeeded by a later revolutionary one, a leap of transition towards a new and higher form of society. Now this very consequence is supposedly avoided by recourse to the doctrine already mentioned, namely that the leap can take place with more or less suddenness, and thus in a more or less violent way. Many qualitative transitions are accomplished in a moment, as in nuclear chemistry, for example, where the passage from one element to another does not involve any gradual increase in the nuclear charge. But there are also transitions where the quality of the object is not altered at once, but only in a gradual fashion. These are true qualitative transitions nonetheless, since there is a basic alteration, accompanied by a breach of continuity and an abolition of the old. Such gradually accomplished leaps in quality are manifested, for example, in the emergence of new biological species, and particularly in the appearance of man. In the social sphere, these gradual leaps in quality are to be found above all in the development of socialist society. In his letters on linguistics, Stalin pointed out that in a socialist society the leaps take on an essentially different character. Only in a class society do they take the form of explosions. In the classless Soviet society, on the other hand, they occur quite differently. Stalin illustrates this new character of the leaps by the example of the introduction of the kolkhoz. But that revolution did not take place by means of an explosion, that is, by the overthrow of the existing government power and the creation of a new power, but by a gradual transition from the old bourgeois system in the countryside to a new system. Lack of political upheavals and gradualness are thus the leading characteristics of these non-explosive leaps in quality. The textbook Fundamentals of Marxist Philosophy also expounds the doctrine of gradual leaps in the development of socialist society in a spirit very similar to that of Stalin's theory. Since, under socialism, there are no longer any classes inimical to progress, the need to overthrow political authority falls into abeyance. Moreover, the transition to the new form of organization is carried out consciously, on the basis of knowledge of the laws of social development. Both these factors ensure that the preliminary periods of purely evolutionary development are abbreviated, and that the process of development is speeded up. There is no longer any such sharp separation between evolutionary and discontinuous phases of development. The changes are accomplished by way of a gradual withering of the old and the access of elements of the new. Thus in socialist society the characteristic feature is the gradualness of qualitative change, though this naturally does not exclude sudden, instantaneous changes in such fields as those of technology, science, etc. 2. The law of the unity and struggle of opposites. The law we have just been discussing, of the transformation of quantity into quality, portrays after a fashion the mechanism whereby a process of qualitative transformation goes on. It is the task of the law we are now to deal with to lay bare the source of this forward and upward movement towards new and higher things, the trigger which sets the whole process in motion. In his unfinished essay on dialectics, Lenin distinguishes two conceptions of development. The first is that which we have already encountered above as popular evolutionism, namely the mechanist view. It conceives of development merely as a matter of decrease and increase, as a constant repetition, in augmented or diminished form, of what was already present from the start. Lenin contrasts this notion with that of dialectics. The latter understands development as a unity of opposites. Point 1 As to the question of where the movement comes from, the mechanist view locates the source outside the moving thing. Thus a thing starts moving when it receives an impulse, or to put it more generally, a situation changes when it is subject to an influence from outside. But this must logically lead to the postulation of a first mover in the Aristotelian sense, which produces movement without itself being moved, or, if motion is understood to cover not merely mechanical movement, but change in general, to the postulation of a supernatural creator. For if everything which moves or changes owes its motion or change to some other thing, the same will hold of that other as well. If it too is moving, it points to some third thing, etc. But since we cannot go on indefinitely in this fashion, we are logically obliged to conclude to a first mover, or first cause, which occasions motion, becoming or change without itself being subject thereto. It is nothing to the purpose here, whether this argument is valid or not. We are merely concerned to point out that Lenin took it to be so, when they asserted that to locate the source of motion outside would necessarily result in the postulation of God, or some other supernatural principle. Now this consequence Lenin thought to avoid by means of the dialectical conception of motion. The latter no longer seeks the origin of motion outside that which moves, but rather within it, and finds it in the presence of internal contradictions, or opposites. It therefore conceives of all motion ultimately as self-movement. This conception of the origin of motion alone furnishes the key to the self-movement of everything existing, it alone furnishes the key to the leaps, to the break in continuity, to the transformation into the opposite, to the destruction of the old and the emergence of the new. This passage from Lenin's Philosophical Remains is itself indicative of the way in which these two laws of dialectic, the transformation of quantity into quality, and the struggle of opposites, form for him an inner unity. The contradiction of the struggle of opposites is the force which supposedly actuates that upward development towards the new and higher to which the first law gives expression. In our earlier analysis of the Soviet theory of causality we have already made brief reference to the fact that even a struggle of opposites within a thing cannot give rise to a higher development of this sort. For these opposites are then no more than a pair of internal causes, and can effect no more in concert than what they possess and represent when both taken together. A supporter of the dialectical theory of development would object to this, that the opposites do not function as causes, but have a dialectical efficacy. In dialectics the new is not brought about by the old, the transition from old to new is accomplished here on an entirely different plan, namely on the strength of negation. The purport of this is clearly expressed in a passage from Hegel's Logic, which roused Lenin to high enthusiasm, and similarly internal or self-movement, or impulse in general, is nothing else than the fact that something is itself and is also deficiency or the negative of itself, in one and the same respect. Abstract self-identity has no life, but the fact that the positive in itself is negativity causes it to pass outside itself and to change. Something therefore has life only in so far as it contains contradiction, and is that force which can both comprehend and endure contradiction. That the positive in itself is at the same time its own negative, and thereby goes out of itself and changes, this is the real kernel of a dialectical conception of development. That despite all the materialist inversions of Hegel, the notion is still alive in contemporary dialectical materialism, can be gleaned from a passage in the textbook Fundamentals of Marxist Philosophy. Nature develops itself, in accordance with its own laws, from lower forms to higher. By self-government inanimate nature has brought forth its other, its opposite, organic nature. Social development occurs in the same way. It is not external forces, but the laws intrinsic to capitalism and the development based on those laws, which bring forth its opposite, socialism. The only question is whether such a notion can be entertained on a materialistic basis. But before we can settle that point, it will be necessary to take a closer look at the contemporary attitude of dialectical materialism to this central feature of its teaching. It is on this issue above all, concerning the possibility of real internal contradictions, that dialectical materialism seeks to dissociate itself from metaphysics. The inability to grasp such contradictions is in dialectical materialist eyes the most characteristic symptom of metaphysical thinking. Metaphysics can conceive of contradictions only in thought, at best it is capable of seeing them between different things, it cannot apprehend them within one and the same thing. But now what are we to understand by these real contradictions propounded by dialectical materialism? Does it wish to deny the law of contradiction, the fundamental law of all being and all logical thought? This law was already formulated in antiquity by Aristotle, as follows: the same attribute cannot at the same time belong and not belong to the same subject and in the same respect. This initially ontological proposition then forms the basis for the logical law of contradiction, whereby given two mutually contradictory propositions, in which the same thing, at the same time, and in the same respect is both asserted and denied, they cannot both be true. Now the position of the dialectical materialist vis-a-vis the law of contradiction is as follows: he accepts it as a law of thought, and denies it from the ontological point of view. In speaking of contradictions, materialist dialectics is concerned primarily with the contradictions existing in objective reality. These, of course, must be distinguished from contradictions that arise from inconsistent thinking and confused ideas. When someone asserts something in the process of reasoning, and then proceeds to deny it, he can be justifiably accused of a logical contradiction that is not permitted by the laws of formal logic. But the inadmissibility of contradictions in thought should not lead one to conclude that they cannot occur in reality. From the fact that the simultaneous acknowledgement and denial of the existence of an object is an inconsistency in thought, it by no means follows that contradictory properties cannot inhere in the object as it really exists. It is apparent from this last passage that when dialectical materialism speaks of real contradictions, it is not really thinking of genuine contradictions, but merely of some kind of opposites. There is contradiction between a determination and its denial, but not between one determination and another. To put it abstractly, the contradictory of A is not A, not some other positive determination B or C. We must therefore lay it down once and for all that the dialectical contradictions which form the subject matter of this law are not true contradictions as formal logic would understand them, but merely determinations in some sense contrary to a given one. These dialectical contradictions are now divided by the theory into internal and external. An external contradiction obtains between diverse objects or phenomena. An internal contradiction, on the other hand, Beethoven's contradiction within an object. In its own nature, it implies a reciprocal relation between different aspects or tendencies within the object, such that in one sense they presuppose and condition one another, but in another sense mutually negate and exclude each other. Viewed in their total context, however, neither aspect can exist without the other. Registered to illustrate, within the atom the elementary particles are subject to mutual attraction and repulsion. The particles themselves exhibit an internal unity of opposites, in having the properties of both particles and waves. And similar internal contradictions are again to be found everywhere in nature, positive and negative, north and south poles, light and shade, attraction and repulsion, plus and minus, good and bad, beautiful and ugly, etc. Still further examples are drawn from chemistry, biology, and the social sciences. In chemistry, the combination and dissociation of elements; in biology, the contradictory unity of the processes of assimilation and decomposition which governs all organic processes; and the evolution of species, which is carried on by way of a struggle between two opposing tendencies, adaptation to the environment and inheritance. In physiology, the activity of the higher nervous system, with its processes of excitation and inhibition in the cerebral cortex. In the field of social science, the class struggle. From the time of Engels onwards a quite special importance is attached to the contradiction already apparent in the simplest kind of motion, namely change of position. A moving body is located at one and the same instant at a specific point in space, and yet is already no longer there, that is, it is located both at this point and also at another. According to dialectical materialism, this contradiction cannot be explained away by arguing that motion consists of a moving body being here at one moment and elsewhere at the next. Its here-ness and there-ness is simply the result of its movement, and does not bring out the essence of motion or the continuity presented therein. The inner contradictions of an object do not stand poised in an equilibrial relationship, but carry on a mutual conflict. For each of the two aspects embodies a specific tendency within the whole, positive or negative, revolutionary or conservative, decadent or incipient. The contradiction between them can only be resolved in struggle, and it is this conflict which propels the course of development. The struggle of opposites is a complex process whereby the oppositions in question come into being, are sharpened, and finally resolved. Contradictions come into being. But this does not mean that before the emergence of oppositions the object was in a state of perfect self-identity and free from all contradiction. The contradiction in question certainly had an origin, but was preceded by others. Contradictions themselves also undergo development, and have various degrees. The first stage consists merely of difference. This then rises to an opposition which becomes ever sharper and finally leads to conflict, whereby the contradiction is brought to resolution. Resolution is achieved only in and through struggle. It involves neither a reconciliation of opposites, nor a synthesis of old and new, but a destruction of the old and emergence of the new. This is how qualitative changes occur in the object. Hence the struggle of opposites has an absolute significance, whereas their unity is a temporary and relative affair. In the light of all this, the law in question is formulated as follows: the law of the unity and struggle of opposites states that all things, phenomena, and processes incorporate contradictory aspects and tendencies, which are in conflict one with another. The struggle of opposites provides the inner impulse for development and leads to the growth of contradictions, which are resolved at a certain stage through destruction of the old and emergence of the new. This is primarily applicable to internal contradictions. So far as external ones are concerned, the unity and interconnection of the contradictory aspects is much less strong. It can also happen in this case that one constituent may exist without the other. Thus there are external contradictions of this sort between sunlight and plants, for example, or between nature and society. But there may be sunlight without plants, or nature without society. Mao Zedong, in his essay on contradictions, has pointed out that contradictions may arise differently in different types of situation. This idea has also been repeated with emphasis in the two Soviet textbooks on Marxist ideology. Every form of motion in matter has its own type of contradiction. Thus even in the realm of inorganic nature, for example, one may discern struggle of a sort in the phenomena of attraction and repulsion. More complex forms of it appear at the organic level, Cent.g, in the struggle between adaptation and inheritance. And more complex still are its manifestations in the sphere of social life, where it emerges as the economic, political, and ideological struggle between classes. The diverse character of these contradictions is also responsible for diversities in the manner of their resolution. Among the various kinds of contradiction, a special importance is attributed to the antagonistic and non-antagonistic forms thereof. This distinction is of particular moment in the social sphere, but there are also antagonistic contradictions to be found in nature, for instance, when one kind of microbe destroys another. What is meant by antagonistic contradiction? Contradictions between social groups or classes whose basic interests are irreconcilable are called antagonistic. Thus, in order to speak of antagonistic contradictions, it is necessary that we should be dealing with contradictions between social groups, and that a conflict of material interests should be involved. Among such contradictions are those between capitalists and proletarians, landowners and peasants, and imperialist powers and colonial territories, but conflicts between individual capitalist countries have also to be included here. The general law of development for such contradictions is exacerbation to the point of conflict. They are resolved by way of the class struggle and social revolution. Non-antagonistic contradictions, which exist in socialist society, are the contradictions of a society in which the basic interests of classes and social groups coincide. In socialist society there are contradictions of this sort between working class and peasantry, for example, between advanced and backward elements in society, and between different aspects of social life, such as production and consumption, the different sectors of the economy, and so on. The basic trend in the development of non-antagonistic contradictions is in the direction of their gradual alleviation. Though this does not exclude the possibility of their becoming worse, owing to the pursuit of incorrect policies by those in power. There are, however, no objective reasons why such contradictions should deepen and get worse. Given a correct policy, they will pass off and be overcome as a matter of course. This means that the leadership of society under socialism has a particularly important part to play. Backed by the method of the materialist dialectic, the Communist Party discovers in good time the contradictions emerging in the course of development of the socialist society, organizes the people and guides its exertions so that these contradictions are resolved and the development of society towards communism is ensured. The basic difference between antagonistic and non-antagonistic contradictions by no means implies that the conquest of the latter is achieved without disturbance, and costs no effort or struggle. Whatever the differences between non-antagonistic and antagonistic contradictions, their resolution is similarly achieved in and through the struggle of new against old, of progressive elements against what is obsolete, conservative, inert, bureaucratic, and backward. It would be a gross error to regard the special manner of solution of non-antagonistic contradictions as a reconciliation of opposites. One of the main forms of this struggle towards the overcoming of non-antagonistic contradictions is criticism and self-criticism. In conjunction with the law of the unity and struggle of opposites, Fundamentals of Marxist Philosophy also deals with the categories of form and content. By content is meant the primary and basic aspect of the object, which determines its specific quality and is evinced in all its elements. Form, on the other hand, is the mode of existence of the content, the inner organization or structure which enables it to exist. Thus in a living organism, for example, content is represented by a specific type of metabolism, while form refers to a specific morphological structure. In a work of art, content resides in its ideas, which reflect reality from a specific point of view. This then finds expression in the artistic form whereby it is articulated. The content of a mode of production lies in the productive forces, its form in the relations of production. Between content and form there obtains a complex dialectical unity. Neither element can exist without the other. But the determining element in this unity is content. Yet the form is not merely passive on that account, on the contrary, it is active either in promoting the development of the content or in hindering it. Content is otherwise the more pliable element in this unity, and form the more enduring. At the outset of the process of evolution, form is in harmony with content and thereby assists in promoting its development. But to the extent that content alters, there arises an ever-increasing contradiction between it and form. This eventually reaches a point where the latter ceases to be a growth-promoting factor and becomes a drag on the further evolution of content. This leads to a struggle between the two which ends only when the old form is replaced by a new one. The classic example of this situation is to be found in the dialectical relation between productive forces and relations of production. As Marx shows in his materialist conception of history, the relations of production are transformed at a certain level from modes of development of the productive forces into fetters for the same. Disregard of the dialectical relations between form and content can lead either to making form absolute, which emerges in the shape of formalism, bureaucracy, etc., or else to a nihilistic contempt for form, which leads to indiscipline, anarchism and so forth. The Communist Party is said to attach great importance to the timely renewal of antiquated forms. A series of measures in recent years are held to have been motivated by such purposes, for instance decentralization, increases in the powers of factory managers, and the like. The law of the unity and struggle of opposites also occupies an important place in the political field. Metaphysics, which admits of no real contradictions in things themselves, and considers them possible only in the realm of thought, is associated with the class interests of the bourgeoisie. It is to the advantage of the ideologists of capitalism to depict matters as though bourgeois society were free of internal contradictions and represented an ideal of class harmony and peace. In dialectics, however, conceived as a theory of contradiction in reality itself, dialectical materialism sees the philosophical basis for the necessity of revolution. This is precisely why bourgeois philosophers are alarmed by a dialectic so understood, because it is this very dialectic of the development of inner contradictions in society which gives rise to the class struggle and to social revolutions. So far as the Hegelian dialectic, in addition to the brilliant postulation of contradiction as the driving force in the moment of synthesis, contains also a tendency towards the reconciliation of opposites, this latter feature is rejected in virtue of the political prejudices already described. In this tendency we undoubtedly find an expression of the bourgeois character of Hegelianism, of Hegel's unwillingness to draw all the social consequences from the dialectic, this algebra of revolution. *. The distinction between antagonistic and non-antagonistic contradictions is of no less importance in the sphere of practical politics. Its neglect leads inevitably to opportunism and reformism. Opportunists and revisionists, for example, do not recognize the antagonistic character of the contradictions between the bourgeoisie and the working class, and because of this advocate the reconciliation of classes. But such a policy is mistaken and harmful. It weakens the position of the working class and undermines the struggle of the working people for emancipation. The law of the negation of the negation. As the first two laws of the materialist dialectic indicate, negation or denial represents an essential factor in all development. If a new quality emerges in the course of evolution, it implies a denial of the old. The struggle of opposites finds its consummation in the victory of one opposite over the other, which again implies a denial of the one and a breakthrough on the part of the other. The internally contradictory character of an object implies that it contains an aspect or tendency representing its other, its negation. Thus the proletariat, for example, constitutes a denial of the bourgeoisie and the social order it represents, though not a denial coming from outside, but one which is implicit in the inner nature of capitalism itself. Denial is thus a necessary stage in the course of development. Dialectical materialism takes over the Hegelian view whereby inner negativity is regarded as the driving force of evolution. As a moment of development, denial does not, however, entail any absolute or total rejection and annihilation, it also contains something positive. When the bud is negated and the blossom emerges from it, this does not signify a mere destruction of the bud, as when it is pulled off its stem and burnt. To speak of denial as a moment of development is a way of saying that dialectical denial does not say no merely, but also yes. It is not empty, nor futile, septical negation, as Lenin put it, but negation as a moment of connection, as a moment of development, retaining the positive. Dialectical negation thus represents no breach of development, being rather an expression of continuity. The new emerges, not from nothing, but from some particular previous phenomenon, and this antecedent representative of the old is thus not merely thrown aside, but is incorporated, as to its positive content, in the new, and is sublated therein. The philosophical concept of sublation implies a simultaneous negation and conservation, negation of the foregoing state of affairs and conservation in the new of everything positive attained in the preceding course of development. From the standpoint of contemporary Soviet ideology, it was therefore a mistake when, in the early years after the revolution, the supporters of prolet cult, so-called, threw over the whole of previous culture and demanded that proletarian culture should be built up in complete independence of all past cultural development. But why then does the title of the above law make reference to a twofold negation? The reason for this is drawn from the law of the unity and struggle of opposites. This sees to it that only in a double negation does a given cycle of development come to an end. The old that is superseded by the new, like the new itself, which negates the old, are opposites. Both contain something positive, which has to be preserved in subsequent development, but both also possess one-sided aspects, which have similarly to be stripped away. Thus the process does not come to a stop with the new quality, it presses on beyond it towards a new negation. Only so is the cycle of development completed. The starting point of development figures as thesis, its negation by the new as antithesis, and further negation as a synthesis of the whole preceding development. The ascending course of evolution in the world does not therefore follow a straight line, but takes on, as it were, the form of a spiral. As a sublation of the first negation, the second often involves a certain reversion to the starting point. But development does not simply go back to this point, it regains it, rather, at a higher level, since in the synthesis effected by the negation of the negation only certain features of the starting point remain conserved. Examples of this are to be found both in nature, especially organic nature, and also in society. In the cycle from seed to seed, the plant represents a negation of the seed. But it in turn is again sublated by a second negation, insofar as it produces a new seed and then dies. The upward curve of development finds expression in the fact that the new seed preserves those changes which have been acquired by the plant in the process of adaptation to the environment. Again, in the social field, the primeval society represented, in Soviet eyes, a classless society free from exploitation. Subsequent development has led, by way of a society divided into classes, back to a new but this time higher form of classless society, namely socialism and communism. This whole theory of upward development by way of the negation requires to be supplemented, however, in two important respects. When dialectical materialism speaks of an ascending line of development from lower to higher, it does not mean to exclude the possibility, in particular cases, of backsliding and regressions. But these regressions only relate to isolated sectors, and cannot gainsay the general process of overall advance. The second important qualification is that the threefold movement, or triad, of thesis, antithesis, and synthesis, which appears in this law, should not be employed as an a priori schema from which anything about actual development in the world could be deduced in purely a priori fashion. Lenin himself gave warning against this. The development of a thing does not have to go through three stages, and quite often does not in fact do so, but takes more stages or fewer. Like every other dialectical law, the law of the negation merely points out the most general directions or tendencies of development. Like every other law, its workings are always modified in accordance with the nature of the object and the conditions under which its development is carried on. On the strength of the foregoing, the law is now formulated in the following not very elegant guise: the law of the negation. Of the negation therefore governs the connection and sequence of the negating and negated elements. Dialectical negation is thus not a flat or casual or thoughtless negation, a renunciation of all previous development, but the condition for a development which embodies and preserves everything positive in the preceding stages, which reproduces certain features of the starting point at a higher level, and which has in general a forward-thrusting and progressive character. 4. Criticism. The theory of the materialist dialectic is the area of dialectical materialism in which its fate is ultimately decided. For if that materialist dialectic were to turn out untenable or vacuous, the entire theoretical structure would fall to the ground. Dialectical materialism would be driven willy-nilly into a position which it emphatically repudiates as metaphysical, namely that of mechanistic materialism. In our critical examination of this topic we shall enter first upon those aspects having to do with the nature of a materialist dialectic, and the problems which all the individual laws encounter in common. In the second place, we shall then add some critical remarks on the three basic laws of dialectic, considered individually in the form they have been given here. On the materialist dialectic in general we shall go straight to the heart of the matter. The theory's most fundamental error lies in its adoption of a Hegelian notion which may possibly make sense in the light of Hegel's philosophy, but which the materialist inversion of Hegel, celebrated by Marx, Engels, and the whole of Soviet philosophy thereafter, has totally deprived of meaning. To explain this judgment, we must briefly recall the problem to which this portion of dialectical materialist doctrine is professedly addressed. The problem is this: how are we to account philosophically for the phenomenon of development in the world, and especially the upward development from lower to higher, with its production of ontological surplus value, without at the same time coming into conflict with the principle of causality? Since the distinction of higher and lower is crucial at this point, it will be necessary to explain briefly in what sense a given phenomenon may be described as higher than another. We are naturally not concerned here with value judgments, and still less with judgments of moral value. What is meant by higher in this context is an order of phenomena which cannot be explained in terms of the laws prevailing at a lower level. This appears most plainly in the two dialectical transitions involving the emergence of life and the emergence of human consciousness. From the dialectical materialist viewpoint, the laws of biology cannot be explained exhaustively in terms of physico-chemical laws. To be sure, all organic processes occur exclusively in the shape of chemical reactions and transformations, but for all that, they are characterized by an essentially novel feature, with which chemistry has nothing to do. This novel element, at least in the dialectical materialist theory which A.I. Oparin has put forward as to the origin of life on Earth, consists in the purposiveness exhibited in the processes of life. This entails that a multitude of individual chemical reactions should be dovetailed together in a wholly unique and peculiar spatial order and temporal sequence, to attain a quite specific goal, such as cellular respiration or some other vital activity, and as a final outcome of all such particular processes, to provide for the self-maintenance and continual self-renewal of the entire organism. In this spatio-temporal harmonization of a multitude of such chemical reactions, their specific adaptation and mutual concord, Oparin perceives something essentially new, which can no longer be accounted for by chemistry alone. Much the same is true of the emergence of human consciousness. Although human mental activity may be linked to physiological processes, it again exhibits features which can no longer be explained on purely physiological grounds, and still less on those of chemistry or mechanics. This, as we have seen, is why Soviet philosophy is so stoutly insistent that psychology should not be allowed to dissolve into physiology. It is here above all that we are concerned with explaining the origin of such higher phenomena, which cannot be accounted for solely by the laws prevailing at lower levels. As our analysis of the matter should already have made clear, it would be a transgression against the causal principle to suppose these higher phenomena to be derived from the lower in a purely causal fashion. Only by appeal to the dialectic has dialectical materialism been able to evade the objection in question. For dialectics, the emergence of the higher is not, or at least not exclusively, attributable to the action of causes, whereby one existent makes or affects another. The operation of causes is here in some sense completed and overshadowed by contradiction and the negativity it contains. The fact that the positive in itself is negativity causes it to pass outside itself and to change, such is Hegel's formulation of the heart of the dialectic. On such a dialectical view of becoming, the truly progressive element is the negativity already incorporated in any positive determination. The new does not owe its origin to the positive character of the old. The latter only passes outside itself insofar as its positive determination A already contains its own negative. This negative element is not yet a new determination, B, since it so far only represents the result of A's passage outside itself. It is no determination at all, as yet, being merely the pure negation of A, and hence equivalent to not A. The contradiction involved in a thing's being both itself and the negative of itself is the real incentive to development here. And if this development is to occur not merely in thought but also in reality itself, the negativity in question must also be a real one. There is now a further point to be added to the Hegelian view. The upward progression discernible in nature and history is not really a simple progress from lower to higher, but the return of the idea, externalist in nature, back into itself. For Hegel, nature is nothing more than the absolute idea in its otherness. The ascent of nature through the stages of mechanics, physics, chemistry, and the organic world, like the return, thus prepared, to itself as spirit in man and his history, are nothing more than the sublation of this first negation, the negation of the negation. It is thus, as we have just seen, a basic presupposition for a dialectical conception of becoming that we should postulate a real negativity actually present in reality itself. But from the standpoint of a philosophy based on epistemological realism, or on some form of naturalism, this is utterly impossible. To attribute reality to the not of negation as such would be tantamount to assuming the existence of non-being. But non-being just cannot exist. I can doubtless apprehend it in thought, but in reality itself it can simply have no place. Like negation itself, it is a mere thing of thought. Only when, like Hegel himself, I identify being and thought, does this purely intellectual category of negation automatically become a category of the real as well. For Hegel, reality is ultimately the idea, a grandiose process of thought. Only on this assumption do the categories of thought become categories of reality itself. And only so can any meaning be attached to the notion of a real negativity actually at work in the real. Dialectical materialism sees it, however, as its greatest achievement to have corrected the idealistic distortion of reality perpetrated by Hegel. According to the inversion of Hegel undertaken by Marx and Engels, reality in its inmost being is no longer idea, but matter. But the theory thereby cuts the ground from under its own feet. Being is assumed to be essentially material. Consciousness and thought only make their appearance at a very late stage in the development of matter, which throughout the whole preceding period existed without thought, hence being and thought are no longer identical. But this also removes the possibility of speaking of a real negativity. Yet if there can be no real negativity within the real, it can exert no influence upon the real either, and the world's development is no longer explicable in any but a causal fashion. In that case, however, we are committed to the causal principle, which denies that anything can appear in the effect which goes beyond what was potentially in the cause. Dialectical materialism itself admits in so many words that dialectical contradictions are not to be understood as logically contradictory, but as a struggle of opposites. We are no longer concerned here with the contradictory opposition between a positive determination and its denial, but with a contrary opposition between two positive determinations. We might put the situation in abstract terms as follows: something or state of affairs is thrown into motion or change by the presence within it of two opposed moments, aspects, or tendencies. Between these opposites a struggle begins. This sharpens into conflict, and thereby leads to a qualitative change in the becoming thing. A becomes B. The true source of movement here is not a real negativity, not the fact that the positive determination A contains within itself its own negative. The development is set going, rather, by the struggle, Z cent dot, the operation of two positive determinations. But here we have reverted to a causal conception of becoming, in which the emergence of novelty is attributed to the operation of causes, and the causal principle maintains its validity throughout. Another objection tells against all three laws of the materialist dialectic in more or less the same degree. It concerns the mode of demonstration adopted. Dialectical materialism seeks to prove these laws by producing a series of examples on their behalf. An impression of their generality and necessity is supposedly conveyed by the fact that these examples are commonly chosen from every department of reality, from inanimate nature, from the organic realm, and from the field of social development. But can anything be proved by examples? Decidedly not. Negatively, of course, an assertion can be refuted by examples, if it is shown that there are cases to which it does not apply. But positively we can only conclude from an example to other cases if the example itself discloses a necessary state of affairs. If we see, in a given instance, how the building of a house owes its origin to architects, masons, and laborers, we can from this example alone be completely safe in deriving the causal principle, whereby everything that comes into existence must have a cause. We see, in other words, that the house requires a cause, not because it is a house, but because this lies in the nature of anything that comes into being. So we can also argue with complete confidence, in the case where some other thing than a house is involved, that it owes its appearance to a cause, even if we do not ourselves know what the cause is. Dialectical materialism, however, tries to prove the law of the transformation of quantity into quality by showing us, from the example of water, how continued division into ever smaller parts, down to the molecular level, produces a quantitative change, whereas at this point, further quantitative division produces a change of quality. From this we are certainly entitled to conclude that the same would happen with other samples of water, that it is of the nature of water that its molecules should consist of oxygen and hydrogen. But we do not thereby learn whether it belongs to the nature of any existent whatsoever, that its quantitative changes should go over at a certain point into a change of quality. And we thus have no right to expect a similar qualitative leap at some point of quantitative change in another sort of object. The same holds of the examples adduced to prove the law of the unity and struggle of opposites, and it is equally true of the examples put forward to bolster up the law of the negation of the negation. In this last case, indeed, the situation is even less favorable, insofar as dialectical materialism openly admits that, to the extent that this law postulates a spiral form of progress, it is not valid in every case. We have a third objection to make against the materialist dialectic in general. As seen, its office in the system of dialectical materialism is to provide a philosophical explanation for the ascending development in the world, without invoking a supernatural cause. According to that system, the world's development is essentially a progress. Its whole tendency is upward, despite the possibility of regression and stagnation in this area or that. But this view encounters difficulties both from a philosophical and a scientific point of view. Philosophically speaking, there is no seeing how the thesis of continuous upward development can be combined with the other basic thesis to the effect that the world had no beginning in time. For if the world has existed from all eternity, how comes it that the particular stage of development currently attained was arrived at only today and not yesterday? There is likewise a difficulty from the scientific point of view. We must certainly reckon with the fact that life will not always be possible on Earth, and hence that man, the highest product of the development of matter, and the whole of his culture, will be overwhelmed by some cosmic catastrophe or other. Seen as a whole, therefore, the course of evolution in nature would no longer seem to be upward. Engels drew his own conclusions from this and took refuge in the theory of an eternal cycle whereby with the same iron necessity that will exterminate on the earth its highest creation, the thinking mind, it must somewhere else and at another time again produce it. 4. Remarks on the individual laws as regards the particular claims of the law of transformation of quantity into quality. It must be stressed against it that the notion of qualitative change is unduly elastic and embraces too wide a variety of phenomena. Granted that one might account for the emergence of the new quality steam by the transformation of a quantitative change into a qualitative at the critical temperature of 100 degrees centigrade, but it would not follow from this that the origins of life and consciousness can be explained in the same manner. In the first case we have to do with a qualitative change within the same order of inanimate matter, but in the second it is a question of passing over from a lower order to a higher. To describe both transitions as qualitative is to pay no attention to this essential difference between the two. Of many examples proffered in confirmation of this law, especially those drawn from chemistry, it must be said that they are not to the point. Included under the law is the concept of measure, 1 cent. It postulates a certain range within which change of quantity involves no change of quality. Now when Engels alleges that it is in chemistry that the law celebrates its greatest triumphs, and when he points out that different quantitative combinations of the same elements produce substances of entirely different quality, the reply to this is that it is precisely here that measure is lacking. Though two atoms of hydrogen, for example, plus one of oxygen, yield water, it is sufficient to increase the amount of oxygen by only one atom in order to obtain right away a qualitatively different chemical compound, namely hydrogen peroxide. There is no measure present, within which quantitative changes in the combination of elements leave the quality of the substance unchanged. The same holds for Mendeleev's periodic table of the elements. Every quantitative change in the number of charged particles in the nucleus produces a qualitative change in the element. A further count against the law is that it provides no explanation for the emergence of novelty, being at best a description of the process. In discussing the category of cause, we noted that dialectical materialism takes the perfectly correct view that explanation implies the discovery of its causes. Thus an explanation has to provide an answer to the question why the first quality is within certain limits indifferent to quantitative changes, why novelty emerges by way of a leap, etc. But this law is content merely to lay it down that that is the way things are, and adds to this assertion a description of how the old is superseded by the new, namely by way of the leap. There is a twofold significance to this leap. In the first place, it betokens a breach of continuity in development. The new does not come about by a continuous growth or diminution on the part of the old, on the contrary, it implies a destruction of the old and an origination of the new. Somewhere there is a hiatus, which it is the business of the leap to span. Apart from that, the leap also entails a certain suddenness of transition at the point where the new quality arises. But all this represents an answer merely to the question how, and not to the question why. One further objection of importance has yet to be lodged against this first law of the materialist dialectic. For if it were also to explain the transition from a lower order of being to a higher, it would represent a violation of the causal principle, to which we have frequently referred already. To these two latter objections, dialectical materialism would reply by appealing to the law of the unity and struggle of opposites. It would admit that the first law is merely descriptive, or that, in Soviet parlance, it presents only the mechanism of the transition, whereas it is the business of the second law to identify the trigger of development, which is to be found in the struggle of opposites, or in contradiction. And the reproach of violating the causal principle it would also endeavor to disarm by calling in the dialectic, in the manner already explained. So far as the latter is concerned, we have shown at length that the materialistic dialectic is incompetent to the task. And the decisive objections to the law of the unity and struggle of opposites have already been stated. But a few points of detail may be added at this juncture. Our complaint against the first law, namely that its concepts are too inexactly formulated, is still more to the purpose here. The notion of contradiction designates too great a variety of relationships. In its proper sense, contradiction implies a contradictory opposition of the kind dealt with in formal logic, such as holds between a statement and its denial. Here there is no middle position, only a straightforward either-or. But the Soviet authors have lately made it clear that this law of the dialectic refers, not to formal contradictions of a logical kind, but to dialectical contradictions. But now what are these? No precise definition is given, there is merely vague talk of the contradictory properties of an object. If we look at the examples put forward, we find ourselves confronted with oppositions of the most variegated kind. Contrary, polar, relative, and even contradictory oppositions all make their appearance at one time or another, the last in Engel's example of the moving body, which is said both to be and not to be at one and the same point. No less vague than the concepts is the meaning of the law they are employed to formulate. It remains unclear to the last whether motion is the result of contradiction, or whether it formally embodies a contradiction in itself. If we are to talk of moving bodies both existing and not existing at a point, the motion in this case itself constitutes a contradiction. But elsewhere it is asserted that motion comes about through the emergence of opposite sides in the changing body, whereby a struggle ensues, rising to a conflict resolved by a qualitative change in the object, owing to the struggle of opposites within it. And in this case the change in the object is a result of the contradiction inside it. This, however, is a situation entirely unlike the first, where the motion itself represented a contradiction. Let us begin by adopting the second alternative, whereby the motion or change of an object is thought of as the result of a struggle of opposites within it. To the law so understood it may be objected that it offers no solution to the problem of where motion comes from, but merely relegates it elsewhere. The question is, whence comes the change undergone by a thing? The dialectical materialist answer is that it comes from the struggle of opposites within it. But this merely revives the question, for the emergence of internal oppositions, and their exacerbation to the point of conflict, is itself a case of change, or motion. What, in turn, is the origin of THZ's motion? Thus the problem of where motion comes from is not answered, but merely shifted to another point, where it re-emerges more sharply than ever. If we take the law to be saying that motion in itself involves a contradiction, we now have to contend with a fallacy. The contradiction is supposed to consist in the simultaneous existence and non-existence of a moving body at one and the same point. But the error here is to think of a line as made up of points, and hence of there being real points in a line, which is not the case. A line is a thing extended in one direction. But a point is not extended in any dimension, its extension is just nil. It should be obvious, therefore, that no addition of unextended elements can yield an extension, however small. Point and line are thus not of the same types. So if a line is not composed of points, it is equally mistaken to suppose that a body moving in a path along this line can traverse the points in question. And that disposes of the alleged contradiction, that a moving body both is and is not at a given point on the line. Some support for this misconception is provided by that improper view of the line which regards it as a sum of points, as when a circle is defined in geometry as the locus of all points equidistant from a given point. Such a dissection of the continuity of the line into discrete elements may have certain practical advantages, but from the ontological point of view it is a fiction. If this fiction is employed, however, in regard to the line as a path of movement, one must also undertake the same dissection into discontinuous instants in regard to the motion whose path it represents. 7.e. One must equally think of the motion itself as a series of states of the moving body. But then every point of the path corresponds to a particular state of the body. Its motion consists in the fact that at one instant it is here, and at the next instant there, and again there is no longer any contradiction in the phenomenon of motion. If it be replied to this that motion is thereby fragmented, one ought logically to protest no less at the fragmentation of the continuity of the line. In that case the line is again to be regarded as a one-dimensional continuity, which does not consist of discrete points, and again there is no basis for the contradiction, that the moving body both is and is not at each of these points. The law of the negation also invites the comment that it fails to achieve what it is designed to do. It is supposed to set forth the positive character of negation, namely that it implies no absolute annihilation, but rather a link in development, a denial in which the positive content of the negated element is preserved. It is thus intended to guarantee within the materialist dialectic what Hegel refers to as sublation. But can it do this? In dialectical materialist theory, this conservation of the positive content of earlier stages of development is attained when the first negation, which took its rise from the starting point, is itself in turn negated. This leads, in a fashion, to a return to the starting point, but such that it is traversed already at a higher level, since the whole positive content of previous development remains conserved. But can a double negation ensure this reversion to the point of departure? The answer is no. If we call the starting point A, then by negating it I arrive, not at a new determination, but merely at the boundless indeterminacy of not A. This may indeed be B, but it need not, since not A is also C, N, X, etc. The same applies to the second negation. Let us suppose that through some extraneous circumstance the negation of A does actually lead to B. But if B is now in turn negated, I arrive once more at the boundless indeterminacy of not B. This not B may again be A, but does not have to be, since the negation of B can lead us equally to M, or Z, etc. Double negation thus does nothing to ensure that development should again revert to its starting point and recapitulate the latter at a higher level. The dialectical materialist response to this argument would doubtless be that it holds only when negation is understood as absolute annihilation, as what Lenin called flat or naked denial, where the only word is no, but not when it is thought of as a concrete, dialectical denial, which says yes as well as no. In the latter case, negation no longer leads to the indeterminacy of not A, but to a new determination. B would thus be due to the cooperation of two factors, negation on the one hand, and on the other the content of A, which determines which one of all the infinite multiplicity of possible transitions actually comes about. Here the negation would determine that development should take place at all, while the concrete content of A would determine how it is to happen. Thus in regard to the origin of life, negation would be the motive power of evolutionary ascent, while the physico-chemical constitution of the albumin molecule would be causally responsible for the development leading directly to this particular primeval organism. But the third law of the materialist dialectic cannot be propped up by any such appeal to the concrete character of negation. For in the first place, the negativity here would again have to be real, which we have seen to be impossible on the dialectical materialist view. If it is genuinely to influence the development of some real thing, it must be just as real as the latter. But as we have shown, a real negativity can find no place in the philosophy of dialectical materialism. It is, moreover, quite impossible to see why a double negation should be necessary to provide the seeming reversion to the starting point. Given the concrete negation of the dialectical materialist, which leads, not to a wholly indefinite not A, but to a determinate B, the concrete determinacy of A is the ground for this particular concrete transition to B, rather than to C, M, or X. Hence the determinacy of A must already be somehow discernible in the determinacy of B, and not first brought to light by way of a renewed negation of B. This can also be confirmed by reference to the above-mentioned example of the origin of life. If we are to assume that the earliest organisms arose through a progressive process of self-perfection on the part of certain endosperms, such a primitive organism would certainly exhibit a whole series of features belonging to the endosperms that preceded it, their chemical structure, the chains and cycles of chemical reactions they had already built up, etc., though taken up into a higher systematic unity. Thus the resemblance to the starting point is already evident after only one negation, and does not require any repetition of the process in order to bring it to light. Dialectical materialism admits, in any case, that this THRE stage process, whereby the starting point is in a manner regained, and the development assumes the form of an ascending spiral, is not to be found in every instance, but only for the most part. But the law is thereby deprived of that character of universality which the laws of the materialist dialectic are assumedly supposed to possess. Why does it hold only for the most part, and not in every case? The grounds that are given for it are certainly such that, if valid at all, they ought to be valid throughout. The negation on which it is based is alleged to be a factor in all qualitative change. But if it be admitted that the law does not always hold, this cannot be attributable to negation as such, and the reasons for it must lie in some other special feature of the situation. But then it is no longer a law descriptive of the most general connections in reality, and we ought to give due credit to Stalin for having done away with it. There is yet another respect in which Stalin would seem to have acted prudently in dispensing with this third law. For it stands in contradiction to the primary law of the unity and struggle of opposites. In dealing with the latter we noted that the struggle of opposites is resolved, not by a reconciliation, but by one of the warring elements obtaining victory over the other. The synthesis of the Hegelian dialectic was held to show a tendency towards the reconciling of opposites, and as such to evince the bourgeois character of Hegel's philosophy, and its refusal to draw all the revolutionary social consequences implicit in the dialectic. But now there is no denying that the negation, with its apparent reversion to an earlier stage, involves a sublation or reconciliation of opposites in all respects parallel to the sublation of thesis and antithesis in the Hegelian synthesis. Is this return of the Soviet philosophers to the negation of the negation to be regarded also, perhaps, as a symptom of the incursion of bourgeois tendencies into Soviet ideology since the time of Stalin's death? 6. Theory of knowledge. The great basic question of all philosophy with which we started our account of dialectical materialism, the question, that is, of the relations of thought and being, spirit and nature, arises for Engels in a dual form: first, as a question of priority, as to whether spirit has engendered nature, or nature spirit. This has been the ultimate point at issue in all our discussions so far. But the great basic question also arises for Engels in another sense, whether our thought is capable of apprehending the real world aright, and whether our ideas and concepts present a true image of reality. These questions are the concern of the twin philosophical disciplines of logic and epistemology. Logic pertains to the forms of thought, to the internal structure and necessary interconnections of its subject matter, whereas epistemology busies itself with the relation of thought to its object. Thus logic is concerned merely with correctness, the logical validity of thought, whereas epistemology deals rather with its conformity to reality, or truth. We must now come to grips with these two complexes of problems within dialectical materialism. Soviet epistemology is rooted in the principle laid down by Lenin, that the dialectic itself is at once both a logic and a theory of knowledge. We have already seen earlier how dialectic purports to reproduce the most general laws of being, and is thus, in Engel's words, the science of the general laws of motion and development of nature, human society, and thought. On this view, the laws of dialectic examined hitherto are taken to be not merely laws of being, but also the primary laws of thought and knowledge. This postulated unity of dialectic, logic, and epistemology is an echo of the Hegelian philosophy of identity on a materialistic basis. Since thought and being are for Hegel identical, the theory of thought elaborated in his Science of Logic is at the same time a theory of being. Ontology and logic thus coincide. But this coincidence of thought and being also provides a solution to the problem of truth confronting the theory of knowledge. A separate epistemology is superfluous, since its task has already been accomplished by logic. Under a total misconception as to the principle of identity, Engels advanced against Hegel the objection that the dialectic he discerned in nature and history was only a miserable copy of the self-movement of the concept going on from eternity, no one knows where, and set himself, with Marx, to remove this ideological perversion and to comprehend the concepts in our heads once more materialistically as images of real things. Thus dialectics reduced itself to the science of the general laws of motion, both of the external world and of human thought, two sets of laws which are identical in substance, but differ in their expression insofar as the human mind can apply them consciously. Thereby the dialectic of concepts itself became merely the conscious reflex of the dialectical motion of the real world, and thus the dialectic of Hegel was placed upon its head, or rather, turned off its head, on which it was standing, and placed upon its feet. Thus for present-day Soviet philosophy it is likewise an established fact that the so-called subjective dialectic is a reflection of the objective dialectic. There remains, however, a question as to how the concordance of these two dialectics is to be effected, once the Hegelian principle of identity has been superseded, and whether it is in any case necessary to ensure the objective validity of human knowledge, that there should be not merely a concordance between the result of human cognition and the real world, but that even the process of knowing that leads to this result should itself reproduce the process of becoming in the object known. This basic postulate of the unity of dialectic, logic and epistemology is connected with a number of other characteristic features of the Soviet theory of knowledge. Thus it is held to be a fundamental shortcoming in earlier thinkers, especially Kant, that they inquired into the forms of thought in isolation from their content. Since dialectical materialism assumes the dialectics of knowledge and reality to coincide, it regards an investigation of the forms and laws of thought as inadmissible, when divorced from content. Soviet ideology sees it as another major error of pre-Marxian philosophy that it identified the knowing subject with the solitary individual, whereas in Marxist thinking the whole human race is the subject of the knowing process, and the process itself is one which unfolds itself throughout history. This historical dimension is a further basic characteristic of the Soviet view of knowledge. And finally we come to what is possibly the most decisive contrast between Marxist and other epistemologies. On the Marxist view, practice enters as a constitutive element in the process of knowledge. 2. Formal and dialectical logic. We have seen that the task of logic is considered to be the investigation of forms of thought in relation to the correctness of thinking. It rests on three fundamental principles: the law of identity, the law of non-contradiction, and the law of excluded middle, of which the last can be reduced to the second. It is concerned principally with the theory of concepts, judgment, and inference. Since it ignores the bearing of its subject matter upon the real, and considers merely the mutual relations between forms of thought, it is described as formal logic. Thus when formal logic examines the conditions under which two propositions necessarily entail a third, these rules hold good whatever may be asserted by the propositions in question. Now how is such a discipline to be united with dialectic? For dialectical materialism, dialectic itself is already supposed to be logic as well. But how, in that case, can logic disregard content and confine itself merely to form? Again, logic is certainly committed to the law of contradiction, whereby two contradictory assertions cannot simultaneously be true, and the emergence of contradiction is thus to be regarded as a sign of fallacy, while according to dialectic, there can undoubtedly be contradictions present in reality itself, and it is these indeed which occasion motion in the real. It is in the logical field, if anywhere, that we encounter fixed and unalterable concepts and propositions, whereas for dialectic, everything in the world is to be thought of as in constant change and flux. How, then, can logic and dialectic be held to coincide? In view of these contrasts, it was formerly the custom in Soviet philosophy to treat formal logic with open denigration, not to say total neglect. But after the Second World War there was a change of heart. The pedagogical value of the subject was acknowledged, and it was readmitted as a branch of instruction. But since, on the other hand, the strict injunctions of Lenin were still in force, whereby dialectic had also to rank as logic, the attempt was made to supplement formal logic by a dialectical logic, and to complete the former by means of the latter. Approximating as it did to a squaring of the circle, this undertaking ended by provoking the most violent controversies among the Soviet philosophers, though we cannot attend to them here. The official view nowadays is that both formal and dialectical logic alike have their rights, and that formal logic represents, in a sense, a special case of dialectical logic, much as Euclidean geometry represents a special case of non-Euclidean geometry. As to formal logic, its importance is held to be that it describes the simplest kinds of intellectual process and gives rules for deriving new propositions from those already given. Its laws reflect the most elementary relationships among things, and their relative stability. Thus the law of identity, for example, reflects the temporary stability that a thing has, in spite of the mutability of its quality. But this should not be treated as absolute. If logic be regarded as the only science of thought, this leads to metaphysics, and to the denial of development and contradictions in the real world. To avert this danger, formal logic must be supplemented by dialectical logic, or the dialectic considered as logic. Fundamentals of Marxist philosophy defines its nature, with Lenin, as follows. Logic is the science not of external forms of thought, but of the laws of development of all material, natural, and spiritual things, i.e., of the development of the entire concrete content of the world and of its cognition, 7 cent. The sum total, the conclusion of the history of knowledge of the world. But if either formal or dialectical logic is to be regarded as a theory of correct thinking, it is obvious at once that what is described in this definition as dialectical logic has nothing in common with logic except its name. The theory of the laws of development of all material, natural, and spiritual things is concerned with the whole of reality in general, while the sum total of the history of knowledge of the world is again nothing less than an assertion about reality as a whole. This introduction into dialectical logic of the contemplation of reality is actually elevated, in so many words, into a principle. The principal question of dialectical logic is the problem of truth. It investigates the forms of thought in regard to their content, and shows to what extent these forms mediate a true knowledge of the world. But this transforms logic into a theory of knowledge. The extension of the term logic to this latter discipline is reminiscent of the division frequently encountered in scholasticism, between logica minor or logica formalis on the one hand and logica major or logica materialis on the other. However, we have no wish to dispute about words. If Soviet philosophy is anxious to attach the name of logic to that which it investigates under the title of dialectical logic, it can always fall back on the argument that it is dealing here with an inquiry into human thinking. In that case, however, it no longer has any call to set up a theory of knowledge proper, over and above dialectical logic. The main business of dialectical logic is to furnish an apparatus of thought appropriate to a world of becoming and change based on inner contradictions. Here it is assumed that formal logic, owing to the rigidity of its concepts and its attachment to the law of non-contradiction, is incompetent to the task, and that new forms of thought must be fashioned for the purpose. Hence it is thought to be a major concern of dialectical logic to form fluid, mobile concepts, unlike the rigid forms of ordinary logic. Such elasticity is held to be desirable in scientific concepts, firstly because they are meant to reflect the multiplicity and development of the material world, and secondly because contradiction between the existing concept and newly discovered facts is bound to provoke motion and development in the concept itself. By way of example, there is reference to the development of the concept of atom, which was at first thought of as indivisible, but has since proved to be not so. Finally, it is the office also of dialectical logic to investigate the development of human knowledge and human modes of thought, and to disclose the laws thereof. The laws of dialectical logic are in no way special or distinct from those of the dialectic itself, being just the same as these laws, but applied, rather, to the development of human thinking. Knowledge as reflection. Dialectical logic, as just observed, has little or no concern with the correctness of thought, being primarily preoccupied with its truth. It also raises the question of the relation of thought to reality, and so carries us forward into the truly epistemological problem of whether our cognition is able to apprehend the real as it actually is. How does our knowledge come to be adequate to the real? And how can we be sure that it is? The dialectical materialist finds an answer to this essentially critical problem of knowledge by holding the knowing process to be in essence a reflecting of reality, which is shown to be veridical by practice. The reason, then, why veridical knowledge is possible, is that our knowledge reflects the real. But this reflecting should not be understood in any merely passive or mechanical way. Lenin, on the contrary, emphasizes that knowledge should not be regarded as ready-made and unalterable. What needs to be examined, rather, is how knowledge emerges from ignorance, how incomplete, inexact knowledge becomes more complete and more exact. This process, in Lenin's opinion, falls essentially into three stages, from living perception to abstract thought, and from this to practice, such is the dialectical path of the cognition of truth, of the cognition of objective reality. We must now take a rather closer look at the three stages in question. All knowledge, as dialectical materialism sees it, has its ultimate origin in sense impressions. These are veridical copies or reflections of things, and not merely symbols or hieroglyphs thereof, as was supposed by Helmholtz and Plekhanov. On such a hieroglyphic theory, sensations are mere symbols, though able to give us some mediate knowledge of the real, in that every change in reality also gives rise to a change in the symbol, but there is no formal similarity between symbol and reality. This kind of objectivity in sensory knowledge is not enough, however, for dialectical materialism. It describes such a view as physiological idealism. The sensation of red, says Lenin, reflects ether vibrations of a frequency of approximately 450 trillions per second. Our sensations reflect objective reality? But how the sensation of red can be a reflection or copy of 450 trillion ether vibrations, still abides our question. Soviet philosophy bases its belief that sensations are authentic copies of things on the ground that to treat them as mere symbols would lead to agnosticism and subjective idealism, to which it adds the further argument, that to deny the fact that sensation reflects the objective properties of things is to run counter to the collective experience of mankind and to the findings of science. But such summary assertions prove nothing. There is a better argument, attributable to Lenin. The sense organs have developed in the course of interaction between the organism and its environment, and their function has been to enable the organism to orientate itself correctly in relation to that environment. But such orientation and biological adaptation would have been impossible if the sensations in question had not provided an objectively correct picture of the surroundings. Thus, even at this level of knowledge, practice would appear to be the factor which guarantees the authenticity of our knowledge of the real. Sensation and perception are reflections merely of outward appearances. Their concern, as it were, is with the surface aspect of things. Thought, on the other hand, with the aid of abstract concepts, penetrates to a deeper level, to the nature of things. The means whereby man advances from the outer appearances of sense perception to the nature of things, is abstraction. Yet even sensory knowledge, as dialectical materialism conceives it, is capable of some degree of abstraction and can generalize to some extent. Thus the eye discovers the same white color in a variety of objects, such as snow, sugar, paper, etc. But thinking alone has the power of singling out the necessarily inherent features of a thing and incorporating them in the concept of its nature. Thus thinking uncovers the essential connections and relations hidden beneath the sensory appearance. Dialectical materialism perceives an essential difference of quality between sensory apprehension and abstract thought. It therefore has no use for sensationalism, the view that concepts are reducible to a combination of sense impressions. Knowledge, it considers, is essentially a product of cooperation between the sensory and the rational, and by this it seeks to correct the one-sidedness of empiricism and rationalism alike. It insists, with the latter, upon the rational element as an essential complement to the senses, but is no less obstinate than the former in arguing, against rationalism, that all knowledge comes from experience, and therefore begins in sensation. In rejecting the innate ideas of the rationalist, it goes so far, indeed, as to derive even the validity of axioms and basic epistemological principles from experience. For Lenin, the laws of logic, thanks to 1,000,000,000-fold repetition, have the stability of a prejudice, an axiomatic character. Inheritance has played a part in the establishment of axioms only insofar as it is the physiological mechanisms of nervous activity, underlying the cognitive process, which are biologically inherited, not the content of knowledge itself plus the knowledge of the nature of things embodied in abstract concepts is thus the outcome of a dialectical process, in which there is a twofold dialectical transition between the object and the thought. The first leads from the object to its subjective image in sensation and perception, the second from the sensory image to the abstract concept. But that leaves us with the question, what guarantee do we have that the object is correctly mirrored in thought, and that after all these transactions the copy does not echo the reality in a distorted form? Do we not also have to reckon with the facts of error and sensory illusion? How are we to be sure that our knowledge gives a true picture of reality, or under what circumstances this takes place? 4. Practice as the foundation and goal of knowledge, and as the criterion of truth. Dialectical materialism finds the answer to this question in practice. The latter is a further essential constituent of the knowing process, not merely as a controlling factor external to knowledge, but rather as a component intrinsic to the process itself. This incorporation of practice into the cognitive process is held to be Marxism's decisive contribution to the solution of the problem of knowledge. The nature of this contribution can be understood, however, only in the light of Hegel's principle of identity. Hegel sets out from the principle that idea and re is basically identical, and since by the unfolding of the idea in philosophy reality comes to be apprised of its own truth, the veridicality of thought is ensured, for philosophic thought is itself the instrument whereby reality unfolds its own truth. 1 GF. GMP, p. 333. Light are identical. Thus the gradual unfolding of the idea in the progress of philosophic thought is simply reality coming to consciousness of itself. Since idea and reality are t. By way of a pre-philosophical protest against this line of argument, Marx rejects the notion underlying it, that a philosophic understanding of reality is sufficient to lead the latter to its own truth. Prior to, and apart from all philosophical reflection, it seems evident to him that despite the enormous elaboration of the idea in philosophy, reality remains what it was, that injustice and reaction are not thereby overcome. Experience of everyday life teaches us, rather, that reality is not what it ought to be, that it does not attain its own truth. Marx regards it as hopeless, however, to think of obviating this discrepancy between idea and reality by means of philosophic thought. What is needed instead is exertion within reality itself. The creation of true reality must be the work of the historical process itself. Thus the unity of idea and reality, for Marx, is not a datum but an agendum, something that still remains to be actualized. For Marx, therefore, there can be no suggestion either that the current state of man's thought must necessarily attain to truth about the real. For in the first place he regards the world in its inmost essence, not as an absolute idea coming to consciousness of itself through human thinking, but as nature becoming human. Moreover, man, under the present order, finds himself in a condition of self-alienation, so that his consciousness is necessarily illusory and reflects the real only in a perverted form. Speculative thought, for Marx, is by itself incapable of removing the discrepancy between idea and reality, for reality is not primarily the idea, but a nature made up of sensory objects. Hence the creation of true reality must be first and foremost the work of this reality itself. If reality is to be transfigured into truth, this has primarily to be accomplished by way of a physical activity, namely revolutionary practice. The economic and social roots of man's self-alienation must be removed through the abolition of private property. Man's true realization of himself can be attained only by the establishment of a socialist society. At the time he created the still vital Marxist conception of practice, Marx was yet also sufficient of an Hegelian to attribute a major role in the emergence of true reality to theory and philosophical thinking. But philosophy can fulfill this destiny only by being sublated, as it were, by its own death, by attaining its own actualization in practice. This actualization of philosophy implies, for Marx, the translation of the idea from the realm of pure thought into that of practice. This may involve a certain loss to philosophy on the speculative plane, and to that extent one may speak of it as having been negated or sublated in the course of its actualization, but this is abundantly compensated in other directions, for theory becomes in this fashion a material force, a principle that fulfills and transfigures reality. Point 4. Only when philosophy has thus been actualized in concrete, revolutionary practice, and in consequence thereof, does the unity of idea and reality come to be established, and no further problem remains as to the efficacy of thought over reality. The question of whether objective truth can be attributed to human thinking is not a question of theory but is a practical question. In practice man must prove the truth, that is, the reality and power, the this-sidedness of his thinking. The dispute over the reality or non-reality of thinking which is isolated from practice is a purely scholastic question. This philosophical background must be borne in mind if an appropriate assessment is to be made of the contemporary Soviet view of the matter, for all that much of the original Marxian conception has meanwhile been lost. It is of great importance, at all events and for reasons apparent from the foregoing, that even in current Soviet theory practice is not only the criterion of truth, but the basis and goal of knowledge. Practice as the basis of knowledge implies that thought and cognition are ontologically rooted in sensory reality, though in such a fashion that this reality is unmistakably allotted the primary place. Practice as the goal of knowledge implies that reality has not yet attained its truth, but can only be brought out in its true nature with the aid of human thought and cognition. And finally, practice as the criterion of true knowledge implies that the authenticity of human knowledge only becomes apparent insofar as reality attains its own truth by means of it, and by means of the practice founded upon it. Thus the knowing process and the practice that changes reality are for Marxism inseparable. Dialectical materialism proceeds on the assumption that knowledge constitutes a reflection of the world in man's consciousness which cannot be separated from the alteration of the object of knowledge in the course of social practice. In the light of the above-mentioned development of the problem from Hegel to Marx, this definition incorporates an idea of great importance. The basic theme of the world process is not merely, as with Hegel, the coming to consciousness of an identity of idea and reality already given from the start. The aim of world history is, rather, that this identity should be brought about. The fact that this is possible is due to the mirroring of the world in man's consciousness, and to the consequent purposiveness of his influence upon reality itself. In contemporary Soviet accounts of this doctrine, however, we find a lack of that philosophic depth which still characterizes the Marxian treatment of the problem. An altogether more pragmatic tone is in evidence here. Practice is taken to mean the physical activities of men, whereby changes are effected in the objects and processes of reality. In the concrete, it includes both the activities of production and those of social and political life, the class struggle and so forth. Education, hygiene, and scientific experimentation are also ranked as social practice. Practice is the foundation of knowledge. Insofar as man works on things and transforms them, their properties are revealed to him. To use a thing is at the same time to cognize it. Both sensory acquaintance and intellectual cognition are dependent on practice. Marx himself argued that the cultivation of the five senses is the work of all previous history. The delicacy of sensation develops in accordance with the progress of production and technology. Thus the capacity to distinguish colors, for example, improves with developments in the chemical dye industry. And so far as intellectual cognition is concerned, we have already noted how dialectical materialism derives its elaboration of logical laws and principles of knowledge from historical practice. Practice is also the goal of knowledge. All the sciences have arisen in response to practical needs. Thus geometry, for example, as its name implies, had already arisen in antiquity from the need for surveying land. And the enormous outgrowth of science in modern times is associated with the feverish development of industry under the impact of capitalism. Lastly, practice is the criterion for the correctness of knowledge. In scientific investigation, practice mostly takes the form of experimentation. Where direct interference with the object is not possible, as in astronomy, for instance, our knowledge can be tested against other findings of observation. Thus Engels, for example, appeals to the confirmation of the Copernican system. For centuries this was no more than a well-grounded hypothesis, but when Leverrier, by means of the data provided by the system, not only deduced the necessity of the existence of an unknown planet, but also calculated the position in the heavens which this planet must necessarily occupy, and when Gall really found this planet, the Copernican system was proved. Practice is also the criterion of truth in the social sciences. But by practice in this connection we are to understand, not the doings of individuals, but the activities of social groups, such as classes or parties. Thus the Russian October Revolution was a brilliant confirmation of Marx's analysis of the capitalist mode of production and of his conclusion that capitalism would inevitably perish and be replaced by the socialist mode of production. V. Absolute and relative truth. Truth, to the dialectical materialist, consists essentially in a relationship between knowledge and reality. In reality itself there is no truth, only things, phenomena, and processes. The notion of truth relates only to our ideas, concepts, theories, etc. i.e. to the relation of our knowledge to the objective world. Objective truth therefore refers to that content of human knowledge which mirrors the objective world rightly. But the world that man inhabits is held, on this view, to be infinite. There are therefore unlimited possibilities for human knowledge. However far man goes in his pursuit of knowledge, there is always infinitely more for him to know. At every juncture in history, therefore, man's knowledge is incomplete, and not that only, for it is also imperfect, in that truth is often mingled with error. Thus throughout the 19th century the wave theory of light was predominant, but it became evident in the 20th that this theory was one-sided and unsatisfactory, and required to be supplemented by the corpuscular theory. Incomplete and imperfect truths of this kind are described by dialectical materialism as relative truths. Relative as our knowledge must always be, it contains nonetheless an indestructible kernel of truth which remains conserved throughout further stages of knowing. This is absolute truth. Absolute truths of this kind are not merely such trivial commonplaces as that twice 2 are 4, the Volga flows into the Caspian Sea, or Napoleon died on May 5, 1821. Dialectical materialism also ascribes absolute truth to such propositions as that matter is primary while mind and consciousness are derivative, that life has emerged solely through the evolution of matter and man through the evolution of the animal kingdom, etc. Absolute and relative truth form a dialectical unity. Absolute truth is the constantly expanding absolutely true content of relatively true knowledge. Science advances through the discovery and elimination of the errors interspersed with what is truly known, so that the absolute truth emergent from the relative is continually increased. This implies, however, that no philosophical system can claim to be regarded as permanent, final, absolute truth, in no need of further improvement or development. Hegel is accused of having violated his own dialectical method by representing the entire content of his philosophical system as an absolute and eternal truth. Even the philosophy of Marx and Engels, including also the fundamental laws of dialectic, is regarded by contemporary Soviet philosophy as a theory that can and must be further developed. The comprehension of the general laws of dialectics, like that of the laws of other sciences, is bound to deepen with the modifications of practice and the development of science. It is bound to be enriched by new experience, new knowledge. For all that, this capacity for development on the part of the Marxist dialectic is limited to the greater concreteness it acquires by application to different historical circumstances. Its fundamental principles are not, however, open to question, since they rank as absolute truths. 6. Criticism. We shall not deny that there are many positive elements to be acknowledged in the epistemology of dialectical materialism. The first point in its favor seems to us to lie in its realist outlook, and more especially in the fundamental distinction it makes between the sensory and the logical stages of knowledge. It is likewise to be regarded as a step forward that formal logic should again have come into its own. And finally, we may also admit that practice can in many cases be viewed as confirming the correctness of what we know. It is another question, however, whether the dialectical materialist epistemology is equally capable of providing a critical justification of human knowledge. For here it seems defective at a number of crucial points. It is the prime task of a critique of knowledge to demonstrate the validity of our knowing. But what proof of this does the dialectical materialist theory provide? It is to be found primarily in the claim that our knowledge is a reflection of objective reality. But this is merely to assert a claim to such cognitive authenticity. What justification is offered for the making of this claim? Two lines of thought are especially prominent here. The first relies on the principle of coincidence between epistemology and dialectic. Dialectic supplies the most general laws of development in nature, society, and thought. Epistemology is 1 Ibid, p. 130. Concerned with the laws of development in human knowledge, looks upon knowing as a process, and applies to it the general laws of motion which dialectic shows to hold good of all reality. The subjective dialectic of human knowing and the objective dialectic of reality are related as copy to original. But the unity of dialectic and epistemology can only guarantee the authenticity of human knowledge if objective and subjective dialectics are absolutely coincident, as in Hegel, where thought and being are identical, so that the dialectical unfolding of the idea into its categories not only reflects the inner structuring of being, but actually sees this. In dialectical materialism, however, this unity of thought and being is split up into the duality of objective and subjective dialectics, whereby the latter is supposed to be a reflection of the former. But this merely raises in full force the question from which we started: what guarantee do we now have that the subjective dialectic mirrors the objective aright? Dialectical materialism finds such a guarantee in the fact that the same dialectical laws of development hold good for both, in that the subjective dialectic, or human knowing process, is assuredly a process of development, and must therefore be subject to the general dialectical laws of evolution. But this too is incapable of making it certain that our knowledge measures up to reality. For if this was the guarantee, every process of knowing would necessarily have to coincide with some process in reality, and there could be no error, since all knowledge would be true. But even dialectical materialism makes no such claim as this. It is clear, anyway, that knowledge as a process, 7 cent. TNE subjective dialectic, is in no sense a reflection of development in the real, the objective dialectic. For knowledge often proceeds in the reverse direction from that of reality. Whereas in reality development progresses from causes to effects, knowledge frequently ascends the other way, from effects to causes. Thus it is not knowledge as a process, as a subjective dialectic, which reflects reality, the latter is reflected, rather, in the product of knowledge, viz., in sensation, perception, concepts and the like. The other line of argument that dialectical materialism adduces to ensure the authenticity of cognition turns on the problem of the unity of theory and practice. But this latter unity, like that of the two dialectics, would seem to be just another unsatisfactory substitute for the Hegelian principle of identity. In Hegelianism, the authenticity of thought is immediately guaranteed by its identity with being. Now, as against this, Marx was certainly right in insisting on the diremption, the divorce between idea and reality, and in pointing out that an understanding of the defects of reality does not immediately bring about a transmutation of the latter into its truth. Removal of deficiencies only takes place when such understanding also gives rise to appropriate action. But in so saying he has cut the ground from under the whole principle of identity itself, and shown in so many words that mental processes and real processes are not one and the same. But when Marx goes on to discern in practice the final criterion for the truth of thought and insists that man must demonstrate the truth, i.e., the reality and power of his thinking in practice, this represents once more a tacit reversion to the Hegelian principle of the identity of thought and being. If thought and being are not thus equated, practice in many cases can certainly provide valuable confirmation of the validity of a theory, but only if some further criterion of truth is available. It cannot be the final arbiter of truth. There are obviously two ways in which practice can be regarded as a criterion of truth. First, by obtaining in practice an experience which confirms, in the sequel, a theory propounded beforehand. In this sense, for example, a success flow experiment is taken to give proof of the correctness of a theory. But we only gain awareness of the outcome of the experiment by means of sense perception. Yet the very point at issue is whether our sense perceptions give knowledge of the real. Hence the validity of the sense perception which informs us of the positive outcome of the experiment must itself in turn be authenticated by practice. It will be evident that in this fashion we never reach a conclusion. Take again the case of the October Revolution, which communism regards as practical proof of the correctness of Marx's analysis of capitalism. Here it is still more difficult to make out the practical event as a confirmation of the theory's correctness. For one is led to ask, how can I be sure that the Russian Revolution was really occasioned by those causes which are bound, on the Marxist analysis, to lead to the collapse of capitalism, and that its collapse in Russia was not brought on by other factors altogether? Things are easier for the physical experimenter here. He can repeat his experiment as often as he pleases, can more readily isolate the process from the influence of other factors, and so forth. In the case of a historical event this cannot be done, for it is something that happens but once and is not repeatable. In point of fact, as we shall see in Part 2, there are differing opinions about the Russian Revolution, as to which factors were responsible for the collapse of Tsarism in Russia. There are many authors who take the view that the Russian Revolution not only fails to confirm Marxist theory, but actually refutes it. Now how is such a difference of opinion to be settled? If practice is the ultimate test of truth, the question as to the conformity between Marxist theory and the actual course of history ought again to be decided by practice. But then here too we never reach a conclusion. There is, however, another way of interpreting the thesis that practice is the criterion of truth, namely as asserting that a theory is correct when it has some practical result. This is evidently what Marx was arguing in the second of his theses against Feuerbach. In practice man must prove the truth, that is, the reality and power, the this-sidedness of his thinking. Here, in effect, he equates truth with reality and power. But is it a sufficient demonstration of the truth of a theory that it should have some consequence in reality? Capitalism too has had results of a kind, and those, as Soviet ideology admits, not merely in its early progressive phase, but also at the present day. Soviet authors nowadays agree that the stagnation and rottenness typical of capitalism in the epoch of imperialism should not be construed as an overall regression in the development of productive forces, but rather as showing that these forces are still developing even under the conditions of imperialism. And, come to that, even National Socialism had in its day some practical result. We are not to suppose, therefore, that a theory need only have consequences of some sort in order to be true, it must issue, rather, in correct practice, i.e., in a practice that leads reality towards its cent truth. But the problem as to the criterion of truth is not thereby resolved, but merely postponed. For we are then confronted with the further question, what, after all, is the true reality? This question in turn can only be resolved by a theory, whose truth must again be determined by practice, and so on. It emerges from all this, that practice can be the criterion of truth not merely if theory conforms to reality, but only when, as Marx wanted, the truth of thinking absolutely coincides with its reality and power. But this implies the identity of theory and reality, of thought and being. If it was simply a matter of conformity, it would still be an open question as to how the fact was to be established. Conformity would have to be ascertained by a further act of cognition, whose truth would again need to be demonstrated by a new appeal to practice, but this too could lead to no conclusion. The problem is soluble only by a coincidence between the truth of thinking and its reality and power. But this would imply that thought and reality are absolutely identical. Such a coincidence of the two would carry with it the danger that the power of thought might not enforce the claims of reality, but turn it towards its own truth. The truth of thinking would then be at the same time the truth of reality itself. But this coincidence would also have as its result that the truth of reality would be immediately manifest, and not first to be demonstrated by something else. The question that held us up previously, namely how we could know whether a theory led to correct practice, would simply not arise, or rather, the positive answer to this question would be immediately evident, without the necessity of any extraneous justification. Reality would appear to be so plainly and indubitably the true reality, that all further questions about its truth would be superfluous. It will be clear from the above that the doctrine of Marx and the Marxists concerning practice as the criterion of truth is again capable of solving the problem only by recourse to the Hegelian philosophy of identity. Plus, apart from these fundamental objections, we still have a few remarks to make on various specific points in the dialectical materialist theory of knowledge. In regard to the pretension of supplementing formal logic by means of dialectical, we have already pointed out that this dialectical logic is not really logic at all, but essentially what one might describe as a critique of knowledge. It addresses itself, not to the question of the validity of thought, but rather to that of its conformity to reality, and thus to the problem of truth. The same holds of various other projects of dialectical logic, which have nothing to do with logic as such, but belong rather to psychology, or the history of philosophy or the history of science, as when it is alleged to be the business of this logic to investigate, for example, the vicissitudes in the meaning of the concept of atom in the history of physics. As for the main reason put forward for the necessity of a genuine dialectical logic in addition to formal logic, it rests on a misunderstanding. The reason in question is essentially claimed to be this, that formal logic, wholly committed as it is to the principle of non-contradiction, is incapable of providing an effective instrument of thought for the apprehension of a dynamic reality. We have seen, however, that dialectical contradictions are not to be regarded as if they were logical contradictions. But it is only such logical contradictions that are inadmissible from the standpoint of formal logic. Hence there is no apparent reason why the system of concepts created by formal logic should not be capable of dealing with the fact of becoming. We must also reject the view that the ultimate axioms and principles of knowledge derive their validity from experience. On the contrary, their validity is immediately evident through a direct grasp of the nature of the facts they express. When I assert, for example, that the whole is greater than its parts, it is not necessary for me first to have dissected some 100 or 1,000 material wholes into their parts, in order to satisfy myself that the parts are always less than the whole. What happens, rather, is that on grasping the nature of whole and of part I see at once that this relation must hold between them. In any case I arrive by experience at the assertion of necessary propositions only by way of induction, but this already presupposes the validity of ultimate principles of thought, and in particular the principle of sufficient reason. hence their validity must be immediately evident and cannot in turn be derived from experience. To conclude this chapter on the communist epistemology, which also brings to an end the portion of this work devoted to dialectical materialism, we may observe that the fundamental error of this theory of knowledge is the same as that already encountered at the heart of the system, in the materialist dialectic. It rejects the basic assumptions of Hegelianism, but continues to argue in Hegelian fashion, as though nothing had happened. The result, for dialectic, is that only by assuming the identity of thought and being can any meaning be attached to the notion of a real negativity genuinely actuating development within the real itself. Without such a real negativity, contradiction as the spur of progress becomes a war of opposites, in which the driving force is no longer the negative as such, but the positive determinations of the contending opposites. But if these are the forces that generate novelty, they are operating as causes, and the causal principle holds, whereby no effect can belong to a higher order of being than its causes, so that an ascending line of development is no longer possible. There are thus only two possible ways of accounting for evolution in the world from a philosophical point of view: either, with mechanical materialism, to deny that this evolution tends upward, that life and consciousness are anything different in principle from inanimate matter, or else, if we wish to maintain that they are superior, to join with theism in regarding the whole ascent of the world's evolution as ultimately the work, in some way, of a supernatural creative power. In the field of epistemology also, dialectical materialism is in a similar position. Here the ultimate ground for the authenticity of our knowledge is taken to lie both in the unity of subjective and objective dialectics, and in that of theory and practice. We have seen, however, that in both cases this authenticity would be secured only by presuming an identity between thought and being, between development in thought and development in reality. But since the theory does not accept this basic assumption, its attempt to solve the epistemological problem is obliged to strike out in a different direction, somewhat along the lines pursued, in the same context, by critical realism. Part 2. Historical Materialism. Introduction. Tuesday. Dialectical materialism, dealt with in all our previous discussions, makes it its aim to investigate the objective, necessary laws governing the whole of reality. But this in itself creates a problem. For the whole of reality is certainly conceived by the dialectical materialist as embracing both nature and history, and hence also man. As we saw in the section on freedom, however, the theory does not absolutely deny that man has free will. Despite all the motives that assail him, he has the option of going this way or that. But can history then be based on these objective laws of dialectical materialism? For it involves the activity of free men, who determine their own goals of action. Soviet philosophy holds nonetheless that even history was subject to these objective laws. And here it relies on a very simple assertion. Men in their activity certainly pursue specific goals, but in course of pursuing them it often happens that their wills encounter the resistance of other men, who have other aims and interests in view. Hence the final outcome, the historical event, is commonly something that neither party wanted. This is why it is impossible for men to foresee the result of their actions in the historical field. Hence social development in history appears to them as an area no less remote from their participation than the development of nature. What, then, determines the course of history? Is it due to the blind play of contingencies? Is it governed by some inexorable fate, or guided by the providence of a benevolent deity? Or does it follow some law implicit within itself, in the same manner as nature? These are the questions to which historical materialism endeavors to provide a solution. And, to anticipate briefly, the answer it gives to these questions is: history is not the product of blind chance, nor is it directed by any good or evil power beyond itself. It bears within itself the law of its own progress. And it is in fact the mode of production of commodities necessary for life which ultimately determines the course of human history. Though once this basic historical law is recognized, it gives man the opportunity, by its use, to give conscious shape to his subsequent destiny, just as the knowledge of natural laws permits him to dominate over nature. General preliminaries. Historical materialism, or the materialist conception of history, is the extension of the tenets of dialectical materialism to the study of social life, the application of the tenets of dialectical materialism to the phenomena of social life, to the study of society, the science of the general laws of social development. In this definition, the short philosophical dictionary bodies forth the essence of historical materialism. The first thing to strike us in this definition is that the concepts of historical materialism and materialist conception of history are here conjoined as synonymous. But in Soviet ideology this was not always so. In earlier accounts of historical materialism, the term materialist conception of history often referred merely to the kernel of historical materialism, namely the theory of the mode of production as the factor ultimately governing the whole of social development. To this heading were then added further topics, such as the theories of basis and superstructure, of classes and the class struggle, of revolution, of the dictatorship of the proletariat, etc. Today, however, the expressions materialist conception of history and historical materialism are employed as synonyms. Part 2 of Fundamentals of Marxist Philosophy treats, under the title of Historical Materialism, of all the aforementioned problems concerning the mode of production as the foundation of social life, basis and superstructure, classes and the class struggle, etc., while in Fundamentals of Marxism-Leninism the same problems are dealt with under the heading of the materialist conception of history. Historical materialism, or the materialist conception of history, is thus an application of the principal theses of dialectical materialism to the field of social development in history. 148 Historical materialism. It therefore constitutes in some measure a special case of dialectical materialism. Just as human society represents a special order of things, qualitatively distinct from nature, so here too the general laws of dialectical materialism emerge in a special form, appropriate only to society. It is not sufficient, for example, that a physicist should be acquainted merely with the general laws of dialectic. His special task is, given a knowledge of these general laws of motion in matter, to investigate also that particular form in which these dialectical laws are realized in the realm of inorganic matter. By the same token, it is insufficient for an understanding of social development to take notice merely of the general laws of the materialist dialectic. It is a question of inquiring into the particular manner in which these general laws are operative in the social field. And to do this is the aim of historical materialism. But here a new problem arises. Just as the various branches of natural science are concerned with the corresponding areas of nature, so also there is already a series of social sciences concerned to discover the laws that are operative in society. Thus we have jurisprudence, political science, sociology, economics, etc., each of which investigates some specific area of social life, pursues the human relationships to be found in this area, and attempts to establish the laws that hold good therein. Jurisprudence, for example, inquires into the legal relations among men, economics into their economic relations, and so on. In addition there is also the science of history, whose immediate goal is no longer that of establishing general laws, since it is concerned in the first place with the particular and unique elements in the development of mankind, even though it also sees them in a common context of human nature. Is this not sufficient to take care of the investigation of human society, both in its particular and general aspects? Why then do we need yet another science as well? The answer that Soviet ideology has ready for this is as follows: whereas the various aforementioned social sciences inquire into this or that kind of social relationship, historical materialism investigates society and its development as a whole. And whereas history looks to that wherein nations are distinguished one from another, and treats its subject matter in living concreteness and chronological sequence, with inclusion of the contingent, historical materialism abstracts from concrete differences and directs its inquiries to that which all nations have in common. History can be compared to arithmetic, whereas historical materialism has more resemblance to algebra. But does not historical materialism then become merely what, in this part of the world, we should call sociology? Properly speaking, this would be so, save only that, in Soviet eyes, Marx and Engels' working out of the materialist conception of history is regarded as the creation of a science of society. Bourgeois sociology only arose at the same time as Marxism, and has grown up in opposition to it, in proportion to its growth. The main difference between historical materialism and bourgeois sociology is seen from the Soviet angle in this, that the former does not investigate an abstract society in general, but studies society in the historical course of its individual formations. From our own point of view, a further very notable difference would have to be added, namely that, at least in its examination of so-called capitalist society, the Soviet science of society is far less concerned with an empirical investigation of social life than is commonly the case with sociological studies in the West. In opposition to bourgeois sociology, communism conceives of society as a living, continuously developing organism, in which individuals are united by a multiplicity of economic, political, and cultural ties, but in such a way that the material relations of production must be regarded as dominant and determinant over the others. Precisely by virtue of having pointed out, within this multitude of relations, an ultimately dominant and decisive group, Marxism believes itself to have been the first in history make possible a scientific grasp of social development, as a process operating strictly according to law. Society, here, is not to be studied in the abstract, as a timelessly subsisting structure, but seen rather as always existing at a particular phase of its historical development. These stages of social development are called economic social formations, and they represent the central concept of the communist theory of society. What is meant thereby is a specific type of social order, with its own modes of production, particular relations of production, and the social institutions and ideas that go with them. But we shall have to deal with all this in greater detail later on. The point of particular importance for us here is that Marx conceives the development of the economic structure of society to be a natural process. In this process, a society, even when it has discovered the natural laws which regulate its own movement, can neither overleap the natural phases of evolution, nor shuffle them out of the world by decrees registered. This view of social development in history as governed by natural law has long since provided a vantage point for criticism from its opponents. If social formations succeed one another with a natural necessity akin to that governing the phases of the moon, and if capitalism is thus destined with a similar natural necessity to be replaced by socialism, what is the point of setting up a revolutionary party? It was long since objected to Marxism by Rudolf Stammeiler, that it should never have occurred to anyone to set up a party to bring on an eclipse of the moon. Is not the conception of historical necessity bound, in practice, to lead to passivity and quietism, and to fetter all creative initiative? Historical materialism replies to the eclipse objection by pointing to a fundamental difference between the events of nature and those of social development. The events of nature take their course independently of human action and will. Night will follow day, and autumn summer, whether men wish it or not. But history is different. For it is men alone who make their own history. So there certainly is some point in setting up a party to bring about the revolution. But here our difficulty recurs. Does not this answer imply a further denial of historical necessity? If the difference between happenings in nature and in history consists in this, that man's will can exert no influence upon natural events, whereas it certainly can upon the events of history, does this not amount to subjecting history once more to the will of man, and thus reversing the previous claim, that the course of history is governed by natural law? To follow the solution that Soviet ideology gives to this problem, we must recall the dialectical materialist interpretation of freedom. Freedom and necessity, on that view, are not mutually exclusive. Freedom, indeed, implies the consciousness of necessity, and thus presupposes that necessity. This is true even of the relation of man to nature. The necessary laws of physics, chemistry, biology, etc., do not prevent man from dominating over nature and bending her to his will. On the contrary, it is precisely the presence of such law-like behavior in nature which permits man to subject her to his own deliberate ends, while ignorance of these laws would defeat the achievement of his aims. And the same holds good, for historical materialism, of the social field as well. If there were no objective laws in this area, history would become a chaos. It is the fact, and the knowledge, of this historical necessity which first enables man to give conscious shape to his own history. So long as he was unacquainted with these laws, he remained the plaything of anonymous forces. It is the knowledge of them that alone gives him the power to influence social development, and so makes him free. This leads us to a further inquiry, namely why this conception of history is called materialist, and why this second main branch of Soviet ideology is described as historical materialism. We get light on the point from what has just been said of the working of objective laws in history, independent of any human will. We have already seen in part how materialism, in Marxist-Leninist usage, has a twofold meaning. There is not only the conception of matter as original and of consciousness as derivative therefrom, but also the acknowledgement of an objective reality independent of the knowing subject. It is this second notion of materialism which seems to be the main reason, in current Soviet usage, why the Soviet theory of society is referred to as historical materialism. It rests on the recognition of objective laws in history, independent of human knowledge and will. A further reason is that, according to this theory of society, the mode of production of material goods is the factor that ultimately governs the whole of social development, including that of the cultural life of society. Here, therefore, the great basic question, which splits all philosophy, so Engels has told us, into the twin camps of materialism and idealism, obtains accordingly a concrete application. The decisive question for philosophy was whether to regard being or consciousness as fundamental. The concrete version of this question, for social science, is whether to regard social being or social consciousness as the basis of social life in general. The materialist in social science is he who treats social being as primary, and views social consciousness, the various political, moral, philosophical, and religious ideas, as nothing more than a reflection of this. By social being we are to understand the material life of society, the production of material goods. For if man is to pursue science, art, politics, and so on, he must first have food, clothing, shelter, and the like. We add a few remarks in conclusion on the historical origins of the materialist conception of history. Just as the creation of Marxist philosophy is regarded as a revolutionary breach in the history of philosophy, so also the creation of historical materialism is held, in communist circles, to be an equally revolutionary breach in the history of social science. But this is not to say that certain indications in this direction cannot already be detected in pre-Marxian sociology. Since the time of the English and French revolutions, the whole course of social development has been so far speeded up, that social progress has become much more readily evident, and the investigation of laws of social development rendered very much easier than it was in earlier times, when it might have appeared that everything had always been and would always remain as it was. Further social preconditions favorable to the working out of historical materialism can also be discerned in the accentuation of social contradictions, and the emergence of the working class. In a theoretical sense, the formation of the materialist conception of history was most heavily indebted to the Hegelian philosophy of history, to the classical period of English political economy, and to the French and English historians of the 30s and 40s of the last century. Hegel's philosophy of history is based on the notion that history does not arise at the will of kings, lawgivers, and conquerors, but rather that a higher power, the world spirit, makes use of these personages as its agents. The most important suggestions from the works of the British economists were to be found in their labor theory of value, and in the attempt to view economics as the basis for the formation of social classes. The French historians of the Restoration period were highly rated by Engels, in that they saw in the class struggle, namely the conflict between the landowning aristocracy and the bourgeoisie, the key to an understanding of the political turmoil of their time. Yet historical materialism could only be created by Marx and Engels, in that they, as ideologues of the working class, were able to give expression to the interests of the most progressive class, whose concern is with truth, with the advancing development of society, not with the perpetuation of old, obsolete social relationships. Point 1. They are said, moreover, to have created historical materialism by applying dialectical materialism to the knowledge of social life. Point 2. Hence the laws of historical materialism can be understood only in relation to the corresponding laws of dialectical materialism. Thus the laws of the class struggle and of social revolution, for example, are no more than a specific form of the general dialectical laws of the unity and struggle of opposites, the conflict of old and new, of positive and negative, of the transition from quantitative to qualitative change. Registered Engels reports that he and Marx arrived at the materialist conception of history independently of each other. For all that, he gives the main credit to Marx. Both sought throughout their lives for the most exact possible formulation of this. From the time of Koski to that of contemporary Soviet ideology, the classical version has been that given by Marx in the preface to his Critique of Political Economy. In the social production of their life, men enter into definite relations that are indispensable and independent of their will, relations of production which correspond to a definite stage of development of their material productive forces. The sum total of these relations of production constitutes the economic structure of society, the real foundation, on which rises a legal and political superstructure and to which correspond definite forms of social consciousness. The mode of production of material life conditions the social, political, and intellectual life process in general. It is not the consciousness of men that determines their being, but, on the contrary, their social being that determines their consciousness. At a certain stage of their development, the material productive forces of society come in conflict with the existing relations of production, or what is but a legal expression for the same thing with the property relations within which they have been at work hitherto. From forms of development of the productive forces these relations turn into their fetters. Then begins an epoch of social revolution. With the change of the economic foundation, the entire immense superstructure is more or less rapidly transformed. In considering such transformations, a distinction should always be made between the material transformation of the economic conditions of production, which can be determined with the precision of natural science, and the legal, political, religious, aesthetic, or philosophic, in short, ideological forms in which men become conscious of this conflict and fight it out. Just as our opinion of an individual is not based on what he thinks of himself, so can we not judge of such a period of transformation by its own consciousness. On the contrary, this consciousness must be explained rather from the contradictions of material life, from the existing conflict between the social productive forces and the relations of production. No social order ever perishes before all the productive forces for which there is room in it have developed, and new, higher relations of production never appear before the material conditions of their existence have matured in the womb of the old society itself. Therefore mankind always sets itself only such tasks as it can solve, since, looking at the matter more closely, it will always be found that the task itself arises only when the material conditions for its solution already exist or are at least in the process of formation. With a view to the better understanding of the materialist conception of history, it should further be noted that in present-day Soviet ideology it is regarded both as a method and as a general theory of history. Method and system together constitute the nature of a science. The system represents the ordered totality of the content or theories comprised in a science, while the method is the manner in which this knowledge has been arrived at. Method is the formal aspect, theory the content, of a science. If historical materialism were to be conceived of merely as a method, as is often done in non-Soviet circles, it would be simply a means to the attainment of historical knowledge, and would have nothing to say about the content of history itself. But in Soviet opinion, historical materialism is both a method and a theory. Since, in the latter capacity, it yields knowledge about historical reality as such, namely knowledge of the most general laws whereby history develops, it is thus also able to serve as a method for the attainment of new historical knowledge. Criticism. At this point in our exposition we are not yet in a position to offer any final judgment on the real nature of historical materialism. In the present chapter we have attempted to gain only a preliminary impression, and to essay a few incursions into the outskirts of the associated group of problems. So here too we shall confine ourselves to a few observations of secondary importance. We begin by noticing a structural asymmetry in the collective edifice of Soviet ideology. Historical materialism was at first said to be merely a concrete application of the principles of dialectical materialism to the social field. In this sense it was subordinated to dialectical materialism and assigned to the level of physics, chemistry, etc. Just as the various natural sciences inquire into the specific concrete form taken by the general laws of dialectical materialism in the different realms of nature, so historical materialism does the same in the field of society. But when we come to define the relation of historical materialism to the other social sciences, it reverts again to a level above that of any particular science. The various social sciences investigate particular types of social relationship, while historical materialism is concerned with the development of society as a whole, just as the various natural sciences investigate the laws operative in some specific field of nature, while dialectical materialism concerns itself with the most general laws at work in nature. In the social field, therefore, we have three levels of science. At the bottom, the various social sciences, above them historical materialism as the science of the general laws of social development, and beyond that again dialectical materialism as the science of the most general laws governing not only society, but also nature as well. It would appear, therefore, that so far as nature is concerned, there is no counterpart to historical materialism as an intermediary between dialectical materialism and the special sciences. Now Soviet philosophy certainly recognizes a discipline known as philosophy of natural science. But its riddle is not properly an intermediary one like that of historical materialism. Nor is its primary object to investigate the laws at work in nature at large, as opposed to society. It deals merely with philosophical problems in physics, in biology, etc. Thus the overall structure of Marxist philosophy would seem to be, in effect, dialectical materialism as the most exalted and general discipline, beneath it, on the same level, philosophy of nature and philosophy of history, and below them in turn the particular sciences dealing with nature and society respectively. We have in fact been told that historical materialism arose when Marx and Engels first applied dialectical materialism to the social sphere. But this will not do. So far as the date of origin is concerned, historical materialism came first on the scene. For it was precisely the social sphere in which Marx first discerned the dialectical character of development. What is nowadays described as dialectical materialism, in the sense of the most general laws of development governing nature and society, only came into being when Engels attempted to offer proof that amid the welter of innumerable changes taking place in nature, the same dialectical laws of motion are in operation as those which in history govern the apparent fortuitousness of events. A few brief footnotes in conclusion as to the classical formulation of Marx's materialist conception of history, though without reference, for the moment, to its actual content. As Thomas Masaryk long ago remarked, it is deficient in the two chief elements of classicism, namely exactness and clarity. Condition is an expression that surely abounds in vagueness. Are we dealing here with a genuine form of causality? If so, of what sort? The term consciousness is ambiguous. For the most part, it refers to ideologies, the totality of some given political and social theory, and thus to social consciousness, so-called. But then again it is also referred, as individual consciousness, to the concrete individual, as when, for example, there is talk of the legal or political forms in which men become conscious of the conflict between the degree of development of the productive forces and the prevailing relations of production. And then again the relation between being and individual consciousness is carried over, without theoretical justification, to the relation between social being and social consciousness as well. 2. The materialist conception of history. IR has already been noted that in present-day Soviet terminology the expressions historical materialism and materialist conception of history are employed without distinction. Nor do we wish to deny that there is some justification for this, seeing that all the specific doctrines dealt with under the heading of historical materialism are in fact dependent on the materialist conception of history. Yet one feels a certain need to keep a special name for the central teachings of historical materialism. Fundamentals of Marxism-Leninism achieves this by use of the title Essence of Historical Materialism. We think it more to the purpose, however, to avoid terminological confusion and not to have two names for one and the same thing. We therefore prefer to keep the traditional name of materialist conception of history as a designation for the central doctrines of the system of historical materialism as a whole. In the present chapter we shall deal under this title with the root ideas of Marx's materialist conception of history, the mode of commodity production as the basis of all social life, the categories of productive forces and relations of production, the theory of basis and superstructure, and finally the theory of the five economic social formations, into which human history is divided, according to the Marxist view. In subsequent chapters the various groups of problems will then be treated in more detail, first the social and political life of mankind, and then the intellectual life of society. The mode of production as the basis of social life. Human society, according to historical materialism, is nothing other than a portion of the material world. Man is a 1. Part of nature, the highest thing she has produced. Yet for Engels, as already noted in Part I, it was labor, 7.e, the production of goods necessary for life, which brought man into existence. It is through labor that man differs in principle from the animals. The animal adapts himself passively to nature and takes his necessities from her, just as they stand. Man, on the other hand, actively adapts nature to himself and his needs, by energetic, conscious and purposive exertions upon her. By transforming nature, men provide themselves, not only with the means of subsistence, but also with tools for their work. The characteristic feature of labor is thus a deliberate working upon nature with implements fashioned for the purpose, in order to produce the commodities necessary for life. As such it is the decisive element in the productive process, which involves the following components: purposive activity of man, 7 cent. Labor, the object of labor, and the tools with which man works on the object. Holding as it does that man and his society owe their origin to the labor process, historical materialism is opposed to idealist sociology, insofar as the latter regards consciousness as the generative factor in the development of human society. This cannot be so, if only because consciousness itself owes its origin to the productive activity of society. This is concluded from the fact that the mind of our first ancestors, descended from a highly developed ape, would still have to be regarded as extremely primitive. Only in the course of productive activity, which brought about the mutual cooperation of individuals, and hence the formation of speech, did man's consciousness attain to that high level which has enabled him to achieve the impressive subjection of nature characteristic of modern technology. This provides the basis for the claim that labor, in a sense, has itself created man and human society. In Marxist theory, therefore, the production of materia goods is the foundation of social development. Now production has to do with things in the natural environment of man which he uses, partly for the immediate satisfaction of his needs, and partly for the making of tools. This raises a question as to the part played in social development by external nature, the geographical environment. And in fact we may observe that the peoples who advanced most rapidly in early times were those living in areas distinguished by unusual fertility or unusual abundance in game and fish. Later, however, as technology and industry began to develop, the most advanced peoples came to be those whose territories had the greatest degree of mineral wealth. A number of sociological theories have been founded on this observation, attributing the development of peoples to the influence of the geographical environment. Soviet theory certainly attributes a certain relative importance to geographical conditions as a factor in social development. Environmental features may accelerate or retard the development of production and may determine which types of production, which industries, achieve preeminence in one country or another. But geographical factors are rejected as a determining cause in the modification of social life. The prime error of the geographical school of sociologists is that they fail to recognize the developmental factors, the inner laws, inherent in society itself, and are further unmindful of the fact that unlike the animals, man takes an active attitude towards nature. In this connection, geopolitics is also dismissed as a pseudoscience. The density of population is equally discounted, in Soviet opinion, as an ultimately decisive factor in social development. At the end of the 18th century, it was the view of Malthus in particular that excessive growth of population was the source of all misery and vice. And today also, a number of neo-Malthusian writers similarly take the view that wars, natural disasters, and so on are necessary to prevent an excessive increase in the world's population, or again there are proposals to avoid overpopulation by artificial means. Soviet ideology takes strong exception to these views. They are regarded as bourgeois attempts to make the workers believe that misery is due to natural causes, namely excess growth of population, and not to exploitation. There is appeal on this point to the findings of various investigators, as having shown that the Earth could still sustain many times its present population. In the last analysis, the Soviet writers admittedly agree that density of population does have a certain influence on social development. It can accelerate such development, or delay it. But this cannot be regarded as ultimately decisive, or the level of development in a country would have to depend on its population density, which in many countries is not the case. The law of relative overpopulation only applies under capitalism. With the transition to socialism, the population laws are altered. In a socialist society, the increase can no longer lead to unemployment. To be sure, this can happen as a mere transitional phenomenon when socialism is introduced into countries that are weak in industrial development. Here, owing to shortage of the means of production, it may happen that a certain proportion of the population cannot be immediately furnished with productive work. In this situation, a certain rationally conducted limitation of births may help to resolve the historically occasioned contradiction between quantity of population and the level of economic development. This remark from the first edition of Fundamentals of Marxist Philosophy was removed, however, in the second edition, though in many places Poland, for example, it has been translated into practice. Thus the factor which ultimately governs social development is neither geographical environment, nor density of population, but the production of commodities. Production, however, has a double significance, a certain relationship between men and nature, and again a similar relationship of men to one another. Marx therefore distinguishes two aspects of the mode of production. The relation of man to nature is determined by his productive forces, the mutual relationships of men in the process of production find expression in the relations of production. These two categories represent the fundamental concepts of historical materialism. What interpretation does Soviet Marxism give to the term productive forces? They consist essentially in the means that man uses to work upon nature, the intermediaries he inserts between himself and his material to help him in bringing nature under his control, which is to say, in machines. But the productive forces also include the men, with their skills and experience, who set these means in motion. In Marx already, we read that, of all the instruments of production, the greatest productive power is the revolutionary chess itself. Men, however, do not produce as individuals. Even the petty endeavors of peasant or craftsman, however independent they may seem, are already elements in a social process of production. The tools they use are generally not made by themselves, but acquired. And the basic category of productive forces has thus of necessity to be supplemented by that of relations of production. In production, men not only act on nature, but also on one another. They produce only by cooperating in a certain way and mutually exchanging their activities. By relations of production, Marxism means, in the first place, any type of economic relationship among men. These include the division of labor, relations of exchange, buying, and selling, and the distribution of commodities. In its narrower and more correct sense, however, the term refers to that basic relationship among men in the productive process which determines all other relations of production, namely their relation to the means of production. 7 cent. The form of ownership involved. Every type of productive relationship is governed above all, for Marx, by the form of ownership of the means of production. Two basic forms of ownership are distinguished, private and social. If the means of production lie in the hands of a particular section of society, the relations of men take on the form of dominance and subordination. But if they are socially owned, the relations come to be those of cooperation and mutual assistance. Now it is not left to the free discretion of mankind to adopt this form or that of productive relationship. The latter is necessarily dependent, rather, on the degree of development of the forces of production. A feudal lord could no more set up a capitalist undertaking with his serfs than a capitalist entrepreneur could revert to the system of serfdom. Between them, therefore, the productive forces and the relations of production combine to form what is already referred to by Marx as the mode of production. 2. The dialectical interplay between productive forces and relations of production. We have seen that the mode of production determines the social structure. But what occasions a change in this mode, and hence in the structure of society? Marxist ideology no longer sees the answer in any external factor connected with production itself. This, rather, is the very juncture in reality where the dialectic of self-movement makes its appearance most clearly, and where it was first discovered by Marx. Production, that is considered by Marxism to be a dialectical process, a dialectical unity of productive forces and relations of production, in which each influences and conditions the other, though the leading part therein is ascribed to the state of development of the productive forces. The latter constitute the more dynamic and mobile element in this dialectical unity. They represent the content of the productive process, while productive relations are its form. Their mutual interplay conforms to what we have already learned on the subject from Part I, in the section on form and content. As production develops, the first thing to change is the means of production, which then brings about a modification of sessile relationships. This is first apparent in the transition from a primitive to a slave-owning society. In primitive society, where men procured the necessities of life with the aid of stone implements, the productivity of labor was so low as to be scarcely sufficient to keep the worker himself alive. Appropriation of the products of others' labor was at that time still out of the question. But matters were altered once the use of metal tools came in. Agriculture and handicraft made rapid advances, with a corresponding growth in division of labor and the exchange of goods, and this in turn was associated with the appearance of private property and a marked increase in the productivity of labor. Whereas in the old days prisoners of war had been either killed or given the same rights as other members of the community, it now became more profitable to use them as slave labor. And thus the transition was completed to a new order of society. The transition from feudalism to capitalism was similarly effected. Even within the feudal order, large workshops and manufactories began to come into existence, and so led to the economic ruin of the small craftsman. But a complete transformation of the feudal into the capitalist order could only come about with the invention of the mechanical loom and the steam engine, which made wage labor into a mass phenomenon. Soviet ideology uses this example to illustrate a statement from Marx's already cited classical formulation of the materialist conception of history: no social order ever perishes before all the productive forces for which there is room in it have developed, and new, higher relations of production never appear before the material conditions of their existence have matured in the womb of the old society itself. The reference to this theory of Marx's is an attempt to meet a difficulty often advanced by opponents against the materialist conception of history, it being pointed out that, at least in those countries where socialism has so far proved to be realizable, the transition from capitalism to socialism has by no means been linked with the emergence of a new means of production. To this the Marxist replies that, like any other new mode of production, socialism takes its rise from the means of production that have originated in the womb of the old form of society. Yet by further development of these means, socialism will create productive forces of a qualitatively higher order, for only the socialist form of society will prove capable of mastering the second industrial revolution, brought about by atomic energy and automation. Productive forces and relations of production therefore form a unity, in which the former play the leading part. But production can only develop without friction, if the relations of production are in harmony with the character of the productive forces. Yet this harmony does not always obtain. The productive forces are constantly growing and changing, while the relations of production remain for a long time the same. Thus from time to time a contradiction arises between them, the productive relations become fetters and lead to contradiction, and in class society to an actual conflict with the forces of production. The removal of this contradiction becomes a necessity. If the society is to survive, it is obliged to attune its productive relations to the character and level of development of its productive forces. This is the essence of the so-called law of conformity of the relations of production to the character of the productive forces. Development of the relations of production is thus governed by that of the productive forces. But what governs the evolution of productive forces in a society? This question was a stumbling block, in Soviet opinion, to many theoreticians of the Second International. It is not, as Plekhanov supposed, geographical position which ultimately determines the development of these forces, nor is it increase of population. Even the growth of popular needs cannot provide a final explanation, for though this certainly acts as a powerful stimulus, it cannot be given a decisive significance, in that such growth is itself conditioned by the development of production. Karl Koski saw the development of science as the factor governing the growth of the productive forces, and Soviet thinking certainly agrees in ascribing to it a highly important, though still not decisive, role. For science itself is propelled onwards, not by spiritual potencies of any kind, but again by the requirements of material production. What then is this crucial factor governing the development of the productive forces? In Soviet eyes it should not be sought for outside the act of production itself. For the latter is regarded as a case of self-movement, and must therefore contain the source of its own progress in itself. The claim is that this source is the dialectical interplay of the elements of production, especially the elements of the productive forces, their internal contradictions, and above all the interplay between productive forces and relations of production. This implies a double interaction within production, determining the growth of productive forces. The first is an interplay among the factors constituting the productive forces themselves, insofar as men develop their industrial skills and accumulate productive experience, they also perfect the instruments of production. And the new and improved instruments result in a change in the qualifications of men, a further evolution in the character of the producers themselves. This represents an interplay between productive forces, in that, according to Soviet conceptions, both instruments of production and the men who use them, are to be reckoned in this category. The second interplay in production is that between the forces and the relations of production. As the social form of production, productive relations may give more or less free scope to the development of production, or again may confine and hamper this development. If the relations correspond to the character of the forces, they give scope for their development. But if they are obsolete, they conflict with the productive forces and cramp their development. The interplay of forces and relations also finds expression as follows: the type of productive relation determines those material inducements which stir the productively engaged masses into action, for hence these relations exercise a decisive influence on the development of the instruments of production registered. Various examples from different forms of society are taken to illustrate this dialectic between the forces and relations of production. Thus, for all its horrors, the slave-owning society represents a certain advance in social development over the primeval society. The common labors of a large number of slaves were able to produce results that would have been impossible to individual workers. Some 100,000 men, for example, were occupied in building the Great Pyramid of Cheops. But this social order encountered the limit of its powers of development in the fact that the slaves were totally uninterested in their work and took no care of their tools. This, together with the low costs of slave labor, made it economically unprofitable to exploit technical discoveries. Though these were not lacking in antiquity, such discoveries found application, for the most part, only in the art of war. Feudalism offered better opportunities for the development of technology. The serf producer had more regard for the implements of his work. Handcraftsmanship, which became increasingly independent and was less hampered by the ties of feudalism, proved more favorable to technical progress. But even under feudalism, the advance of technology was slow. It was only capitalism, with its desire for profit, that really stimulated the improvement of technique. By enormously increasing the productivity of labor, early capitalism became a progressive factor in social development. The growth in productivity was due above all to greater interest on the part of the worker, who was commonly rewarded according to the work he did, and to the more social character of work under capitalism, where many hands worked together at the same job, and the division of labor attained its highest point. But here too, even capitalism reaches its limit. For under it the social character of production is not paralleled by an equally social distribution of the commodities produced. The allotment is private in character, the goods becoming the property of the capitalist, who appropriates what the workers produce. Since the latter is thereby exploited, he has only a limited interest in production. Under monopoly capitalism, with its enormous technical advances in the mode of production, this conflict is still further accentuated. The ever greater socialization of production gives it a tremendous advantage over individual enterprise. But at the same time it signifies a further decline in the position of the worker, whose mental and physical resources are taxed to the limit on the production line, while automation condemns him to unemployment. The transformation of productive relationships under socialism leads to another mighty upsurge in the forces of production. Here the contradiction between the social character of production and the private appropriation of the product is finally abolished. The development of heavy industry, electrification, and the all-round exploitation of the latest advances in technique, become the basis of the entire economy. The development of socialist forces of production is accompanied by a constant raising of the cultural level of the workers, which in turn has an inspiring effect on economic progress. The same is true of competition under socialism. To be sure, we find equal confirmation, under socialism, of the law that the productive forces are more dynamic and quicker to change than the relations of production. And so here too there is an emergence of contradictions between the two. But these are no longer antagonistic contradictions. Contradictions in the development of socialist society find their solution in an atmosphere of moral and political unity among the people. By correct economic leadership these contradictions can be discovered and resolved in good time, without reaching the point of conflict. 3. Basis and superstructure. The materialist conception of history has so far informed us that social development depends on the mode of production, which is thus taken to be the foundation of social life. And we have also learnt that within these material foundations there are two aspects to be distinguished: productive forces and relations of production. The life of a society, however, is an extremely multifarious process. It embraces the most varied spheres of human activity, economic, political, and cultural, and finds expression in a great diversity of social relationships. Are these different spheres all equally dependent on the production of commodities, or are some immediately connected with this, and others only indirectly so? Now amidst all this diversity of social relations, Marx singled out the economic ties as those on which all others are dependent, and through whose mediation the rest are affected by the production of material goods. He therefore referred to them as the basis, in contrast to the remainder, which he called the superstructure. The sum total of these relations of production constitutes the economic structure of society, the real foundation, on which rises a legal and political superstructure and to which correspond definite forms of social consciousness. The mode of production of material life conditions the social, political, and intellectual life process in general. The basis includes all relations of production, and especially property relations, forms of distribution and exchange, which depend on property relations, the relationships between the various social groups, etc. These relations are termed material, inasmuch as they take shape independently of human will and consciousness. They go back directly to the state of development of the productive forces. The superstructure includes all social ideas and the institutions that correspond to them, political doctrines and parties, the state, law, morality, art, religion, the churches, and so on. Two main areas are commonly distinguished in the superstructure, the politico-legal and the ideological. All such forms are alike in proceeding from, and reflecting, a particular economic basis. But they also have their own peculiarities, and are related to the basis in a variety of ways. The political superstructure depends immediately on the basis, whereas the ideological is more remote from it and only mediately dependent thereon. Basis and superstructure are said to be related in that the latter is essentially a reflection of the former. The various social doctrines, political institutions, and so forth reflect the socio-economic relations of the basis. If, as in capitalism, for example, the relations in question are those of dominance and subordination, the superstructure also exhibits the same class antagonism. When the economic structure of society changes, the superstructure must change as well. But since, as we have seen, the economic structure ultimately depends on the state of development of the productive forces, it is these that provide the decisive motives for all social change. Changes in the technique of production are not, however, directly reflected in the superstructure, but only through the medium of the productive relationships, that is, of the basis, and where ideological changes are in question, there is a further mediation by way of the political superstructure. Thus, for example, the intellectual content of the theories of the French 18th century materialists and atheists cannot be understood by merely onsing the production and technology of France in their day, while failing to grasp the class structure of the society, the position of the various classes, their conflict, and also the role of feudal polity and law, and the influence on these doctrines of science, literature, art, and morality. Critics of the materialist conception of history often pay insufficient attention to this point. A further feature must also be attended to, if we are to avoid the danger of interpreting the materialist conception in too simplified and mechanical a way. For according to this view, basis and superstructure are seldom found in 100% pure form. On the contrary, the basis of any given form of society often contains elements of that which has preceded it, and also of that which is yet to come. Thus in the economic basis under capitalism, for example, there are often still important remnants of feudal economic ties, and the seeds of a new order are already beginning to grow. So too with the superstructure. Here indeed the ideas and institutions of the dominant class are in the ascendant. The views of the bourgeois class, its legal and political institutions, are set in the foreground and serve to ensure the hegemony of that class, and to stifle the resistance of the oppressed proletarian. But the new social ideas and organizations of the oppressed come into being nonetheless, as weapons in the struggle for class liberation. And the politico-ideological struggle between the two elements in the superstructure reflects the struggle between the two classes on the economic plane. Every basis therefore has its corresponding form of superstructure. But this is not to imply that the superstructures of diverse social formations can have nothing in common. Thus in the superstructures of various antagonistic forms of society we find everywhere, for example, the same machinery of oppression, police, army, judiciary, prisons, etc. The reason is that in the basis even of such diverse social forms there is a crucial element in common, private ownership of the means of production, the exploitation and oppression of the many by the few. The foregoing exposition of this theory would be incomplete without mention of an addition that Engels was compelled to make, towards the end of his life, under pressure of the criticisms that had straightway been leveled at Marx's materialist conception of history. Eduard Bernstein in particular, the leader of revisionism among the German Social Democrats, had insisted on the major role in history played by a whole number of other factors besides the mode of production. No amount of historical materialism, he argued, can get round the fact that history is made by men, that men have minds, and that mental dispositions are by no means so mechanical as to be entirely governed by the economic situation. In particular, he pointed to the influence of ethics and of religious communities in this regard. Engels took account of this criticism, more especially in two letters. On September 21, 1890, he wrote from London to Bloch, according to the materialist conception of history, the ultimately determining element in history is the production and reproduction of real life. More than this neither Marx nor I have ever asserted. Hence, if somebody twists this into saying that the economic element is the only determining one, he transforms that proposition into a meaningless, abstract, senseless phrase. The economic situation is the basis, but the various elements of the superstructure, political forms of the class struggle and its results, to wit, constitutions established by the victorious class after a successful battle, etc., juridical forms, and then even the reflexes of all these actual struggles in the brains of the participants, political, juristic, philosophical theories, religious views and their further development into systems of dogmas, also exercise their influence upon the course of the historical struggles and in many cases preponderate in determining their form. There is an interaction of all these elements in which, amid all the endless host of accidents, the economic movement finally asserts itself as necessary. In his letter of October 27 of the same year, to Conrad Schmidt, Engels makes special application of this fact to the relation between economics and political power. It is the interaction of two unequal forces, on the one hand, the economic movement, on the other, the new political power, which strives for as much independence as possible, and which, having once been established, is endowed with a movement of its own. On the whole, the economic movement gets its way, but it also has to suffer reactions from the political movement which it itself established and endowed with relative independence, from the movement of the state power, on the one hand, and of the opposition simultaneously engendered, on the other. The reaction of the state power upon economic development can be one of three kinds: it can run in the same direction, and then development is more rapid; it can oppose the line of development, in which case nowadays state power in every great people will go to pieces in the long run; or it can cut off the economic development from certain paths, and prescribe certain others. In the course of these explanations Engels is already giving much more weight to the superstructure. And the same tendency is apparent in the further development of the materialist conception of history, on Russian soil, at the hands of Lenin and Stalin. A characteristic feature of Lenin's theory is the great importance he attached to the factor of consciousness. There was a faction among the Russian Social Democrats which looked forward to the realization of socialism primarily in virtue of the spontaneous action of the necessary laws of social development. Lenin argued in reply that this alone was inadequate, that the historical necessity in question could be realized only by way of a consciously conducted revolutionary struggle. The primary requirement, therefore, is to kindle this revolutionary class consciousness among the workers. And this was precisely what Lenin took to be the main task of the Marxist Party. He envisaged the latter as a rigidly disciplined fighting organization of the most enlightened element amongst the workers, as their vanguard, whose task it is to bring socialist class consciousness to the toiling masses, and to carry them along with it in the revolutionary struggle. Stalin took the same position, though restating it once more in terms of the traditional Marxist categories of basis and superstructure. The elements of the latter, that is, the various social theories and political institutions, certainly arise on the basis of the material life of society, but once arisen they also come to have a tremendous organizing, mobilizing and transforming value, and end by reacting in turn upon the material life of society. Plus this doctrine became one of the key features of Soviet social theory. If the superstructure were to be accorded no active value, why should society have need of it? The dominant classes certainly create the superstructure for the very purpose of being able more easily to maintain their sway over the oppressed. And the oppressed in turn create their ideas and organizations, the better to fight for their own liberation. This is more particularly true of the two superstructural forms represented by the state and the law. The state is the most powerful instrument of the ruling class for keeping down the exploited. And the rulers similarly attempt, by means of the laws they enact, to preserve the economic order on which their dominance depends. Particularly important is the active, transforming, creative role of the socialist superstructure in the revolutionary transformation of capitalist society, and in the establishment and defense of socialist society. The communist parties of the socialist countries are the leading and guiding forces in socialist states. The ideology and politics of the Marxist Party inspire, organize, and direct, not only the activity of the institutions of the new superstructure, of which the party is the leading element, but also the economic build-up, the whole enormously important historical achievement of the masses of the people. These remarks speak for themselves, and it would be superfluous to comment on them. This theory of the active role of the superstructure also forms the basis, in Soviet doctrine, for the solution of a difficulty commonly raised against the materialist conception of history. The gist of it is that the best refutation of Marxism is to be found in the manner in which it came to be realized in the socialist countries of today. For there the political revolution was a precondition for the economic transformation and the creation of a socialist type of economy. Soviet teaching points in reply to the fundamental difference between a bourgeois and a proletarian revolution. In the former, the creation of a new, capitalist form of economy anticipates the political upheaval. The political revolution merely stabilizes and gives sanction to the economic transformation that has already taken place within the womb of the old, feudal society. But in a proletarian revolution the situation is different. Here the economic revolution cannot precede the political, since this would require the abolition of private property, which can only be achieved by a political coup. Even here, however, the political revolution is preceded by conflict between the new productive forces and the obsolescent social order. In any case, the agent of socialist revolution, namely the proletariat, is itself a product of the previous economic development. So here too, in Soviet theory, the primacy of the economic factor continues to be preserved, and the role of politics is reduced to that derivative sort of efficacy, characteristic of superstructural factors in general. 4. The 5 types of social formation. The mode of production, conditioned as it is by the degree of development of the productive forces, and with its own typical form of productive relationships, is thus the basis. Taken together with its corresponding politico-ideological superstructure, it is what historical materialism refers to as an economic social formation. The whole of human history, and not only past history, is thought to be comprised under the sequence of 5 such forms of society: the primitive community, slavery, feudalism, capitalism, and communism, with socialism as its initial phase. The primitive community arose as the first form of society so soon as man had emancipated himself from the animal kingdom, by developing those characteristics that distinguish him from other living beings. The implements of labor at that time were still entirely primitive: the club, the stone axe and knife, and stone-headed spears and javelins. The bow and arrow appeared at a later date. The primitive character of the productive forces was matched by that of the social relations of production. With the tools available, the individual would have been quite unable to earn his livelihood in isolation. Only the joint exertions of all members of the community made it possible, by bitter struggle, to wrest the necessities of life from nature. Community of labor was also matched by common ownership of the means of production. The relationship of all members of the community to the means of production was the same: nobody had power to appropriate them at the expense of the remainder. And thus the exploitation of man by man was still impossible. The productivity of labor was as yet so low, that the product was barely sufficient to maintain life. A surplus, that someone might have been able to appropriate to himself, was still non-existent. Hence, since there could be no exploitation, it was equally unnecessary to have any apparatus of political coercion. Matters of common concern were either decided collectively, or handed over to the supervision of particularly respected or experienced members of the community. At a later stage of social development there arose the so-called Gentile organization, which plays a great part in Marxist conceptions of prehistory. Here, society is divided into gentes, one which at that period of human history also functioned, in effect, as economic units. Later, the progress of economic development extended such relationships to the tribe and the tribal group. Since the gens is based on group marriage, the monogamous family was also absent from primeval society. Within the gens, the females took first place. Engels draws this conclusion from the fact that, under the group marriage system then prevailing, the fatherhood of a child remained uncertain, whereas matrilineal descent could be established, so that only the female line was recognized. In Fundamentals of Marxist Philosophy, the origins of mother right are attributed to an economic factor, the women, who collected plants for food and ran the household. Thereby laid the foundations of agriculture, a more important means of subsistence than hunting, which was the men's affair, and an unreliable source of food supply. The low state of development of the productive forces imparted to primitive man a particularly strong sense of his own helplessness in the face of nature. His mind was thus dominated by childish, naive, religious ideas. The whole world of the primitive was limited to the tribe. Bloody feuds broke out between one tribe and another. Thus primeval society was anything but a golden age. As the productive forces improve, however, primitive society moves gradually towards its own supersession. Stone tools are replaced by metal ones. A social division of labor slowly becomes the rule. Agriculture, husbandry, and later handicraft begin to be established. Exchange of commodities arises, first among the tribes, and then within communities at large. It ceases to be necessary for the whole community to engage in the same labor process. Tribe and gens disintegrate into the separate family, which now becomes an independent economic unit. By going over from hunting to husbandry, and from scratching the soil to tilling it with the plow, the menfolk obtained social dominance. Matriarchy was replaced by patriarchy. The male line of the father, rather than the female line of the mother, became the key to the descent of children and the inheritance of property. Hence arose the monogamous family, headed by the husband, and with its own private economy. Private property is inseparably connected with the rise of this isolated monogamous family, which has become the economic cell unit of society. The increased productivity of labor also made it possible to appropriate the product of others' labor, since human capacity was now already able to produce more than the individual producer needed to keep himself alive. It appeared more profitable to turn prisoners of war into slave laborers, rather than to kill them. The primordial community was thus replaced by a new social formation, the order of slave ownership. Its relations of production are marked by the fact that private property, which had now grown up, extends, not only to the means of production, but also to the immediate producers, the slaves. This was a necessary consequence of the state of the productive forces at that time. They had already developed sufficiently, indeed, to permit appropriation of the product of other people's labor. Yet this appropriation was possible only so long as the consumption of the slave laborers was restricted to an absolute minimum. The solidarity and cooperativeness of the original community were replaced by exploitation and oppression of one section of the population by the remainder. Society was now split up into antagonistic classes, the slave owners and the slaves. To suppress the resistance of the slaves, it was necessary to create a special apparatus of coercion, the state, which superseded the earlier directing agencies of the gens and the tribe. Along with the state, law also appeared on the scene, as a system of norms giving expression to the will of the ruling class. Despite all the evils and cruelties attaching to this form of society, it represented nonetheless a step forward in the progress of mankind. The division of labor was advanced, and so led to a rise in the productivity of labor. There came to be a division of labor between rural economy and the handicrafts of the towns. Within the field of craftsmanship there arose a specialization into different kinds. On the land, animals were used for work. Slave labor made possible vast schemes of irrigation, the building of roads and waterways, shipbuilding, and so on. And those who were freed by this labor from physical work could now devote themselves to art and science. In time, however, even these relations of production became a drag on the further development of the productive forces. The cheapness of slave labor allowed their owners to neglect improvement of the means of production. The slaves, in turn, took no interest in their work, and could not be entrusted with costly and valuable tools. Further enhancement of the productive forces could be achieved only by abolition of the slave-owning order through revolution. The prime movers in this were the slaves and the poorest class of people. In the end, under the combined blows of the uprisings of the working classes and the attacks of neighboring barbarian tribes, which the slave-owning state, weakened by internal contradictions and conflicts, could no longer resist, the slave system crumbled. It was replaced by a new formation, feudalism. The productive relationships of feudalism depend on private ownership of the means of production, especially of land, which at that time was the chief source for producing goods. Though the peasants were dependent on the feudal lord, and tied to the soil, they were no longer the complete property of their superior. They owned their own tools, and also had a holding they could cultivate in the time free from feudal servitude, and whose produce they could dispose of as they wished. This meant that the peasants were more interested in the results of their labor, leading to a great improvement in the economy, as compared with the slave system. Trade and commerce underwent a similar improvement, and the towns flourished in consequence. The new relations of production led to a corresponding change in the class structure. The feudal aristocracy formed the ruling class, with the serfs as a rival second class. Their relationship was antagonistic, insofar as the serfs were still cruelly exploited by the landowners, though no longer to the same extent as under slavery. The exploitation was based on non-economic coercion, such as fear of corporal punishment, and the like. The class war found characteristic expression in the form of peasant uprisings, Wat Tyler's rebellion in England, and the Jacquerie in France, the peasant war in Germany, the risings of Bolotnikov, Razin, and Pugachev in Russia, the Sikh revolt in India, the Taiping rebellion in China, etc. There was feudal exploitation also in the sphere of the political superstructure, in that not only the king, but also the individual lords, had armed troops at their disposal for the purpose of keeping down the peasantry. On their estates, the lords could exercise judicial powers and inflict punishment. It is typical of the legal system under feudalism that it sanctions inequality among the estates of the realm, with almost insurmountable barriers between them. Intellectual life was dominated by the church, and by religion. In course of time, however, the constant growth of the productive forces again extended beyond the possibilities of this type of society. In industry, the small craftsmen's workshops came to be rivaled by large manufactories, which, while employing the same techniques as the craftsmen, made greater use of the division of labor. This was accompanied by a huge increase in trade, especially when new export markets and sources of raw materials were opened up by the discovery of lands across the sea. Thus slowly, in the womb of the feudal order, there arises a new, capitalist mode of production, which comes into conflict with the old productive relationships. As champions of the new order, the bourgeoisie need a free international market, which is prevented by a multitude of customs barriers. New labor forces are constantly called for, but unobtainable owing to the bondage of the serfs to the land, and so on. In its struggle against feudal dominion, the bourgeoisie is supported by all who are discontented with the existing order, the bonded peasantry, the lower grade of townsfolk, etc. So begins the epoch of bourgeois revolution. The outcome of this revolution is again a new social formation, namely capitalism. The new productive relations it establishes are still based on private ownership of the means of production, but at first they again give ample scope for a huge expansion in the productive forces. Mechanized heavy industry develops through the use of steam and later electrical power. The division of labor reaches international levels, a world market and a world economic system are brought into being. In the social sphere, the epoch of capitalism is marked by the antagonistic opposition between the capitalists and the working class. But the methods of exploitation have altered, it is now based on economic coercion. The working class is now emancipated from the personal dependence of the bonded serf, but since it has no means of production of its own, it is compelled to sell its labor power freely, in order not to die of starvation. A corresponding change occurs also in the political structure. Owing to the above-mentioned economic changes, the opportunity arises for moving from the overt despotism of absolute rule in the previous epoch to a more refined despotism, clothed in the shape of bourgeois democracy. Political freedom and equality before the law are proclaimed, but the persistence of economic inequality means, however, that they work out to the advantage of the classes in possession. This political order corresponds more especially to the principle of free competition, which is the basis of the capitalist economy. Yet even in the development of capitalism a point is again reached at which the current relations of production become a drag upon further growth of the productive forces. The periodical recurrence of economic crises causes enormous losses in productive output, and still more devastating effects are brought about by the wars that constantly break out among capitalist countries. The interest of the worker in increasing the productivity of labor is admittedly greater than that of the feudal serf, since the wage laborer is commonly paid by results. But his interest is for all that restricted, since the capitalist keeps a large part of the product. An effective end to all these impediments can be achieved only by getting rid of the basic contradiction from which all capitalism suffers, that between the socialist character of production and the individual character of the appropriation, by this or that particular capitalist, of the commodities produced. This means the complete abolition of private ownership of the means of production, and is brought about by the socialist revolution. The mode of production under socialism is based on social ownership of the means of production. Hence the relations of production are no longer antagonistic in character, consisting rather of cooperation and mutual support. They are completely in harmony with the character of the productive forces. The social nature of production is matched by an equally social nature in the ownership of the means of production, and hence in the appropriation of the goods produced. Everyone is therefore interested in increasing production. And personal interest in the increase of productivity is all the greater under socialism, in that it is based on the principle, everyone must work according to his capacity, and is to be rewarded in accordance with his achievement. Only under communism, the final form of the classless society, can distribution be undertaken on a new plan. The advanced development of modern technology, on the one hand, and on the other the new ethos of labor, consisting in the fact that the workers, now freed from exploitation, will regard work as the first necessity of existence will bring about an access of productivity in man's labor so enormous that distribution of commodities can now proceed on the principle that everyone will work spontaneously in accordance with his capacity, so that society can reward each of its members in accordance with his needs. These brief indications may suffice here, since further details will be given elsewhere. As to the nature of economic and social development under capitalism and socialism. V. Criticism. In entering, as we now do, upon criticism of Marx's materialist conception of history, we have no wish to embark on it without first emphasizing that it is based, among other things, on a number of genuine insights, which constitute an enduring achievement on Marx's part. Thus he has done well to point out, as a peculiarity of capitalism, that under it certain persons contribute the means of production, but others the labor, to a common process of production. It must be acknowledged also, that only since Marx have we learned to appreciate the overriding importance of economics in modern society. Who, again, would wish to deny that class conflicts are realities of major significance in history, or that mere class interests often lie behind the programs of political parties, and are frequently concealed, also, under high-sounding theories. It is one thing, however, to discern all these facts behind other facts, and to see that they attain proper recognition, but quite another to try to explain, or even to derive therefrom, the whole history of mankind. It is the fundamental error of historical materialism to have erected an all-embracing worldview, a metaphysic of history with exclusive claims to correctness, on the basis of a partial truth. In proceeding now to actual criticism of the materialist conception of history, the first thing to be clear about is that it consists, not of a set of individual theses, but of a whole series of elements, each calling for analysis on its own account. It can, however, be whittled down to the following basic ideas. Materialism, the theory is supposed to make it possible to interpret history in terms of philosophical materialism. Determinism, history, like nature, proceeds strictly according to law, which Marx actually speaks of as natural law. Optimism, history is not only law-abiding, but also has a direction, consisting in progress and development towards a more perfect form of society, resulting from the operation of the laws under. Economism, among the numerous forms in which social life finds expression, there is one on which all the others depend, namely economic activity. The subject matter of history is not the individual, but human society as a whole. Dialectic, this gives further determination to the manner in which society develops historically. Its driving force consists in contradiction and the struggle of opposites in the social field, and this contradiction is resolved by a leap into a qualitatively new and higher form of society. To this must be added a series of historical assertions, subject to verification in terms of historical fact, as for instance the claim that matriarchy was predominant in primitive society, that the economic characteristics of the slave-owning society were due to its employment of slave labor, etc. Once the motley assemblage of heterogeneous elements that makes up the materialist conception of history is thus brought into view, it becomes easy to see through a dangerous subterfuge that communism is only too eager to employ. Confirmation of any constituent assertion by some historical circumstance is given out as verifying the materialist conception of history in toto. In this connection we must clarify yet another presupposition involved in arguing against the materialist conception of history, the question, that is, as to how far in general it can be attacked on the basis of an appeal to particular historical facts. It would appear that refutation of the theory along these lines, if not impossible, is at least extremely difficult. One might assail its determinism by pointing to facts that suggest that the casual free choice of some historical personage has had a decisive influence on subsequent events. But the reply from the Soviet side would then be that historical materialism has no wish to deny the power of individual free choice, or the role of chance in history, since the necessity it contends for by no means excludes contingency. The position taken is simply that such accidents cannot affect the broad pattern of historical events. A decisive objection on grounds of historical fact could only be produced if one were able to show beyond a doubt how history would have gone on if Lenin had not been able to return to Russia in 1917, a somewhat difficult task. It would likewise be very hard, if not utterly impossible, to refute the historical materialist theory of basis and superstructure by an appeal to historical facts, G, by bringing forward examples of the great historical importance of religion. For on the one hand, exponents of historical materialism are ready to agree that the politico-ideological superstructure may have a secondary influence on the basis, while on the other, their contemporary opponents equally accept the major role of the economic factor in history. Hence it would only be possible to settle the issue as to the supposed secondary role of the superstructure if one were able, for a particular concrete historical epoch, to analyze out the effects of all ideological factors on the one hand, and of the economic factor on the other, which again could only with difficulty be made to lead to an unambiguous conclusion. Argument from historical facts appears to us irrefutable only where the historian is able, as it were, to cut the ground from under Marx's feet, by showing such historical data as his theory relies on to be in fact unfounded. But since the theory is, in the last resort, a philosophy of history, which does not rely in the first place on individual facts established by the historical method, but on the ultimate causes governing the course of history, it will generally be possible to pass a final judgment upon it only on philosophical or epistemological grounds. Historical materialism. If we now approach the matter with these considerations in view, the first question to arise is, how far is historical materialism, or the materialist conception of history, correct in describing itself as materialism? Two reasons in particular are given to justify the title. The first is taken to be that here the mode of production of material goods provides the basis of all social life, and especially also the intellectual life of society. But to this it must be objected that what is decisive in this instance is, not the material goods, but their mode of production. Yet production is through and through a mentally determined phenomenon. This is clear, from our analyses of productive forces and productive relationships alike. The productive forces are primarily the tools of production, together with the men who use them, and their skill and experience. Yet a tool is not a natural growth, but a product of human thought. And the more perfect these instruments of production are, the greater the part played in fashioning them by the human mind and its scientific achievements in the fields of physics, chemistry, etc. And the more complex the technique, the more dominant the contribution of what is precisely the most abstract of all sciences, namely mathematics. We have only to consider, for instance, the role of mathematics in atomic physics, or in automation, which would be inconceivable without cybernetics, and so on. But the same is also true of the relations of production. The production process is a social one, impossible without planning, organization, leadership, law, etc. As Rudolf Stammeiler has shown, there is not a single economic category which does not involve some juristic concept as a constituent part thereof. Capital presupposes the law of property, commodity depends on buying and selling, which is unthinkable without a legal system, wage assumes a contractual agreement, and so forth. The historical materialist will argue in reply to this objection, that in all these phenomena we are concerned with a merely retroactive influence of the superstructure, operating to good effect upon the basis and by way of this also upon the productive forces themselves. But it is easy to show that the influence of science and law on the mode of production is constitutive throughout. For man's labor only becomes human insofar as his tools are not found and employed just as they are, but are expressly fashioned for the purpose. Only so do we cross the divide between animal and man, but the making of such tools implies an ordering and adaptation of means to an end not yet realized, but already anticipated in thought. Without human thinking, therefore, no tool could come into being. Apart from that, if the importance of mind in tool making were merely secondary to the contribution of nature, the role of the material from which the tool is fashioned would be of more moment than that of the human mind. But this again is not so. It is evident that mind can replace what is lacking in the material, and that one and the same purpose can be achieved by the use of different materials. If man is short of one, he finds himself another. It will be seen from all this that man's immaterial thinking enters as a constitutive element into the mode of production, that the latter is pervaded throughout by the mental, and hence that it is not a material factor which ultimately determines the course of history. There is, however, another ground on which the materialist conception of history claims to be materialism. The latter, as seen in Part I, certainly involves the conception of being as something independent of consciousness. Now the materialist conception of history tells us that social being determines social consciousness. It is not the consciousness of men that determines their being, but, on the contrary, their social being that determines their consciousness. But Marx's conception of history cannot be entitled on this ground either to the name of materialism. For apart from the fact that materialism in the true sense means something other than the assertion that the world exists independently of human consciousness, it is not the being of nature that appears here in the materialist conception as this mind-independent being. As Marx expressly emphasizes, we are concerned, rather, with social being, and in the last resort with the process of production therein. Production, however, as we have just explained, is through and through a mind-determined process. From this it emerges that the materialist conception of history, so-called, is in no sense necessarily allied to philosophical materialism. One could straightway adopt the standpoint of historical materialism, even while rejecting the system of thought we have come to be acquainted with in part I as dialectical materialism. Mystical determinism. Now to the question of determinism in history. We have seen above how Marx thinks of history as a natural process necessarily terminating in socialism. Stammeiler thereupon objected that in that case a revolutionary party was needless, since it would never occur to anyone to found a party to bring on a lunar eclipse. Marxism, however, has an answer to this, in which it agrees with Marx, who had himself emphasized already that history does nothing, and that it is man, on the contrary, who makes his own history. Necessity, says the Marxist, and the freedom of man's will and action, do not exclude one another, far from it, they presuppose one another dialectically, since freedom, according to Engels, means no more than insight into necessity, knowledge of the laws operative in nature and history, and the possibility they offer of setting them to work deliberately for specific ends. In the absence of laws of some kind in nature and history, there could be no question of free, purposive activity on the part of man. What is to be said of this answer? The error that infects Engels' argument here is that he confuses social law with historical necessity. From the fact that there are laws operative in the social realm, it by no means follows that the course of history is uniquely determined. According to Engels, knowledge of the laws governing social development gives man the possibility of systematically making them work towards definite ends, that is, to determine the actual historic course of social development, and to guide it one way or another. But this can only be done if history is in itself still undetermined and malleable. The social laws of development tell us under what conditions certain things will come to pass, and are thus essentially hypothetical in character. If these conditions are realized, then this or that will happen. But the setting up of these conditions depends, if not absolutely and wholly, at least to a large extent, on man. Hence, when applied to history, Engels' conception of freedom as the appreciation of necessity and the capacity to make decisions with real knowledge of the subject, only makes sense if history is still per se undetermined. The same, for that matter, is true even of nature. There is a widespread prejudice to the effect that the course of nature implies a necessary obedience to natural law. It is in this sense that Marx compares the necessity of social development to a natural process. But our remarks on social development are equally applicable here, in that one needs to distinguish between the laws of nature and the course of nature. The necessity of natural laws only has application to the course of nature if it is assumed that no free causes, such as men, intervene in that course. If men remove whole mountains, as in building the highway over the Brenner Pass, they interfere with the course of nature, and impose on her a form she would never have taken if left to herself. In the example given, this may be deemed a negligible quantity, an insignificant amount. But we live in an age when it is by no means a remote possibility that men might one day blow up the entire planet, which would no longer be so trifling an event, even on the cosmic scale. It is possible, therefore, to see laws at work in social development, without having to conclude on that account that the course of history is necessarily determined. But in denying that it has such a uniquely determined course, we have no wish to assert on the contrary that man has an absolute control over history. Events in the immediate future, for example, are often governed by causes already laid down in the past, and which man at the present moment, even if he were in charge, is often no longer able to reverse. Thus, by the time a war has been declared and has broken out, the peoples concerned are going to be overtaken by destruction, famine, and other catastrophes, and those in charge of their political destiny will not be in a position to prevent this. But they would often have been able to do so at an earlier stage, if they had conducted their politics differently then. To meet this objection against historical determinism, the Marxist might restate his position as follows. History only proceeds by natural necessity so long as man is ignorant of the laws of social development. 7e. From the Marxian standpoint, up to the time when Marx framed the materialist conception of history, or up to that of the socialist revolution, which first made possible a deliberate application of those laws. From then on, however, history is no longer uniquely determined, since now man can direct the action of these laws to ends chosen by himself. In Engels' view, men only make a final break with the animal kingdom when the laws of their own social activity, hitherto confronting them as alien, dominating laws of nature, are now applied with full knowledge of the subject, and thereby brought under control. There are 2 points to be distinguished in this answer: the idea that knowledge of social laws provides a means for men to give conscious shape to their own history, and the claim that these laws are in fact correctly stated in Marx's materialist conception of history. As regards the latter, we shall see in due course that the actual development of society has not been in accordance with Marx's analysis. As to the first point, however, we may readily admit that a knowledge of social laws would afford men the opportunity of exerting a greater or lesser influence upon social development. This, after all, is the aim of all sociological analysis. The attempt, through knowledge of sociological laws, to gain influence over social development and the shaping of history, is thus no exclusive privilege of Marxism, rather does it share this aim with sociology in general. If such inquiry into sociological law provides man, therefore, with the chance of influencing social development and preventing needless disturbances of social life, is one entitled, on that account, to share the Marxian optimism, that from now on it will be possible to direct the course of history, whereas previously it has been a matter of fate. Such optimism appears questionable on a number of grounds. May not the investigation of society turn out similarly to that of nature, in that, the farther man penetrates into its secrets, the larger becomes the number of open questions encountered therein? And supposing men were able to gain increasing control over social development, is it not conceivable that, precisely at the point where they suppose themselves to have reached the heart of the mystery, and to have it in their grasp, the individual will revolt against such wholesale manipulation of himself and perhaps vary all his past habits in the wildest fashion, merely to demonstrate his autonomy? It is not only, however, the complete mastery of social development in the future that appears problematic. There are equal grounds for questioning the Marxian claim as to the total lack of any conscious shaping of history on man's part in the past. For even though sociology in the true sense only arose at about the same time as Marxism, this does not mean that in former times men had either no views, or completely false views, as to the history and shaping of social life. Whatever one may think of the role of the individual in history, it has to be admitted that in earlier centuries far more of the shaping of history depended on the free choice of a few leading personalities than is currently the case in our democratic age. The need to pursue sociology seems, indeed, to be due to this very fact, that nowadays the ruling agencies of society, in order to guide its life, have to pay much more attention to the wishes of its citizens than in former days when the individual was still in tutelage. To sum up our comments, then, on Marx's historical determinism, the belief in a natural necessity governing historical development contradicts another leading dogma of Marxism, whereby knowledge of the laws of social development is supposed to enable history to be brought under conscious control. And as for this control itself, it appears to us false either that it was totally lacking in the past, as Marxism proclaims, or that it will ever be fully realized in the future. It seems, rather, that in all periods it is possible to point only to a greater or lesser degree of the ability to subordinate history to deliberate control. Historical optimism. The foregoing discussion of the view that past history has developed on a footing of blind necessity brings us to a further basic feature of the materialist conception, namely to Marx's historical optimism. If it is only since Marx's time that men have been in a position to determine their own destiny, how do we account for the ascending course that history is assumed by the Marxist to have taken in the past? We have seen that in the materialist conception, every new social formation represents an advance on its predecessors, so that somehow the course of things is improving, the forms of exploitation become increasingly human. If we consider that whereas the slave was still a complete chattel of his master, the serf was restricted only in his freedom of movement, while the worker under capitalism retains even that, and continues only in economic dependence. At every change to a new form of society, the productive forces take a mighty leap upwards, while in the early, progressive stages of a new order, art and science also commonly achieve a revival, and so on. Despite occasional reversals, there is thus a continuous upward trend. But how is such a progress to be explained? As already observed, this major tendency in the historical process is supposed to come about independently of the will of individuals. History, in Marxist eyes, is certainly different from nature, in that here it is men endowed with consciousness who make their own history, and who set up goals for themselves. But in pursuing the latter they come into collision with the wills of other men, and are more or less hampered by the interest of their opponents in pursuing goals of their own, so that what finally happens, in the shape of a historical event, is often not what any of the parties desired. It is thus that the course of history escapes from man's grasp, and confronts him as an objective, alien force. If this be so, how comes it that such development leads to order rather than chaos, and not just to any sort of order, but to a better one than before? Does contradiction again provide the answer? But contradiction is an irrational factor, leading to positive results only when guided by irrational force. Or is it the rationality of the contending parties that creates the new order? But this new order that is alleged to result from the collision of opposing interests is certainly not anything that either of them sought or wanted, but rather an outcome that emerges, as it were, on its own. Whence, therefore, the progress and the better way of life. Given the Marxist presupposition, that it is only since Marx that men have consciously been able to shape their history, there can be no solution to this question. An indication as to the source of progress is available only if we either suppose a higher rational power presiding over the historical process as a whole, or if we concede that, even without Marx, men do have the ability to make their own history, at just to a certain extent. Historical economism, however, the heart of the materialist conception of history, is undoubtedly its economism, the claim that all social life is ultimately determined by the mode of production. The ultimacy is what matters here. For if nothing more were maintained than the existence of a universal interaction among the various areas of social life, and if Marxism were content to stand up for the rights of the economic factor, which have often, indeed, been disregarded in the past, no further objection could be taken. But in reaction against the idealist undervaluation of economics, Marxism now plunges into the opposite extreme. Whereas, under the influence of Hegel, the earlier idealist theories of history sought to derive the entire sequence of events from the mental factor alone, Marxism now endeavors in similarly one-sided fashion to explain history materialistically, by treating economics as the ultimate determinant. To describe this view of history as materialism is, as already mentioned, a misunderstanding. But, names apart, we must now come to grips with the substantive issue, whether the mode of production can in fact be rightly regarded as the ultimate determining factor. The usual way of arguing against this Marxist axiom is to set forth as much historical matter as one can, showing the great importance of mental elements in history. And here it is often pointed out with satisfaction that the striking success of Marx's theory is the best proof one could have of the historical effectiveness of ideas. But these arguments have to be employed with some care. For we have seen that historical materialism is far from denying the powerful organizing, mobilizing, and transforming force of social theories and ideas. Its claim is merely that these ideas owe their origin to social being, and hence ultimately to the mode of production. It is of no avail against the Marxist, simply to proffer examples of intellectual movements that have influenced the course of history. The question is one of showing that the mode of production cannot be ultimately decisive. Our discussion of the Soviet Marxist theory in its current systematic form will be concentrated, accordingly, on 2 points, the mode of production as the basis of social life, and the relation of basis and superstructure. It is of course the mode of production that is said to occasion and determine the nature of all social development in other areas. The question of how the development of production is itself determined finds answer from historical materialism in an appeal to self-government. It is not ultimately governed by any external factor, it develops in the last resort on the basis of a dialectical interplay between productive forces and relations of production. This solution is at first sight most effective, but then historical materialism promptly nullifies the self-movement again by allotting to one of the two elements a leading role. Hence it is no longer the dialectic of forces and relations that ultimately determines the progress of society, but rather the productive forces, since they are given the leading part in the interplay. They derive, indeed, some impetus from the relations of production, but the final spontaneity is theirs alone. But that merely revives the question, what is it, in turn, that determines their development? At this point historical materialism again seeks an exit through the magic key of dialectic. The source of advancement of the productive forces is to be found once more in the internal dialectic of production, on the one hand, that is, through an interplay among the elements of the productive forces, and on the other through an interplay between productive forces and relations of production. This final answer as to the ultimate source of social development now calls for analysis. And the second of the two so-called interactions can be ruled out at once. That productive forces interact with relations of production, and that this has a fruitful effect on the development of the former, is something we know already. Yet the productive forces are said to play the leading role. This means, however, that in part at least their development is not determined by the interaction in question. And our problem is precisely as to what governs the progress of that element which is not determined by interaction with the relations of production. By way of answer we have only an appeal to the first type of interaction, between the productive forces themselves. But what concrete form does it take? Fundamentals of Marxist philosophy perceives it in the following: the productive forces include not only tools, but also the men who use them, and who are the most valuable asset in production. Interaction occurs between them as follows: men improve their tools, and the use of these improved tools leads to an improvement in the men, namely an enhancement of their qualifications as tradesmen. But does that solve the problem? It would in fact be resolved, and the further pursuit of an ultimate determinant obviated, only if both factors in the interaction contribute equally to progress, and neither has the advantage, or takes on a new leading road. But this is just what does not happen here. For in numerous respects it is men who again take the lead. Tools, in the first place, are certainly a product of man's conscious activity, and in the present advanced state of the mode of production are in effect an outcome of his creation of science, and secondly, the enhancement of the worker's qualifications for labor is not a direct consequence of the tools themselves, but again due to man's own conscious activity. In using his tools, the worker must make numerous observations, and then go over them in his mind, in order to make new and better devices. The present advanced state of technology also involves a further mental element. The worker's improvement is no longer attributable merely to the experience he gains in the direct handling of his implements. In many cases he must first attend a trade school to obtain the necessary starting qualifications, and thus receive instruction at the hands of other men, and in bringing a new machine into use he must again get additional training from the makers. All this shows that man and his implements do not confront one another in the productive process as equal partners. In improving the forces of production, it is man, and the mentally creative man at that, who unmistakably dominates the scene. It follows that growth in the productive forces cannot ultimately be derived from a dialectical interaction among the individual factors therein, and still less from an interaction between productive forces and the relations of production. It is due in the last resort to the mental activity of man himself. These considerations prove once more that the materialist conception of history, so-called, presupposes a primacy of the mental, and hence by no means involves us in historical materialism. But this is no final refutation of the Marxian conception of history, namely that it is the mode of production whether or not it also contains a mental component that ultimately determines the course of history. Though it would then have to be called an economic, rather than a materialist conception of history, it might still in this guise turn out, for all we have said, to be justified. This brings us to the question of the relationship of basis and superstructure. As already pointed out, this theory is not to be refuted by producing examples of the historical influence of intellectual movements. It has to be shown that their significance is not exhausted in merely secondary effects. First, let us briefly recall that the basis consists, not merely in production, or economic activity generally, but in the relations of production. 7.e, the social relationships between men in the course of this productive activity. Two major areas are then assigned to the superstructure: political theories and institutions, and the various forms of intellectual activity, with the institutions that correspond to them. Now, what is the relation between these two spheres? If we revert to the so-called classical formulation of Marx's materialist conception of history, we find there that the superstructure is undoubtedly viewed as a reflection. The productive relations, as basis, determine the superstructure in much the same way as being determines consciousness. The course of history determines the ever-recurrent conflict between the evolutionary state of the productive forces, on the one hand, and on the other, the obsolete but still dominant relations of production. Changes in the superstructure necessarily follow in the footsteps of changes in the mode of production. They are merely the forms under which men become conscious of the conflict in question. When criticism arose against this view, it was Engels who introduced, after Marx's death, the amendment already referred to: the economic basis is not the sole determinant, but only the ultimate one. In Soviet historical materialism, this theory has since been further extended. The superstructure is certainly derived from the basis, but once derived, it also has a most important active part to play. More especially is it impossible, without its organizing, mobilizing, and transforming agency, to solve the urgent tasks involved in developing the basis. This reaction upon the basis is of special importance in the revolutionary transformation of capitalist society and in the creation of socialism and communism. But in spite of this active role of the superstructure, it is still regarded, even in contemporary Soviet historical materialism, as essentially a reflection of the basis. But such an answer is in many respects unacceptable. In the first place, an active role for the superstructure cannot be reconciled with its character as a reflection. A mirror image is passively related to the object it depicts. But in this instance, the superstructure is not only taken to be generally active in some fashion, it is actually said to exert a retroactive influence upon the very basis that gave it birth. It is even at war with it, to effect its revolutionary transformation. Confronted with this contradiction, the Soviet Marxist theoretician replies: to think of reflection as a purely passive effect is to mistake its real nature, since it always operates actively at every level of the various forms of reflection, as outlined in the chapter on matter and consciousness. Even in its lowest and simplest form, that of physical reflection, it can be shown that the mirror plays an active part, for the image will turn out differently, depending on whether the mirror is concave or convex. And this active aspect of reflection will become ever more important as we ascend through its various stages. Thus, human knowledge is no mere passive receipt of an impression left by the object on the sense organs. On the contrary, man himself is also active in the process, especially in the forming of concepts. And when we move a step further up the scale of reflection, and make the transition from individual to social consciousness, the active character of reflection is more apparent still. The rejoinder to this is simply as follows: certainly, the knowing consciousness is in some sense active in the process of knowing. But its activity is directed upon the image, not the object, of cognition. If the object of knowledge is modified by consciousness, this implies that consciousness determines being, which is nothing less than the veriest idealism. But now the basis is not the cognitive image formed in social consciousness, but rather the object reflected therein. And if social consciousness is to become active upon the basis, revolutionizing and changing it, this would imply that it determines the object of its knowledge in the act of reflecting it, which has just been shown to be idealism, a position that Soviet philosophers fear as the devil does holy water. This is not, however, the only obstacle to belief in the active, albeit secondary, rodel of the superstructure. Soviet historical materialism also conceives of this rodel as an active one, in that the superstructure assists in resolving the problems confronting the social being of the basis in the course of its development. But again, this function of the superstructure cannot be reconciled with its alleged secondary character. If the basis creates problems that it cannot solve by itself, and to which only the superstructure can give an answer, that is itself sufficient evidence of its impotence and subordination to the superstructure. It is then no longer a cause of the ideas and theories contained in the superstructure, but merely an occasion for their production. As B. Petrov very properly remarks, that which creates a problem and a task is not the cause of the answer or solution. So long as the question is merely presented, it remains open whether this answer or that will be given, or any answer at all. This is settled, not by the asking of the question, but by the answering of it. The asking and problem setting certainly have a share of some sort in giving rise to the answer and the solution. But it would be ridiculous to treat the finding of the solution as a merely secondary and subordinate matter, and the setting of the question as the source of an automatically resulting solution. And finally, the thesis of the secondary and merely reactive influence of the superstructure has yet another crucial difficulty to contend with. If this rodel were merely secondary, the basis could exist without it, and would simply receive from it an influence unnecessary to its existence. But this, as already shown at length, is certainly not the case. The basis is permeated throughout with mental, 7.e, superstructural elements. As observed above, the productive forces are unthinkable without science, and the relations of production at least presuppose some system of law. And yet it is the latter that are supposed to be the very basis that gives rise to the superstructure. So far as science is concerned, one might seek to evade the difficulty by at least partially excluding it from the whole system of basis and superstructure, as has actually been done in Soviet ideology since the days of Stalin's letters on linguistics. But this does not get rid of the problem. For in the first place, silence even on the Soviet view presupposes philosophy, which certainly belongs to the superstructure. And if science be eliminated from the basis and superstructure scheme, one obtains, in any case, a form of social consciousness which does not depend on the basis, but if there can be forms of this kind, which are not related to production by way of the basis, the whole function of the basis becomes entirely pointless. In regard to this question of the purely secondary role of the superstructure, we must also revert to the Soviet explanation as to how the whole theory is to be reconciled with the fact that, in the transition from capitalism to socialism, the political revolution is a prerequisite for the economic transformation, whereas in the bourgeois revolutions it is the other way about. Soviet historical materialism attempts to resolve the difficulty as follows: the priority of political change in the proletarian revolution is necessary because without it there could be no abolition of private property, which is a prerequisite for the creation of a socialist economic basis. But this merely gives a reason for the precedence of a political uprising, without showing how this fact is to be reconciled with the whole theory of basis and superstructure. If the superstructure antedates the creation of the basis, then logically it cannot be the basis that produces the superstructure, though the whole theory of the merely secondary importance of the superstructure necessarily requires this. An attempt is made to gloss over the contradiction by arguing that, even in the proletarian revolution, the causes are economic in character. The standard bearers of the revolution, the proletariat, are a product of the whole previous economic development, and in any case the transition to socialism is possible only through the enormous coordination of labor occasioned by the economic development of capitalism. But even this resort cannot save the basis and superstructure theory. If it is no longer the basis that produces the political transformation, and if the latter is linked only in so general a fashion with economic development at large, this implies an excision of politics from the schema of basis and superstructure, analogous to the fashion in which Stalin, in his letters on linguistics, eliminated language from the schema in question, and connected it directly to the relations of production. And in which there has since been a similar elimination of other factors, such as formal logic, various areas of exact science, and so on. Nor, again, is it possible to preserve the validity of the schema for the proletarian revolution by arguing that here too the political transformation comes from the basis, namely from the economic struggle occurring there between capitalists and proletariat, though in this case the economic struggle can only be carried through successfully by means of the political struggle. For this too would be to credit the superstructure, not with a secondary, but with a decisive influence, and in any case it would again mean ascribing to it to reflection an active role in respect of the object reflected, which has just been exposed as idealism. To conclude our whole treatment of this subject, we may refer briefly to a difficulty which does not bear particularly upon the alleged retroactive influence of the superstructure, but tells, rather, against the whole schema as such. It is the question whether there is any such thing as class consciousness, whether consciousness in general is class-determined. Walter Thimer has a very good discussion of this matter in his Der Marxismus. Here we shall merely endeavor to draw upon a few ideas from this source, so far as they relate to our present argument against Soviet Marxism. The notion of class consciousness, and particularly that of a special proletarian consciousness, is already rendered dubious by the fact that it was certainly not the proletariat that created the idea of socialism, but representatives of other classes. Marx came from the bourgeoisie, Engels from a family of avowed capitalists. Saint Simon was an aristocrat, and even Lenin was of gentle birth. As the latter himself emphasized, according to their social status, the founders of modern scientific socialism, Marx and Engels, themselves belonged to the bourgeois intelligentsia. Plus this situation might be brought into line with the theory of class consciousness by means of a distinction between individual and social consciousness. The corresponding social class in the basis would then be directly responsible, not for individual, but only for social consciousness, 7.e, for the beliefs and opinions adhered to by the vast majority of the class in question. Marx and Engels would thus be said to have adopted the standpoint of proletarian class interest, and for that very reason were in a position, as it were, to divine the inmost thoughts and aspirations of that class. But this interpretation is ruled out, for Soviet ideology, by Lenin's further remarks in this context, to the effect that there could not yet be social democratic consciousness among the workers. This consciousness could only be brought to them from without. Now how is one to reconcile this theory of Lenin's, that socialist consciousness originates outside the working class, only to be brought to them later, with the theory of the superstructure? According to the latter, the social consciousness of the period in which Marx and Engels lived must largely have reflected the interests of the bourgeoisie. Yet, as we have been told, basis and superstructure never emerge in an absolutely pure form. Alongside the prevailing ideas and institutions of the ruling class there always appear already the ideas and institutions of the oppressed, fashioned by the latter as weapons in their struggle for emancipation. This theory assumes, however, that the new ideas and institutions are indeed the work of the oppressed. Yet now Lenin informs us that the workers are quite incapable of creating a social democratic consciousness, and that this has first to be imparted to them from without. But is this not to abandon the whole scheme of basis and superstructure? Lenin justifies his remarkable claim by arguing that, left to itself, the working class can produce only a trade union consciousness, 7 cent. A conviction of the need to carry on an industrial struggle against entrepreneurs and governments, in order to better their economic position. The socialist theory, on the other hand, whereby it is asserted that the economic liberation of the workers can only be achieved by a political uprising, grew out of the philosophic, historical, and economic theories that were elaborated by the educated representatives of the propertied classes, the intellectuals. But this merely fortifies the claim that the workers are incapable, on their own, of attaining to a socialist class consciousness. It does nothing to resolve the difficulty, that the whole theory of basis and superstructure is thereby compromised. This notion of Lenin's is by no means, however, a mere trivial interlude in Leninism. On the contrary, it comes to be a fundamental feature of his theory of the party as an avant-garde, whose task it is to imbue the workers with socialist consciousness. Historical inadequacies. The whole theory of basis and superstructure is supposed to show that the economic factors are the final determinant in history. In addition to determinism, optimism, and underscore the economism just dealt with, we also mention the dialectic, as a fourth essential element in the Marxist conception of history. We propose, however, to defer discussion of this topic until the next chapter, where we shall be dealing with the class struggle. Here we shall confine ourselves, by way of a few examples, to a brief examination of the theory in the light of historical facts. As regards the theory of primitive society, the assertions of present-day Soviet historical materialism on this subject are based on Engels' origin of the family, private property, and the state, which relies in turn upon a work entitled Ancient Society, by Lewis Henry Morgan. Both sources are today obsolete. Much of their content is pure speculation, while other elements consist of partial truths which do not have the importance that is there ascribed to them. In addition, Morgan and Engels were still ignorant of many facts that later ethnologists have since brought to light. As to the earliest property relations, present-day ethnology has established that even at the most primitive levels of culture, among the least advanced hunters and food-gatherers, two forms of property are quite plainly to be met with: individual ownership and common property. Individual ownership extends, precisely, to the current means of production, tools, weapons, and utensils, as well as to food, clothing, and adornment, and to certain objects discovered and appropriated by occupation, such as fruit trees, termitaries, etc. Over such individual property the owner has sole and exclusive rights of disposal. The basis of ownership is personal labor or mental effort, as in the making of weapons and utensils, or the personal achievement of discovery in finding fruit trees, honey, and so on. Besides this, there is also common property. This does not extend to movable goods, but merely to group territory, the hunting and ranging area. Incidentally, Engels' theory of an original matriarchy has long been abandoned. Later ethnology has also shown that the notion of group marriage and the kinship group as the oldest form of family is due to a terminological misunderstanding. From use of the same term for various kinship relations, it was falsely concluded that the actual relationships were the same, and that this was a relic of group marriage. A further inadequacy also calls briefly for attention. Slavery is supposed to originate in the exploitation of prisoners of war. But why should there be wars between the tribes? According to the materialist conception of history, war, as a political phenomenon, must be due to economic causes and ultimately derive from economic conflicts. But how can such conflicts arise in primitive society, when there is still no private property? Private property is not, it seems, responsible for every misfortune in the world. The contrast between the scheme of history provided by historical materialism and the actual historical facts emerges still more clearly in the case of slavery in antiquity. In his paper to the International Historical Congress at Stockholm in 1960, Friedrich Wittinghoff demonstrated that the economy of Greco-Roman antiquity was by no means based on slavery, and that the number of slaves in the total population was far below the figure assumed by Marx and Engels. Engels reckoned the number of slaves in Greece at 10 per head of the population, and elsewhere even at 18, whereas on the modern view the ratio was only about 2 to 1. In any event, these figures relate to exceptional cases, namely the cities of Athens, Corinth, and Aegina, which were centers of industrial production and trade, and can certainly not be regarded as typical of Greece as a whole. In Greek agriculture, which was the key form of production, the slaves were hardly anywhere the main producing agents in society. A similar situation prevailed in ancient Rome. Here, indeed, one might regard the Roman state of the 2nd and IST centuries BC as a slave-owning society in Marx and Engels' sense, since at that time, At least under the latifundious system of Italy, Sicily, and North Africa, the basic mode of production consisted in agriculture largely carried on by slaves. But this is no longer true of imperial Rome. Even the class struggle fails to apply to the ancient world. Major slave rebellions occurred only in the 2nd to 8th centuries BC. Later, the number of slaves continuously declined, their legal position became substantially better, the mode of exploitation milder, and throughout the whole imperial period no further uprisings are to be found. To rescue the pattern of class struggle, Fundamentals of Marxism-Leninism associates the slaves with the poorest class of the people as the main proponents of the revolution. But even this is not sufficient, and it becomes necessary to bring in the barbarian invasions as well, in order to account for the fall of the Roman Empire. Thus it is not the economic but the political sphere that is ultimately responsible for the transition to the next social formation, namely feudalism. Marx and Engels at least confined the slave order of society to ancient Greece and Rome, and postulated in addition a distinctive Oriental or Asiatic social order, in which, though slavery certainly existed in the form of domestic slavery, it did not form the basis of production. And in fact, neither in the states of the ancient East, nor in China and India, was slavery at any period in history the basis of production. Lenin, however, interprets the society based on slavery as a universal phase of development, through which has passed, not only the whole of modern civilized Europe, but also the vast majority of peoples of the other parts of the world. He thereby bequeathed to Soviet historians the insoluble problem of discovering any concrete evidence for this view. Derived as it is from the development of capitalism, the evolutionary schema of historical materialism is also ill-adapted to the explanation of feudalism. Its claim is that the introduction of a new, epoch-making, means of production is the factor responsible for social transformation. However, the emergence of feudalism is not marked by any such epoch-making innovation in the instruments of labor. When Marx, in the above passage, contrasts the steam mill with the hand mill, he is surely only trying to bring out the revolutionary effect of the steam engine, and not really seeking to represent the hand mill as an epoch-making novelty in feudal technology, as compared with that of slave-owning society. For, with the best will in the world, it is not possible to see how the hand mill could have brought about feudalism. The emergence of feudalism was governed, rather, by a variety of other factors, mostly of a political kind, together with Germanic conceptions of law. The class struggle theory, too, is but poorly applicable to feudalism. If the character of this society was determined by the opposition between serfs and barons, the serfs ought properly to have figured as exponents of progressive modes of production, and the collapse of feudalism ought to have been primarily their doing. But in fact it was not the peasantry that overthrew feudalism, it was the bourgeoisie. The materialist conception of history is best exemplified by capitalism. But even here it does not fit exactly, in particular, it fails to meet the problem of the origin of capitalism. Why was it only Europe that produced a capitalist system, and not, say, the Arabs or the Chinese? As W. Thimer remarks, there was certainly no lack there of the requisite technical and economic conditions, for science and technology in these countries had attained a notably advanced level. Nor in view of the high density of population in China, for example, was there a shortage of urgent tasks to push them in this direction. If, then, these cultures failed to produce a capitalist order, the reason must be that the intellectual preconditions were absent. The passive and contemplative outlook of Taoism, or the ascetic spirituality of India, which regarded the empirical world as an illusion, were quite unfavorable to the growth of an industrial civilization. Nor has the subsequent development of capitalism proceeded in the direction predicted by Marx. We observed above of the slave-owning societies, that the longer class conflict continued, the weaker it became, and that the legal and economic position of the slaves was constantly improving. The same is equally true of capitalism, and even more obviously so of feudalism. The peasant revolts in Europe, which are cited by historical materialism as evidence of the class struggle under feudalism, occur in the 14th and 16th centuries, but the collapse of feudalism did not take place until 3 or 4 centuries later, and then, as already noted, not through the action of the peasantry. The decrease of exploitation under capitalism also is a historical development that Soviet ideology does not care to admit. But it constitutes the real reason why the socialist revolution has so far been accomplished, not in the highly industrialist states of the West, but only in countries that have still remained sunk in feudalism. To overcome this difficulty, Soviet authors have been compelled to take refuge in such makeshift explanations as that, in these advanced capitalist countries, the bourgeoisie has been able to corrupt the aristocracy of the workers and divert it from the class struggle, or that the internal contradictions of capitalism should not be looked at in isolation in the various countries, but viewed on a global scale, etc. But to this we shall return. It emerges from all this that the materialist conception of history is in no sense a theory of the general pattern of history drawn from observation of the actual course of events. It represents, rather, an unwarranted extrapolation to the whole of history of a single situation correctly interpreted by Marx, and its elevation, indeed, to the status of a unique historical law. Marx was right in recognizing that changes in the mode of production have profound social and political consequences. But this proposition cannot be reversed by making it a law that all social and political changes are ultimately the result of an altered mode of production. Yet this is what Marx did, in his materialist conception of history, and there his error lies. When the law thus falsely derived from history is applied to the historical process as such, forced interpretations and distortions are bound to result. The progress of historiography in Marx's and Engels' time still made it possible for the version of history thus derived to make some sort of claim to probability, but today it can only be sustained through ignorance, or a perverse handling of the historical facts. This is not, however, to deny that the Marxian view of history has had a very stimulating effect on historical inquiry, and has led to new and valuable conclusions. We can agree entirely with what Friedrich Wittinghoff says on this point. In regard to ancient history, it is the incontestable service of Marx and Engels, and one which cannot be prized too highly, to have delivered a provocative and fruitful shock to history, to have posed new problems concerning the material basis of antiquity, its social order, its classes, and the class struggles depending on material interests, etc., and to have contributed to their solution. Their assistance has been crucial in overcoming the idealized Hellenistic notions of neo-humanism and Hegelianism. The result has been to bring the political, and more especially the economic realities of Greece and antiquity more firmly into the area of scholarly discussion, and thereby to open a new dimension to the historian's view. 3. The social and political life of mankind. The materialist conception of history discussed in the last chapter represents the heart of historical materialism generally. All that now follows consists merely of a more detailed presentation of various subdivisions of this theory of history and society. We were obliged, for that reason, to dwell at some length on the matter, but are thus able, in what follows, to give a more cursory treatment, since criticism of the foundations tells equally against the applications thereof. In both the Soviet textbooks on which our exposition and criticism have so far been founded, the treatment of the materialist conception of history, or the essence of historical materialism, is concluded by a chapter on classes, the class struggle, and the state. The surprising thing here is that the problem of classes and the class struggle, on the one hand, and that of the state, on the other, should be dealt with in one and the same chapter. The division of society into classes certainly occurs in the course of production, and the relations of classes to one another are certainly the most essential of the relations of production, and belong accordingly to the basis. But the state as a political institution is already part of the superstructure. One would have expected, therefore, that after setting out the basic idea of the materialist conception as a whole, there would first have been a chapter dealing in detail with the basis, the problem of classes and the class struggle, then a further chapter to cover the political superstructure, the state and parties, and finally, perhaps, another one to take care of the ideological superstructure. Since, however, the Soviet accounts deal with basis and political superstructure together for reasons, as we shall see, which undeniably have a certain practical justification, we shall follow this line of exposition. Social and Political Life of Mankind 207. The concept of class. Even the most cursory examination of human society will reveal that it does not consist of a uniform, undifferentiated mass of people. On the contrary, we find in it groupings of the most varied kinds, families, kinship groups, tribes, nations, states, parties, classes, societies, religious communities, and so on. Among all these groupings, Marxism ascribes the greatest importance to the class. Now, by what criteria are men divided into classes? As Soviet ideology sees it, they are not biological or racial in origin, since there may be several classes within one and the same race. Nor are they based on differences in individual endowment, as Schumpeter supposed, for, as Soviet ideology emphasizes, the question whether anyone has the chance to develop his capacities or not is already dependent on his membership of a specific class. The Soviet view is that the class a man belongs to is determined by economic factors, since it is material production that ultimately governs social development. But here too it feels obliged to refute a pair of other theories, which it considers to be false, the distribution theory, which seeks to derive class divisions from the source of income, and the organization theory of the Russian Marxist A. Bogdanov, which based them on a division of mankind into organizers and executants. Present-day Soviet thought conceives the ultimate determinant of class division to be the station that men occupy in the production process, and in particular their relationship to the means of production. It should be noted in this connection that the current Soviet notion of classes owes more to Lenin than it does to Marx. Marx died before he could work out a truly definitive analysis of the concept of class. The manuscript of the third volume of Capital breaks off in chapter 52, on classes. Soviet authors today find the fullest definition in Lenin's essay A Great Beginning. Classes are large groups of people differing from each other by the place they occupy in a historically determined system of social production, by their relation to the means of production, by their role in the social organization of labor, and, consequently, by the dimensions and mode of acquiring the share of social wealth of which they dispose. Classes are groups of people, one of which can appropriate the labor of another owing to the different places they occupy in a definite system of social economy. The inequality among men which underlies the division into classes is not, as bourgeois ideologists attempt to persuade them, a permanent and necessary feature of human society. Once upon a time in primitive society there were no classes, and one day under communism there will again be none. The separation of men into classes was a necessary consequence of the division of labor, which also gave rise to private property. Hence the formation of classes was a necessary prerequisite for the development of the productive forces. But once these have reached a sufficient level of development, as in capitalism, with its enormous collectivization of the labor process, the ground for the persistence of classes disappears. Already under socialism there are no longer any exploiting classes, and under communism they will vanish altogether. In each social formation historical materialism distinguishes between basic and auxiliary classes. The basic ones are those engendered by the chief mode of production of the formation in question. Under slavery, the slave owners and the slaves; under feudalism, the feudal superiors and the serfs; under capitalism, the capitalists and the workers. But in each formation there are also auxiliary classes. Under slavery, for instance, the free peasants and craftsmen; under capitalism, the landlords and peasants, though the latter form, for the most part, another exploited class. Capitalist society also contains such intermediate groupings as the petty bourgeoisie and the intelligentsia. To the former belong the craftsmen, artisans, and small traders, who do not live on the labor of others. The petty bourgeois takes up a wavering attitude in the class struggle, as one who lives on his own labor, and is exploited by the big bourgeoisie. He sides with the workers, but as a private property owner he again tends to cling to the bourgeoisie. The intelligentsia, on the other hand, is divided. Its upper levels are mostly allied with the capitalists, while its lower strata are readier to join the revolutionary struggle of the working class. It is of the greatest importance to the workers to recruit as large a section of the intelligentsia as possible to its own cause. Finally, in every society, there are déclassed elements, who have lost contact with their own class. Though historical materialism attaches the greatest significance to the division of society into classes, it does not thereby wish to deny the importance of other forms of social community. In primitive society, these other forms consisted, as we have seen, of the gens and the tribe. After the collapse of this order, the major riddle came to be that of the peoples formed by the merging of a number of tribes. When capitalism brought about the formation of a single national market, it created the conditions for transforming the peoples into nations, which now attain the greatest importance. The concept of the nation is still governed by the definition given by Stalin, in his Marxism and the National Question. By the term nation is usually meant a historically constituted, stable community of people, formed on the basis of a common language, territory, economic life, and psychological makeup manifested in a common culture. As to the relationship of class and nation, it is emphasized that while national community cannot eliminate class differences, class solidarity, on the other hand, oversteps national boundaries. 2. State and law. But how does it become possible for the numerically insignificant class of exploiters to dominate over the much larger class of the exploited? The foundation of this dominance is private ownership of the means of production. Yet economic power alone is not enough, a direct apparatus of coercion is also required. This is the function of the state, with its armed forces, its courts, prisons, and so forth. The political power of the economically dominant class, such is the essence of the state, for law also has the office of serving to defend the interests of the ruling class. In a formula borrowed from the Communist Manifesto, the legal system is the will of the ruling class raised to the level of law. It thus has an unmistakably class character, it reflects the economic relationships of social life, and its content is determined thereby. Soviet ideology distinguishes between types and forms of state. The type to which a state belongs depends on which class it serves. Thus history knows three types of exploiting state: the slave, the feudal, and the bourgeois. Totally different from these exploiting states is the socialist state, in which power belongs to the workers, the vast majority of the population. The form of a state, on the other hand, is determined by the organization of its controlling agencies and administration. One and the same type of state can take various forms. The variety of forms to be found in states of the same type depends on the economic structure. Thus the political decentralization, for example, of early feudalism reflected its economic disunity. Later, however, when the economic and commercial ties between separate localities and states had become stronger, a centralist state came into being in the form of absolute monarchy. The bourgeois state can also take various forms, from constitutional monarchy, through democratic republicanism to fascist dictatorship. The change from bourgeois democracy to political reaction is a phenomenon characteristic of the transition from free competition to monopoly capitalism. Fascism represents a desperate attempt on the part of the imperialist bourgeoisie to preserve their hegemony, threatened as it is by the growth of the workers' movement, by throwing overboard democratic freedoms and the rights of personality. Bourgeois democracy is characterized by a purely nominal equality of rights between the capitalists and the working class. The bourgeois state machine is so set up as to exclude the toiling masses from any real participation in political life and the government of the state. Even in those capitalist countries where the same rights and freedoms are nominally enjoyed by all, the possibilities of their exercise for the haves and the have-nots are very different. Freedom of speech, of the press, etc., is actually enjoyed only by those who have possession of meeting halls, printing presses and paper for the issue of newspapers, which is to say primarily the owners of capital. The executive arm consists of officials who are not answerable to the electorate. 1. 3. Class struggle and revolution. The parties. Reactionary ideologists, frightened by the working people's resistance to exploitation, try to represent the class struggle as an obstacle to progress, a dangerous deviation from the normal course of social development. Nothing could be further from the truth. For so far from being a hindrance to progress, the class struggle is a driving force of social development. The class struggle necessarily results from opposed interests in a class society. Class interest is governed, not by the individual consciousness of the members of a class, but by their objective status in the process of production. It is perfectly possible for them to be quite unaware of their true interests. Thus the workers, for example, may believe their interest to lie in shortening the hours of labor. But it actually consists in liberation from capitalist exploitation through the collapse of capitalism. Hence, in its inmost nature, the proletariat is a revolutionary class. It may happen that different classes have interests in common, and an alliance is then possible. This is true, at the moment, of the workers, the peasantry, and the petty bourgeoisie. An historical materialism. The proletarian struggle against the bourgeoisie is conducted in three main forms: economic, political, and ideological. First in time comes the economic class struggle. It proceeds through the workers organizing themselves into trade unions and similar combinations, and calling strikes, in order to improve their economic position. The economic struggle is of great importance, since the law of capitalist accumulation necessarily leads to an absolute and relative impoverishment of the working class. It is in this fashion that Soviet ideology still seeks to uphold the Marxian theory of impoverishment, albeit not as a law without exceptions, but rather as a prevailing tendency. Relative impoverishment means that the workers' share of national income becomes ever smaller, and that of the capitalists greater. Absolute impoverishment implies that the workers' standard of living remains below the subsistence level. To shore up the claim of absolute impoverishment in the face of historical experience, the further proviso is added that the process of impoverishment does not go on in all countries alike. Absolute impoverishment does not mean that the living standards of the workers in all capitalist countries are lower in this respect today than they were yesterday, and for this very reason the law in question can be regarded only as a prevailing tendency. Apart, however, from improving the economic position of the proletariat, the economic struggle has another very important use from the communist point of view: it helps to instill a radicale outlook among the workers. Thanks to its function as an engine of social progress, its necessity is most readily brought home to the workers. It provides a good combat training and an education in class consciousness. But for all its importance, the economic struggle has its limitations. It alone is incapable of eliminating exploitation entirely, and overthrowing capitalism. This can only be attained through the political struggle. Hence the economic class war must necessarily be extended into the political struggle. Especially at the present time, it is often impossible to perceive economic interests effectively without disposing of political tasks. Hence the economic strike often takes on a political character. Political struggle is carried out in a great variety of ways: demonstrations, political strikes, campaigning at elections and in parliament, to the point of armed uprising. The object of this struggle is the downfall of the power of the capitalists, the setting up in its place of a dictatorship of the workers, and, after the seizure of power, its consolidation as an instrument for the building of the communist society. Communism sees it, in general, as the nature of parties to be instruments in the political class struggle. They serve to give expression to the interests of a given class, and to direct its struggle. Critics have sought to discredit this notion of the class affiliations of parties by pointing to the two-party system as it exists, example in the USA. The Democratic and Republican parties include adherents from all levels of the population. Soviet ideology imagines it can dispose of this objection by describing both parties as bourgeois and subservient to the interests of monopoly capitalism, and their struggle as a sham battle over questions of third-rate importance. The economic and political struggles of the workers must be supplemented, however, by the ideological struggle. The object of this is to free the workers of bourgeois ideas and prejudices, to introduce socialist ideology to the toiling masses, and to make them conscious of their class interest. For it is not always easy for the simple worker to become aware of himself as a member of a specific class. A skilled turner and an unlettered laborer differ in respect both of their conditions of labor, and also of their standard of living. Hence it has often happened that individual labor unions have attempted to gain improvements for themselves at the expense of others. Often, too, unskilled workers have attempted to construe their lot as the result of personal failure, and to get on in the world at the expense of their comrades. And to this it must be added that the influence of bourgeois ideology and propaganda makes it difficult for the workers to perceive their own class interest. Hence it is the business of the Marxist Party to bring about a true class consciousness among the workers. As seen already, the workers themselves can only achieve a trade union, not a truly socialist consciousness. This can only be brought to them from without. To transmit this consciousness to them, and to preserve its purity continuously in the face of bourgeois and reformist distortions, is the task of the Marxist Party. 4. The Social Revolution. The culmination of the class struggle is the social revolution. It represents a breakthrough in social development, whereby one formation is replaced by another. Its ultimate basis is the conflict between new productive forces and obsolete relations of production. The ruling classes resist any change, however, since their interests are linked to preserving the old relations. To defend their interests they resort to political coercion through the state, which they control. The resistance they put up to the radical changes now due can be broken only by social revolution. Politically speaking, the main feature of the revolution is the transfer of power from the hands of one class to those of another. In this respect it differs from the sort of upheaval in which power merely passes from one group to another within the same class. If the power of a fallen class is restored to it, this constitutes a counter-revolution. In light of the above, the following definition is put forward: the social revolution is a social transformation in which the power of the obsolescent classes is overthrown, and that of the progressive, revolutionary classes is established in its place. Thus the concept of revolution is not identical with that of armed uprising or civil war. For on the one hand, there have been armed rebellions which were not revolutions, and on the other, there can also be revolutions, in Soviet opinion, without armed risings or civil war. Revolutions have a powerful effect in accelerating social development. They are periods of history in which the consciousness and will of the masses are stepped up to their highest point. Marx therefore spoke of revolutions as the locomotives of history. The new textbook Fundamentals of Marxist Philosophy also refers to them as the true festival days of history. But will there always be revolutions in history? Since the social revolution is merely a phase of the class struggle, it is obvious that once there are no more classes, there can also be no more revolutions. In socialist society, therefore, the contradictions between productive forces and relations of production no longer take the form of conflicts, since there is no more class antagonism in society, and since all social groups are concerned to establish and develop socialist relations of production, while the political superstructure expresses and protects their common interests. Hence the contradictions that arise in socialist society are resolved without social revolution. But how does this answer accord with the historical dialectic, which is still supposed to be at work in socialist society? For the dialectic implies, not only the presence of contradictions as a driving force, but also the resolution of the evolutionary phases of development by a revolutionary phase, in which the transition to a new quality is achieved by a leap. If all development by way of inner contradictions is said to be abolished, and if the establishment of a socialist society is not to bring history to a standstill, it has to be supposed that even in such a society there must be a contradiction or struggle of opposites in the social field, 7 cent. A class struggle of some description. And if all development has to exhibit both an evolutionary and a revolutionary phase, this too should apply to social development under socialism, even socialism and communism, which constitute, as we have seen, but a single social formation, seem due to give way to a new form of society, by way of a qualitative leap. In our treatment of the laws of the materialist dialectic we have already encountered the solution that Soviet ideology has in store for this problem. In regard to contradiction as a driving force of social development, the answer is said to lie in the distinction between antagonistic and non-antagonistic contradictions. In socialist society there are only non-antagonistic contradictions left. Apart from this, 4 other driving forces of social development do duty for the class struggle, the moral and political unity of the Soviet people. Friendship among the peoples of the Soviet Union, which is to get rid of national antagonisms, Soviet patriotism, and finally criticism and self-criticism. The further difficulty arising from the need for a new revolution to effect the passage to a new social quality, is resolved by drawing a distinction between explosive and gradual leaps of qualitative transition. Only in class society do the leaps take the form of explosions, in the socialist classless society they present a more gradual appearance. Examples of such transitions, no longer involving social revolution, are expected to consist in revolutionary changes in science and technology, in the development of the productive forces in society, which will certainly continue to occur in the future. V. Criticism. The most obvious feature of the Soviet theory of classes and the class struggle, the state, parties, etc., is its alarmingly speculative and deductive character. With reckless indifference to empirical inquiry of any kind, a conception of class is simply laid down by definition, from which the whole social theory of communism outlined in this chapter then follows in a purely deductive fashion. Thanks to the very completeness of its logical structure, however, this piece of communist ideology is liable to create an impressive effect, of great service to the agitator. Whether it accords with the empirical facts is another question, to be decided only by minute sociological researches, which the man in the street is naturally in no position to attempt.